each other's mental space. If you ever need me, just call. I'ma come running, give it my all. Love is love, God wins. Keep your vibrations high and watch how your blessings.
I'm a content creator.
It's okay.
This is my job.
Hey, I bet they mad.
From TikTok to YouTube to Twitch to Kick.
Did you log into it?
Nigga, we made it.
You beat creators of nonsense, content of self-importance, hate spreading to no end, viral emptiness, no substance. Stop hogging the spotlight and just share that ish. It goes a longer way when you spread that ish. Make it rain, and just spray that ish. Real chosen ones out here to change that ish.
Okay,
From
what day?
TikTok to YouTube to Twitch to Kick. Get with it, we built it, you can't flip me dip it. From TikTok to YouTube to Twitch to Kick. Get with it, we built it, you can't flip me dip it. Algorithms don't move us. We move to rhythm of truth in us. Hating on love in your sleep. Time is up, now we numbers deep.
Whoa.
One love in multiple forms. Vibrating contrary to norms. Creating waves worldwide. Elevating frequencies high. From TikTok to YouTube to Twitch.
You be sneaking, bitch. Hey.
We built it, you can't flip me dip it. From TikTok to YouTube to Twitch to Kick. Yeah, we built it, you can't flip me dip it. You can't flip the script.
Whoa.
You're having a legend. Get with it, we built it. You can't flip the dip it.
These people don't understand. Stop trying to hog the spotlight and share that shit.
Ralph the Wise, talk to him.
We built this. To the moon. To the moon, Alice.
I'm a content creator.
It's okay.
This is my job.
Hey, I bet they mad.
From TikTok to YouTube to Twitch to Kick.
What? Nigga, we made it.
You beat creators of nonsense, content of self-importance, hate spreading to no end, viral emptiness, no substance. Stop hogging the spotlight and just share that ish. It goes a longer way when you spread that ish. Make it rain, just spray that ish. Real chosen ones out here to change that ish. From TikTok to YouTube to Twitch to Kick. Get with it, we built it, you can't flip me dip it. From TikTok to YouTube to Twitch to Kick. Get with it, we built it, you can't flip me dip it. Algorithms don't move us. We move to rhythm of truth in us. Hating on love in your sleep. Time is up, now we numbers deep.
Whoa.
One love in multiple forms. Vibrating contrary to norms. Creating waves worldwide. Elevating frequencies high. From TikTok to YouTube to Twitch to Kick. Get with
You got a lot of stuff on story.
From TikTok to YouTube to Twitch to Kick. Get with it, we built it, you can't flip me dip
Imagine
it.
how crazy
You
it
can't flip the script.
Whoa.
You're having a legend.
is.
Get with it, we
You can
built
put
it.
in like
You can't flip
different.
the dip it.
These people don't understand. Stop trying to hog the spotlight and share that shit.
You can go with the 12 something.
Ralph the Wise, talk to him.
You can put it on. It's
To the
TikTok.
moon.
What you call them?
To the moon, Alice.
See what they say with YouTube, but yeah, pretty much. Grand Rising, Grand Rising, Grand Rising.
It's okay.
How's everybody doing out there? We just gonna let the room build up before we start our conversation. We got some stuff to talk about. A lot of stuff happening. So much stuff is happening at one time. Like, and you know, I'm big creators are covering the big stuff. So we're gonna
It's a special
small
day.
stuff.
Gonna make you say,
say.
I know when you know it's real.
Aaron the plumber into some shit.
Makes you cry.
You know, conversations with. We're gonna talk about it. We're gonna talk about it. How's everybody doing out there? How's everybody
Take
doing out there?
me up with air that's higher. Pick me up, water, fire. Boom, boom, boom. There goes the beat of love. Boom, boom, boom. Echoes the beat of love. You can feel it in your heart. It was there right from the start. Boom, boom, boom. There goes the beat of love. What a treasure, love. So much pleasure, love. It's days I have, I need is an aura change, has an infinite range, from above is guaranteed. So take me earth with air that's higher, and pick me up, water, fire. Boom, 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 there goes the beat of love. Boom, 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 it echoes the beat of love. You can feel it in your heart, it was there right from the start. Boom, 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 there goes the beat of love.
You go into the description and
Like waves on the shore,
put the
like
link
a
to
sine
put the
wave.
link on there to the music site.
Once you
It's
get a
both
taste,
pages.
you gon' crave more and more love. There goes the beat of love. It echoes the beat of love. You can feel it in your heart, it was there right from the start. Boom, 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 there goes the beat of love. Boom, boom, there goes the beat of love. Boom, 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 echoes the beat of love. You can feel it in your heart, it was there right from the start. Boom, 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 there goes the beat of love. Boom, 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 there goes the beat of love. Boom, 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 echoes the beat of love. You can feel it in your heart, it was there right from the start. Boom, 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 there goes the beat of love. There goes the beat of love.
How's everybody doing out there? How's everybody doing out there? As you can see, still nothing's coming back from the whole Diddy trial. I don't know if you guys heard any updates yet. You know, let me know if you heard any updates on that. I haven't heard any updates. It's crazy work, crazy work. Um, it's weird, but you know, we kind of already said this was going to happen. We kind of already said this was the magnitude of it. You know, deliberations taking this long can't be looking good for the prosecutor. That means that everybody is not on the same accord. Everybody is not on the same page. You know, and something is off. Something is surely off in that perspective. Um, let me see what's going on. I thought I had uploaded a video of something. Yeah, that's just crazy. Um, let me see.
phone again and wake me up, ho. Where the fuck you at, pussy, young hoe?
Yikes. Let me try to upload this video. Let me try to upload this video to the page first, and then I'll play it from the page. But yeah, I forgot I didn't do that part. This is like the world we living in is surely crazy. Surely crazy. It's the upside down verse. Welcome to it. You could try to act like we not in it. You could try to act like you don't see it. You see it. You see what's going on. You see what's happening. You can play it off like you don't. You can act like it's not. And it's crazy because like y'all see we see what's happening. We see what's happening. Boom, boom, boom. I don't know. What do you guys think like the outcome is about to be good? I think it's taking so long because we are not about to hear what you think. You not about to hear what you think you're gonna hear. That's why I think this deliberation is taking so long. I mean, look at they already deliberated for a whole day already. Now we're on day 2. It's already 10 o'clock. Still nothing yet. I blame all of this disinformation that Jaguar and them been putting out there. That's what I blame. You say only one. That's all it takes. That's all. Listen, in a situation like this where it anonymous, like literally, that's all it takes. That's all they had to do was basically get into one person's mind because 12 of them, all 12 of them have to make that decision. You remember that episode of Martin where Martin was in where he had to go to jury duty and Martin was in the jury duty and they took like a whole week. He had Cole, you know what I'm saying, sneaking him up food and stuff in the window and stuff like that. That's what you watching. This is TV. This is real life TV. We like 36 something days in. You still don't know what the fuck goes on. You know what I'm saying? Jury number 25. You still don't know what goes on. We this many days in. You still don't know what goes on. I think it's gonna be tough. You know, I think it's gonna be tough for the man. Me personally, I think it's gonna look tough for the man. Um, it's just looking that bad, right about now. It's looking that bad right about now. Um, that's why I keep on saying the world is one big stage, because it is. It is truly one big stage. Uh when you start to figure it out, you'll see it too. Some people don't see it till it's too late, but you'll see it too. Um, uh, yeah. So the world is one big stage, and that's the thing. Like It's literally like how you see it, how you look at it. This is taking too long, you know. They taking too long. A whole day. We on day number 2. They thinking about replacing a juror, right? That mean they gotta get that new juror up to speed. I'm pretty sure they got the backup jurors because they keep backup jurors, right? And then like, you know what I mean? Like you got day number 2 going on right now. They still in deliberations. They might have came up with an agreement on maybe counts 1 and 2, and they can't come up with an agreement on count 3 or something like that. Whatever this is that's holding it up, it is in favor of Diddy. Promise you that. Even if that person is saying, like, all these people sign NDAs, they all signed up for this, so on and so forth, it's still in favor of Diddy. As long as they're taking, so on and so forth, all of that is still in favor of Diddy, you know? So however you looking at this, you're still in favor. Appreciate the follow over on Twitch. I already got somebody that I'm working with to try to put some stuff together. I appreciate it though, but I really do. They gave me a good deal. I think it's 60 now, 60 later, or something like that. They're gonna do some work for me on the Twitch page. Should work out. In other news, if y'all haven't heard yet, she listen, this lady cursed Krishan Rock down and up. Like, she listen, when I say she get, and this is why I say everybody ain't for that toxicity stuff. Everybody ain't out here playing, that toxicity game. Where's the sound, man? They out here playing a whole game of toxicity, and everybody not for it. When I say Yanti, yeah, look, Yanti, curse, Krishan, listen to this. Listen to this.
Fly where the fuck you at, puss ass young hoe. Musty motherfucking
Damn.
phone again and wake me up, hoe. I fly where the fuck you at, puss ass young hoe. Musty bitch. Go take care of your motherfucking baby, hoe. You do know me, hoe. You on my line, hoe. You woke me up out my sleep, pussy bitch. And hoe, I got you recorded so you know. Since you done threatened me, hoe, pull up like you say when you come to Miami, you looking for me. Roll me off and do me like you did, Ronnie, bitch. Cause everybody gon' motherfucking know. Hold a flat.
You hear what she said? See, this is why I say a lot of other people knows a lot more than what they're leading on. You see what she just said? She say, rope me up like you did Ronnie, right? So she already know that whole Ronnie thing was a setup. That's why Blueface brother told him, whatever you do not deny this baby, because they gonna take you out, right? And you got Krishan Rock out here saying that, Blueface is smoking that stuff in jail, so on and so forth. But listen to what she just said. That's why she said that. She said that a lot of these people that's in these businesses realms, or whatever you want to call it, right? They know more than what we know. We don't know shit. We down here at the bottom making speculations, but it's a reason why Yanti said that. She don't give no fucks, but it's the reason why she said that, because she know more. All of them know more. Why you think Whack 100 knew about the shit before anybody else knew about the shit? Whack 100 was damn near on the scene before anything. Whack 100 was out there. And if you go back and you listen to the recordings with Whack 100 and Zeus Network, when the real results came back and Blueface wasn't the baby, Whack 100 was the one that said, yo, listen, this gonna fuck up that bag. So, you know what I'm saying? That's what made them alter the results in the first place. So, Whack 100 is behind. I mean, he's plays a part behind the scenes of a lot of this shit. Hold up. Who's trying to come up? Somebody said free Diddy. Yo.
What's up? Good morning.
Grand rising, never in morning.
Free Diddy, bro. These people out there, these people are crazy.
So you think Diddy gonna get off? Hold on, YouTube. Pause on the Yanti situation. This person over here think Diddy gonna get off. So you think this is in favor of Diddy? The whole, stalling out.
Diddy, bro. Free Diddy, bro.
But what makes you what makes you pro Diddy?
Oh man, first of all, are y'all black?
I don't think color has nothing to do with righteousness.
Hold on, bro. Hold on. I just got out of jail 7 days ago. I will get banned again. I do not care. I do not care about TikTok.
Hold on. I care about TikTok. So don't come up here talking about bananas. Listen, don't come up here talking about bananas, man. Hold on, man. You're not gonna be able to talk if you talking about the wrong stuff. You talking about the wrong stuff. You came up on my page. No, you came up on my page. Remember? Now you want to talk about my hat. You came up here as Batman. You got Batman as your. Come on, bro. Who is that?
That's the boy with the voice, and they stopped him from talking on what's that movie? They stopped him from talking. It was an Illuminati movie.
Oh, you're talking about a fictional character that you decided to put as your profile pic, and you want to talk about me with a 76ers hat. Wow, my guy. Wow. 76ers. Oh, we talk. Diddy. What did Diddy do for the black community? Please explain. Oh, you talking about Ciroc putting alcoholic beverages in y'all? What? Tell me, what did he do? Tell me all the things Diddy did. Give me the lineup. Took out Tupac. Got Mary J on Tunchi. Tell me what he did. Took out Tupac. Took out Biggie. Got Mary J on Tunchi. Did it to all them boys. Got OK Cyrus running around. Tell me what he did for the black community, please. No, yeah, you can. You have liftoff. Go ahead. You have permission to take the runway. Nope. I asked you, what did Diddy? I asked you a specific question. I didn't ask you nothing about no white man. I asked you, what did Diddy do to the black community, bro? Stop talking about because you're talking about something that's irrelevant to the topic. You literally are trying. Bro, get out of my face, bro. Get out of here. Okay, so let's go back to this. Yo, where's my mods at? I need somebody to block these people, man. All right, let's go back to the Yanti situation with Krishan. Yo, listen. When I say she ate down on her, Listen. And she say, Krishan, she like, how'd you get my phone? How'd you get my phone number? Where'd you get my number from? Right?
Motherfucking phone again and wake me up, ho.
He came on. He on some bullshit.
Puss-ass young ho. Musty bitch. Go take care of your motherfucking baby, ho. You do know me, ho. You on my line, ho. You woke me up out my sleep, pussy bitch. And ho, I got you recorded, so you know. Since you done threatened me, ho, pull up like you say.
Yeah, he might get off. I think with the feds, the feds didn't want that type of loss. I think the feds might have knew ahead of time the direction it was going to go in. They didn't want to take that type of loss, knowing that they got a 98.7% rate. And I think they dropped it for that situation right there. And, and I think they might know that, he might be able to get hit with lesser charges, but, I think a lot of the stuff that was on the table was frivolous. And the most they're going to get him with is a RICO charge.
Cause everybody go motherfucking know. Ho, I'ma flatline your pussy ass. You come to Miami, ho, cause everybody go motherfucking know. Rope me off and do me like you did, Ronnie, bitch. Cause everybody gon' motherfucking know. Hold my flatline your pussy ass. You come to Miami, ho, you must don't know the laws here, bitch. Yeah, ho, that hoe hung up. She hung up, she can't take the truth. Puss asshole, you.
See, as soon as she mentioned that Ronnie thing, Christian Rock hung up the phone. As soon as she mentioned that Ronnie thing, Christian Rock hung up the phone because she knows. A lot of them already know. Remember, Blueface brother left a message, told him, do not, whatever you do not claim that. You know what I'm saying? That don't, you better claim that baby no matter what. Even Blueface mom know what's up. Blueface mom say, I don't care, the baby's his, right? And clearly the baby don't look nothing like him now. Now that the baby's getting a little bit bigger, now that you can really see the baby facial feature, that baby look more like Ronnie. You could see with the, well, you know, with her messing up the baby, but the eyes is spaced out like Ronnie's baby. That baby don't look nothing like Blueface other babies, right? And here we are with somebody else kicking up the dust around it, right? Kicking up the dust around it. Everybody knows, you know, everybody knows. And now, you know, you got this whole situation. I want to go back to like videos of, you know, Whack 100 when he was speaking on Krishan, when Krishan was saying like Whack 100 was trying to manage her, you know, because he seen like the wave that was going on around her, so on and so forth, you know, and he was the one that was helping her keep that secret. You know, he was the one. Remember back in December when we had a chance to speak to Ronnie, we had asked him like, hey, was you the same Ronnie that she caught that charge for when she was rushing back to Baltimore in order to get back to you when she stole the car and got hit up with the charges in Oklahoma or whatever the case may be? We was trying to really ask him questions getting to the truth. Right? The Knot was up there trying to keep some controversial bullshit going on, but we were trying to ask him real legitimate questions to get to the truth. Now, I would play the clips of it, but due to the fact that it has a particular sound in the background, we can't play the clips. Even the clips that I do have on TikTok and Instagram of the conversation, we can't play it because that sound is in the background. But this situation, you know, got out of hand. And now nobody really wants to look at the real results. Like if anything is to happen with that baby, so on and so forth, if Blueface is not the father and it needs something that the father has, then the baby shit out of luck. That's why it's always important to really, you know, find out the you know, who is the father of a child, so on and so forth. You know what I mean? They're not out there going, you know, I guess his plane, you know, left yesterday, or his ride left yesterday, so he's on his way back to, you know, the friendly streets of LA. He's off of the streets of New York, you know, sleeping wherever he can, so on and so forth. But a lot of stuff is happening with Zeus Network right now with that Aaron the plumber guy. You about to see a lot of stuff happen around these different streamers, right? Because the attention is going to the streamers now. Listen up, guys. Listen up, everybody. Pay attention to what I'm about to say. The attention is going to the streamers now, right? So now streamers are going to start getting affected, right? So they have to start messing with streamers, you know, feelings and emotions, or, you know, orchestrating some sort of negative vibe around streamers, because once the streamers put the negative out there, you know, then it creates a negative wave for the people that's watching that streamer, for the people that is, you know, it jumps on them real quick. Negative jumps on people fast. So they're creating this wave of negativity, right? In this vortex of a void, right? And if you are observant, you can see this taking place. You can see it happening, you know, all over the internet. Look at the Reggie and DDG situation, right? They're building up tension. Reggie done started beef with, you know, DDG. He done started beef with Funny Mike, all these different people, right? It's the negative that's building up, right? And a lot of this stuff happens, and you might think like, oh, okay, that's the beef over there, and then something else takes place, and it's like, oh, well, this person did it because no, that was the 52 fake. That's the direction that they want you to put your anger. That's the direction that they want you. So, you know, keep all streamers safe. You know what I mean? In this day and age, keep all streamers safe. You know, streamers' lives matter, whatever you want to call it. Pay attention to what's happening right now. You know, pay attention to what's happening. Opening your eye is a part of this journey too. You know, being able to have discernment, being able to, you know, uh, identify certain things that's happening in this verse, so on and so forth. Okay, so pay attention to that. All right. We ain't forget about you. We ain't forget about you, Mindy. We know. 60-60. We know. All right. We just didn't put it in process yet. Lot of stuff going on, Mindy. Okay. We need our Twitch page to grow too. Okay. We're gonna trust in you. Don't worry about it. We just got a lot going on right now. Okay. Be patient with us. But look, they be knowing. They be knowing. Them elites and stuff be knowing, you know. Listen.
You got to do is come to Florida, hoe, and run your puss ass up on me, bitch. I ain't one of these hoes you been playing with.
Well, damn. And Yanti don't be playing. You know what I'm saying? Remember, not everybody, and she be gaming too. That's why she be gaming. So if we could connect with her, we probably can run some Call of Duty with her. You know what I'm saying? If we link up with her, we probably can run some Call of Duty with her and just have her kirking out on people in Call of Duty. You know, so you know, and if we if we get her to run with us in Call of Duty, we definitely going spike, you know, over there on, on TikTok. So and Twitch. She be running card. I seen her. I seen her playing the game. She be playing the game. Listen to me. Yanti, if you listening, listen, run card with us. I'm telling you, we will be funny together. You already cursing people out. So as soon as they hear a woman, they gonna be, you know what I'm saying? They are and plus we both older, so they gonna come at us about our age, and we could just go on there and you know, listen, I promise you, great ideas, great ideas, great ideas. We could just start, you know, I ain't gonna say an old head group because we ain't old heads, you know what I mean? We've been here for, you know, for eons, you know what I'm saying? So they put these titles out there, but look, she cursed Krishan Rock down. You hear me? She cursed her down. And it was funny. It was funny. So you know, you get a chance, go look at that. That's probably going to drag out, you know, for about a week or two, them going back and forth. I don't know what Krishan Rock is, how she going to respond, but that video already viral. But you know, Krishan Rock's gonna respond because she gonna, you know, her ego, you know, she gonna stop playing on my top, stop playing on my top. I don't be messing with none of you old people. Da 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 da. Yada. You know, she going, you know how Krishan Rock gonna do. Right. That's why she not an auntie. She a yanti. See, she a yanti. You don't play with no yanti. You know what I'm saying? I was gonna say, you know, I'm a yonkel, but that don't sound right. You know, I can't be a yonkel. You know, that don't sound right. So, you know, they can keep that unk shit. You know, yanti actually got a nice little ring to it. Yanti, you know, we can't do that with uncle. You know, we can't do that with unk. You know, we can't be a yonk. You know, I don't know that you know, I'm a yonk. Nah, not don't got that same twang. Don't got that same twang. Can't put a Y in on that shit. But yeah, this Diddy trial thing is just taking forever. You know, where is the update on that? Where is the, you know what I mean? Like, come on now. Something ain't right. Something ain't right. All right. And in other news, we do have some other things going on right now with the Atlas Studio page. We bringing y'all some nice productions from that page. There's going to be a lot of different studio clips, if you would say, that we're going to produce. Like this one right here. This a good one right here. This is just one, but this one good right here. Yeah, I like that one. So we're gonna start doing a lot more on the Atlas Studio page. You know what I mean? So y'all make sure y'all start getting y'all studio works in. Get CapCut, get Fillmore. Start posting it in the YouTube. Reach out to Soul of Atlas in the YouTube. I don't want to put too much, but make sure you tag Soul of Atlas. If you do put something in the YouTube, tag Soul of Atlas, so that way we can get it on, onto the page at the studios. If you do produce a cartoon, a video, whatever it is. So yeah, she's going to be managing that page because it's a lot. It is a lot. We got a lot on the plate. A bunch of different loads on the plate right now. So it's a great thing to get into, to learn. There's a lot of things that's going on right now in the digital world. So I think if we learn together, teach each other, and so on and so forth, I think we can actually do something, great, So yeah, I think we could do something great. I think, however you look at it. And think beautiful things is happening. Are you on okay, I can't go to that page. So I'm gonna have to buy what you call for this page, because that page that you're using is the one that I got premium on.
Oh, do you want me to? I can upload later.
Keep doing, because it's empty. Ain't nothing on there, so it's got to start getting some stuff on there. But yeah, if we can get Yanti, listen, that is hard. Listen, we can incorporate that into like streaming and stuff like that. I'll teach people how to do it. Well, we'll teach people how to do it. We still learning some of the stuff, but I seen some stuff, and I think like I said, we come up with great ideas, every day. So anybody that's here, that's listening, feel free to use any idea that we're coming up with, or continue to use any idea. I like to see them spread, so when we come up with ideas and you actually see people using your ideas, whether they give you the credit or not, you still know that you sparked that idea. They might have put their own thing on there and made it their own so they can lay claim to it or whatever, but you still know that you were the originator or origin of that idea. So yeah. And Christian Rock destroys Blueface, and Whack 100 responds on No Jumper. So we're going to play that clip real quick and then talk about that, because it's all related. You was trying to say I loved it. I know. It was good. It was cool, right? Wait till you see some more of them. You'll see more of them.
I was in the corner of the bed. He was beating my body. And then he like, if you move, your stomach gonna bleed. I'm gonna kill this baby. You're gonna be bleeding for a month on schoolyard crib. You're not a crib. That's not crib. Having sex with your homies, the guy that puts you on your road manager, road dog, the first one you call, baby mama, that's not crib. You ain't even get DPs yet. Posting your son penis, that's not crib. That's a demon. For real.
Hey. See, this is why I say people like this is problematic, because she's still deflecting, right? She's still deflecting. Blueface already stated the reason why he felt as though he needed to do something like that was because of the simple fact that she wasn't going to take she wasn't getting the hernia taken care of, the hernia situation, right? And now that we are this far into the future and we further see heavy levels of neglect, right? You're still trying to deflect from the fact that you are unfit mom, that you gave that baby, alcohol syndrome. You trying to make it seem like it was Blueface, it was this person, it was that person. This is a problem in the world, right? You didn't want that baby. You was drinking, saying, "Oh well, Blueface don't want it, then I'm just gonna drink and da 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 da." I remember the videos of it. It was very confusing. I'm like, what the hell? Why is she? She said she was going to have 13. So she was like, I'm having 12 more, so on and so forth. People be acting like we don't remember their history. Like we don't remember the things that they did. This whole situation is a combination of basically what she came in the industry doing. She said it. I'm from Zeus Network. They know they know what contract they signed. They know. So they gave her this image to go out there and be, kind of like the Knot and the Blue Jacket. They gave him the image to go out there and be. And now that image is released on society. You know what I mean? All these different people. This is what happens when real life goes Hollywood, right? Because this is that real world syndrome, right? Years ago, when Real World first came out, right? I said, man, this is going to be a problem because this is going to create a chain reaction where everyone is going to try to duplicate real life for, the money factor, right? And sure enough, what took place? Real World came out, Road Rules came out, Jersey Shore came out, 16 and Pregnant came out, My 600-Pound Life came out, down all these different things came out at that point. They started coming out, right? And then real hip hop, real Hollywood, real all this other real stuff came out, right? And I was like, damn. But that was the starting point of it. That real life, real world, real life, whatever it was. When that came out, I said, man, this is going to create a wave. And then controversy started selling. So it was that World Star and then Boot Gang. Boot Gang came out. Everybody was snatching stuff and running, right? All of these things, I was saying, this is shaping our society. This is shaping our future. Everybody wanted to ignore what I was saying. Man, get out of here. You always talking some philosophical shit. You always trying to talk some philosophical shit. Everybody ignored what I was saying all of those years. Yeah, I was just a kid growing up in foster care. Yeah, nobody really cared about what I was saying. Yeah, nobody really paid attention to the things that I was pointing out. But look at us now. Look at us now. My. Right? Now, these are the moments where someone like me gets to say, I told you so, right? When we was watching the videos of Biggie talking about, your friends can meet with my friends and we can be friends and we can do this every weekend. And y'all seen that girl come into that men's bathroom and go to the damn urinal and stand there and piss with them two guys looking. That was like 1995. I've been saying this. Something ain't right. The way P. Diddy was looking at Mace's ass in that damn video when he was like, take that, take that. Mace was scared for his life. He was saying it in the damn songs. He was like, I was murdered. P. Diddy named me pretty, right? He was trying to tell in the songs. You know what I mean? He was telling us in the songs. His name was Murder Mace. You know what I mean? He like, I was murdered. P. Diddy named me pretty. I was in it for the money. Now can you get with me? Listen, he was telling y'all. That's why he came out with that song. Why you over there looking at me? Why my girl standing here? That's why he kept saying that. You know what I'm saying? That's why he was saying that in that song. Y'all remember the lyrics to that song. Go back and remember the lyrics to that Mace song. You know what I'm saying? And why you over there looking at me? Why my girl standing here? Huh? He been trying to scream. He been screaming for help. You know? He been screaming for help. He was telling y'all back then. Why you think he went and became a pastor, a preacher, whatever? Black Rob, all of them learned the hard way. Mace was putting it in the songs, letting y'all know. He was letting P. Diddy know at the same time, too. Like, don't you do it. Don't you do it. Huh? That's why he put it in the songs. He was like, now Mace be the man, want to see you looking good. I don't want to get rich, leave you in the hood. Girl, in my eyes, you the baddest. The reason why I love you, you don't like me because my status. I don't want to see you living average, being average. I want to, you know what I'm saying? He was saying it. He was saying it in the songs. He was trying to let Diddy know, like, I like girls. You know what I mean? And Diddy, you could go back and look when they was doing that video, you know, and they had on the matching suits and stuff. Diddy was looking at Mace's ass. You could go back. I would play the clip right now, but I can't find it. But go back and look at that video with Mace and Diddy. You say when Mace was like, when Mace and Diddy was dancing, Diddy was standing behind him. Mace was leaning forward because remember they was doing that lean forward thing all in the camera. You know, Mace, how he leaned forward with his hands out, with arms out and shit. He was leaning forward all in the camera. Diddy was behind him looking at his buttocks. I promise you he was. I was like, what the hell is going on? I was young then, but I was looking like, what the hell is going on? If you go back and watch that video where they was in the club, right? Go back and watch the video where Biggie and stuff in the club, the one with Busta Rhymes in there, standing there, and that girl with the big ass Adam's apple, right? Go back and watch the beginning of that video. When they looking at everybody outside the club, I think Nick Cannon was standing outside the club in that video. And then when you zoom in, it's not a girl in the damn video outside standing there trying to get in the club. It's not no women out there standing out there trying to get in the club. I was like, what the fuck? How is they missing this? Huh? That's a sausage fest. That's a sausage party. I know a sausage party when I see a sausage party. I ain't trying to go to no sausage party. It's all niggas on the dance floor. That's why I say, man, reality's not real. Ain't none of this shit real. None of this shit real. I was analyzing stuff back in the day when you look at Big L. When you look at the situation with Big L, when he battled Jay-Z, he didn't really battle Jay-Z. They just end up freestyling together, right? But Big L was already into a lot of stuff. Him and his brother was into some hood shit, and they was already, running into people's houses in the hood and, robbing a lot of people or whatever. So, it was easy to disguise Big L's unaliving under the fact that somebody was looking for his brother and they couldn't find his brother, so they got to him. It was easy to do that in 1996. You know what I'm saying? So when Big L, because Big L was saying stuff that people didn't start saying to early 2000s, 2001, when he came out with Ebonics, when he was like, your cell phones, your celly, your jukeboxes, your belly, a deuce is a chick that's ugly. If you look, Big L was rapping stories like, he was giving it to us like Slick Rick, but like he was saying stuff. He said, I'm so ahead of my time, my parents haven't met yet, right? He was saying stuff, right? He said, ask Beavis, I get nothing but head, right? He was saying stuff kind of like the Papoose, right? He was like the Papoose of the 90s, right? He was saying like crazy lyrics back then, right? And he had a a freestyle with Jay at one point. He had freestyle with Jay, and Jay told him like, "Man, you made me up my ante. Like when I went and then you went." He said I had to come back harder the next time. Da 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 da. Right, and that set off a whole wave, a competition. You know how you got that one person where in your face he like, man, that shit was tough, man. That shit was hard as hell, man. You want in on that shit, but when he walk away, he like, man, we gotta watch that nigga. That's how this shit was happening in the 90s. Big L was giving whole stories. He was supposed to take off. He was giving whole stories. You was intrigued. You was listening to the lyrics. You was like, yo, this dude is telling a story. Later on, Jay-Z started doing similar stuff like that when he, I can't see it coming down my eyes, so I got to make this song cry. Good dudes. I know you love me like cook food, even though a nigga got to move like a cook move. Like, I understand, like, people started telling stories and stuff like that, and Jay-Z was doing that, with Reasonable Doubt. That's why Reasonable Doubt had a movie back then, if y'all remember. Reasonable Doubt came out with a movie back then, so on and so forth. But when you go back and listen to the 90s stuff, it was like Big L was like, he was going in, like he was way before his time, because he was telling stories in his flow. He was like, who that in the background? It's Tommy Diggs. Oh, I didn't recognize you with your hat down. Son, you ready? We got this host. Like, he was telling stories like in his, you know what I mean? You got to really go back. He only really had 2 albums, but you got to really go back. And at this time, people was thirsty. Go back and look at, Wu-Tang Clan and how, look at all of them. The RZA and all of them, they started branching off into other stuff. The RZA, he went and learned Kung Fu, started going to do Kung Fu movies, so on and so forth. Redman, Method Man, they did what they did, right? But you look at some of the ones that was around for the 90s activity, Craig Mack. You look at Craig Mack, you look at Old Dirty Bastard, right? And when you look at some of them, they got caught up in some shit that was like weird. And after they got caught up in it, they was like, man, you know what I mean? And then when they finally want to go speak on it, it's too late. Same thing with Bernie Mac. So these are different bands of, like, so you have the comedian group, and then you have the hip hop group. But they all sit at a table. It's just different heads to that table. You know what I mean? Kind of like Dick Tracy. Back in the day, you had Dick Tracy, but Dick Tracy was going against a table of villains. You know what I mean? And everything, there's always like one hero, but there's always a bunch of villains that's working together, right? So even in this Diddy situation, you got Diddy, right? And they probably would rather they got to go through, it's the bread and circus, right? Like Kanye said, it's the bread and circus. So they got to go through the proceedings of making it look like they tried to get justice for the situation, right? But really, Diddy got so much dirt on so much people, huh? Diddy got so much dirt. If he was the one orchestrating all the biggest parties, not only here, but all the way to like Dubai and other places, so on and so forth, then you can imagine. They said Prince Harry was at these damn parties. Now I don't know what the fuck is what the fuck, but this can explain why he got jungle fever. I'm just saying. This might explain why Prince Harry was like, after going to a Diddy party, I want me a Cassie. I'm just saying. You know what I mean? I'm just saying. Steve Harvey gave his daughter to Diddy. What the fuck favors did you owe that you gave your daughter to Diddy? Steve Harvey let his daughter. Y'all remember when Steve Harvey's daughter, you know what I'm saying, was running around with Diddy for a while, right? Y'all remember? Oh, let's not bring up Samuel Jackson's daughter, right? Let's not bring up Samuel Jackson's daughter. I seen it. 11:11 on the clock. That means whatever we thinking about right now in this moment is coming true. So I need everybody to put their mind on positivity for this moment and let this moment pass in positivity. Let's put a good song on.
Why do you deny me? You chose the lie created for you just to hide in. Why obsessed about surviving?
Put your mind in positivity for a moment. There's a lot of negativity that we got to point out, but just in this moment, put your mind in positivity. Hold that thought.
Love is love, love is love. Always is, always was, will always be just love. Always complete, always enough. Love is love, love is love. Always is, always was, will always be just love. Always complete, always enough. Love is love. Was your heart ever my home? So cold that chaos sits on your throne. Stuck in a loop for how long? Your pride convinced the right is wrong. When I speak, you say you're listening. When will you ever hear me? Love is love, love is love. Always is, always was, will always be just love. Always complete, always enough. Love is love, love is love. Always is, always was, will always be just love. Always complete, always enough. Love is love. Was your heart ever my home? So cold that chaos sits on your throne. Stuck in a loop for how long? Your pride convinced that right is wrong. When I speak, you say you're listening. When will you ever hear me? Love is love, love is love. Always is, always was, will always be just love. Always complete, always enough. Love is love, love is love. Always is, always was, will always be just love. Always complete, always enough. Love is love.
There's so many people not here to be able to share in moments like that. Listen to what I'm saying. This trial, I don't want you guys to be rocked by it. I don't want you guys to be shook. I don't want you guys to be stirred. It could be the trial of the decade, trial of the century. The universe is listening at this time. The universe is listening at this time. And it doesn't matter what the verdict is. Let me say that. It doesn't matter what the verdict is. The universe is putting some things in place. The universe will take care of this, right? So I don't want people to be all stirred up, about whatever the outcome is. If it rolls out and it's a mistrial, then you have to understand things play out like this for a reason, right? There's too many players involved. There's too many people that, might have fell victim to a carnal way, to some form of lust, and they might got caught up in some bullshit. And now, their livelihood, their well-being, whatever it is, could be in jeopardy. You don't know how many people is working out there, you know. That's why I say, you know, Jaguar Wright, Ali Carter, you know, Amisha Fuller, all these people that you see popping out of the woodworks, all of that, man, y'all better start looking at this as like, you know, one of those movies where like a group of people from an island got out and escaped into reality or some shit. You know what I mean? Because all these people is extras. Yeah, they're extras. And you know, in Diddy's parties. You know what I mean? These are all the extras. This is what reality will look like if we don't free Diddy and let these people go back to partying. We gotta let these people go back to party and get these motherfuckers off social media or some shit. They don't have no they taking that shit out on us that they don't know, they don't have places to get this sexual tension off. And they've been doing it for so long. You remember the Ray J will tell you asses is being taken since the 90s. He know about that shit. You know what I'm saying? He know about that shit since 90s. You know what I'm saying? Since Moesha. You know what I mean? That's basically what he's saying. Since the Moesha days, he been known about this shit. You know what I mean? He's been Hollywood boy toy. You know what I mean? Even Lil' Kim had to say, wait a minute, ain't that Brandy's brother? She didn't know who the fuck he was. In the song that she came out with him, she didn't know who the fuck he was. It was like, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. You know what I'm saying? And Lil' Kim say, blow, tow, watch out now. It's the little one, and I'm not Bow Wow. And he say, wait a minute, ain't that Brandy's brother? Didn't even know the nigga name or nothing. Like, he didn't say, ain't that Ray J? He's like, wait a minute, ain't that Brandy's brother? And then motherfucker slide out talking about some, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Yeah. Wait a minute, motherfucker. We don't even know you, Ray J. All we know is that you was giving Tunchi to Whitney Houston, and you was the last one to see her before she gone. That's all we know about you. Your own wife don't even want you around. All you keep talking about is sex. That's it, Ray J. Huh? You talking about something? Yeah, when you having moments with people, the greatest bond is when you fucking. What the fuck is you talking about, Ray J? All these people need to go back to Diddy parties. They need Diddy parties. They need them. Somebody else take over Diddy parties. Do it a little bit better or something. Call it a sabbatical. Call it a something. We need to get these people back in the parties. All these extras from the parties from Dubai, wherever Diddy was traveling to. You know what I'm saying? They need places to go, and now they don't have places to go. We need to open up Diddy party option houses or some shit so they can have like a place where they can just probably pop in, get all of their sexual urge. Damn. I want to ask you a question. Ask you a question, bro. Yeah. Go ahead. Did any woman on that stand, any woman on that Diddy trial stand say that he had sex with men? Did any of them say it? Yeah, because my wife keep crying. He's so gay, he gay. Oh, wow, you gotta watch that language. You gotta watch that, verbiage on these platforms. You know how that works on TikTok. The algorithm picks up that G word, and you'll lose your account. Say he was funny. Right. Okay, but here's the thing though. Due to the fact that they had males testifying or whatever the case may be, I think that's where some of that came from. And then a lot of that might have came from, a lot of the people that was supposed to speak didn't speak. Usher. Remember, he said him and Usher slept in the same bed and wrestled for cereal first thing in the morning. What rich person is wrestling for cereal first thing in the morning? Look, you a grown ass man. You got hard-ons first thing in the morning. The boy already sleeping in the bed with you. Why the fuck you got to wrestle him for a bowl of cereal? All these damn cabinets in this house, and we only got one box of cereal to fight for? Nah, something ain't right with that. You know what I mean? The fact that he told Kevin Hart not to touch the bed. Like, if you touch this bed, I gotta fuck you. That's the type of time he was on when he did that interview with Kevin Hart. Go watch it. And the interview with Kevin. Listen, this is what Okay.
Before the trial, before the case, before anything, no Diddy and Diddy this and Diddy that. But
What?
when them women got on the stand, not one time did he go to one of them male escorts and perform anything.
Why would he have to go? Well, let me ask you this: why would he have to go to the male escorts to do anything when he got Meek Mills?
That's what I'm disagreeing.
You disagreeing with the Meek Mills thing?
I'm disagreeing with the whole thing because it is here.
So you disagreeing with Cat Williams? You disagreeing with Cat Williams saying sometimes you got to tell Diddy no? You disagreeing with Fabulous looking at Diddy all funny when Diddy said, "Why you ain't never party with me? You got to party with me." You overlooking the fact that you.
This is the only reason I'm saying that, because them women were so vindictive and so hurt, right? They would have said it.
Why? That's not true. That's not true. That's not true, because here's the thing. It would be based off of hearsay. In the court of law, you can't just bring up something because it'll be hearsay. So they can't say, well, the escort told me that he fornicated with them. They can't say that because it will be hearsay, which is admissible in the court of law. So therefore, you have to stick to the questions that they're asking you and not defer from that, or it's going to be an objection, Your Honor. You know.
I understand that, but I'm saying they showed videos. They had all type of testimony about SA stuff, all type of stuff, right? And these women know his behavior. They know what he into, right? And if he was into that, he would have been into it at the time of the incident.
Okay. Let's overlook the fact that these women didn't say it, right? Do you or do you? Okay. We have to overlook it. Here's why we have to overlook it. But this is not the courtroom. This is not the courtroom. This is the streets. Like, you know how we do in the streets, right? Think about the history of Diddy, right? The history that you know of Diddy between Biggie, Mary J. Blige, 112, Black Rob, Heavy D. You want me to keep going? Okay. Who else was in a situation with him and got the wrong end of the stick? Numerous people, right? The Locks.
Okay.
Right?
He did some evil shit.
So we can say that he's not a good person, right? Now, what we're doing right now is we are sitting here combating which evils is evil, which fuckery is fuckery. It's the reason why they play in international waters. It's the reason why they go out of the country to do certain shit, because you could get away with it outside of the country and you can't get away with it inside of the country, so on and so forth. So they play in these international waters, right? So if we know the level of things that he did, that's just surface level, right? We can only imagine the things that he could have possibly did that is unknown. You get what I'm saying? Because they're playing a bigger game. They already got money, they already got power, they already got all the women, even some of the elites will tell you, some of these men, they have so many women in their life that they start trying shit. Look at Drake. Drake done tried a dog. Is you getting enough money to try a dog? Huh? Is you getting enough money to try a dog?
What's a dog?
Oh,
no, I'm not getting that type of Understand, the more money you have, the more sins and the more sadistic shit you have, the more sex you have with women, the more you get sick of it and all that. I understand that. You start that porn makes you up too.
Okay. Corn. You got to put a C in that. You got to put a C on that. Corn. Yeah, a lot of words you can't say on these applications. The algorithm pick them up like that. Well, it can get my page took. It can get your page took. 7 day banana. Well, yes, it is a form of freedom of speech, but the apps are scheduled or are structured to keep a level of verbiage out of the algorithm due to the fact that children occupy space.
Make it make sense now. Yeah, the children.
Yeah, so all you gotta do is change the verbiage. That's it. Like we old enough to change our vocabulary. We that's what they made dictionaries for, so we can have this play on words. So we old enough to be able to stay within a certain, level of verbiage.
So do you feel like you think you should be convicted?
I don't think it's about what I think, right? I think we way past the thinking stage of life, right?
To the law.
Yeah. I think in this age, we have to be into the knowing, right? And what do we know so far? That deliberations is taking too damn long. That's what we know. Right?
I think it's a holdout. I think it's one holdout. That guy that's the scientist they talking about.
They not talking about the scientists. They talking about jury number 25, a veterinarian of 51 years old, 51, 52-year-old veterinarian, jury number 25, who is adding his personal life to the equation and making it seem like, well, we really don't know what he's making it seem like. They said that he's not following the judge's orders, right?
I hope he's not, because them orders will get a guy convicted when you know it don't make sense.
So you saying that he's making sense of it, whereas though the orders are putting it in a way that doesn't make sense, that more so fit the narrative that benefits the prosecutor.
Right.
A rigged system.
Right. So I'm hoping the guy just say, look, man, I ain't finding him guilty of shit, mistrial. Excuse my language. I'm not finding him guilty. Mistrial, and let the guy deal with it, because I don't think the guy having a personal party and do it. RICO was basically for drugs and alcohol back in the days. The RICO Act, if you got an enterprise that you're doing illegally and you're using a front for it and all that stuff, and they can prove it, cool. But his front was the record industry, but his lifestyle was not RICO. That's just something a whole bunch of people do. We do it in the hood all the time.
But they saying due to the fact that he did supply a lot of these people with Tunchi, and he had mules that was flying on the planes, so therefore he's had an organization to where as though he had people set up. Now, not set up, but he had people working for him, and there was a line of it. This is what RICO states, that you have a crime business and there's people that work for you, like enforcers. I'm the head of it, but I have this many people. Now, when you're doing a RICO case or investigating a RICO case, one, all you have to do is pinpoint some sort of master player, right? Which is the leader, right? And then all you have to do is put 5 people that he is in control of, right? Or that he is bossing around, right? And then once the criminal activity comes involved, this is what can get you hit with a RICO. And it doesn't matter what it is that is happening. It can be a bunch of people doing blue collar crimes. It's still a RICO. It can be a bunch of
designed for, bro. They made
what?
That's what I'm saying. That's what the attorney's saying. You can't change the law to fit your narrative.
So a RICO only applied to drug activities?
You know how many people snorting coke? He ain't
Oh, wait, yeah,
if he was selling drugs and making a profit.
Well, substances, selling substances, street substances. Try to say street substances, because the algorithm picks up that too. So he's selling street substances. He's a street pharmacist.
No, he's not selling. He wasn't selling.
Allegedly, or whatever. Because you saying that the RICO only applies to particular cases.
Yeah, that's what it was designed for, like the mafia guys and all that stuff. That's what it's for. Did they hear Epstein with RICO? Did they hear Epstein with RICO? Did they hear that other guy from the movie industry with the RICO doing the same crap? Did they hear Hugh Hefner with the RICO? They've been doing it since he was a little baby.
And come on. That's kind of since he was a little baby.
How old are you?
Since he was a little baby.
I'm saying since he been in it, since we know, since I was a little baby.
Okay, all right, that sounds better, because he's older than you. So okay.
That's what he do. same thing they did in Black Tails. They did in Hustlers.
All right, what about the baby oil? Do you think the baby oil, him putting the stuff infused in the baby oil with the LSD, you don't think that could be possibly?
Did they test the baby oil and find the substance? I never heard that in the trial. Said that baby oil was laced. That's a different ball game. Never heard that. My wife watch it every day. She want to fly there and stand out there with the free Diddy shirt on, but I won't let her. She out.
Yeah,
Like
she
that,
time.
you know, all day on YouTube.
Hey, she trying to go out there and start chaos.
Yeah, because it's like, you know, it's a lot of crew.
Well, she might get her moment. She might get her moment because these deliberations is taking a hell of a lot, a long time.
Yeah, because it ain't no easy fix for dog. But if there's any brothers and sisters on there with a conscious mind, we ain't finna throw this brother away for something that we all been doing.
Whoa. I wasn't with them shooting in the gym.
Well, I wasn't with them shooting in the gym, but some of that activity, I done been around, and I understand. I got old dudes that do all type of shit around this.
See, you was going to them 69 events. That's why you was going to them Luke parties. Like, cotton candy, sweet and gold. You was there. 69 boys back in effect. It ain't the butterfly, it's the Tootsie Roll. A brand new dancer. So grab your partner and get on the dance floor and work them hips a little bit. Yeah, work them hips a little bit. Oh, yeah, you got it. Now twerk, baby, don't hurt nobody. You was at the Freak next. Hims was there. Your daddy was there. Your mama was there. Huh?
With Mary J, with Faith Evans. All the women that made it became successful.
Yeah, all of them was there.
Through that route.
Yeah.
They had to take that trial of tears to get successful.
Yeah,
she
you know.
did not become successful. And she became what she became, and now she's hurt.
Who?
You stayed too long.
You said who?
Cassie stayed way too long. So she's not a victim.
Ooh.
That's what I want the jury to understand. That woman, I don't care how many ass whoopers she got. How many times you was essayed or hurt or whatever, you had the opportunity to never come back 1,000,000 times. And I don't care about the heart and the love. You wanted the money and the lifestyle.
So you're saying based on the fact that he refused to give her the 20,000, that's the only reason why she came forward with anything or said anything.
He was dirty. He did a lot of dirty stuff. He had plenty of money. You should have been blessing people and overhand, and then you'd have probably been fine. You messed over too many people, and you was doing some stuff I considered overly exotic, overly psychotic. You know what I mean? It's either exotic or psychotic.
So we could say he guilty for some stuff, but not this stuff.
Not nothing that they charge him. Some misdemeanor state stuff, but not no federal stuff. You know what I mean? He didn't get domestic violence. He didn't get possession of drugs or whatever. Some misdemeanor stuff that's probational. But all that trying to give a guy 20 years because you filed a lawsuit against Deleon. Deleon, you won the lawsuit for discrimination. They got to pay you $2 billion. Now all of a sudden they want to drag you through the mud with this nonsense. Yeah, go tell him everything.
Oh, kind of like when Bill Cosby decided to try to buy, ABC or NBC. That's all this stuff started coming out about the pills and the Jello pudding and.
Can Bill Cosby sue the courts for he had a thing in his case where he said, I'm gonna tell you the truth, but I have immunity. That's how he got out of prison. The lawyer said, how y'all gonna send him out of prison with something we already know? He admitted to this a long time ago, and we gave him immunity from all prosecution. But they still wind up sitting in prison for that long time. It's still crazy.
That's why they started the case, dropped the case, and then reopened the case.
And just imagine, every time a brother fall, how many of us just step on him? When Diddy was going through his thing, when he wasn't going through his thing, he was bad boy for life. Every deal the Diddy Bop and all this crap. Everybody loved all the biggies and all that stuff. Now the guy, we knew he was a bad boy, but now he shows he was a real bad boy. All of a sudden, we stepping on his lifestyle. I don't judge like that's why I don't be quick to R. Kelly, my dude. I ain't want him in jail. Suge Knight should have ran. You know what I'm saying? Certain stuff just happens, man. And we always quick to say, I seen a judge tell a kid European that had essayed a bunch of people that he was too rich to go to prison and did not send him to prison. You can Google that.
So let me ask you this: if this is if this is what we're making normal and we're creatures of habits, then you're saying that this has become the normal. How do we fix it? How do we fix these monsters that's in our community? You saying like what you're saying is, oh, we know he's a monster, we know he exists in our community, we know all the things that he's doing, but don't say nothing because it's been happening. Ain't that the same like, you know, uncle touched somebody and nobody say nothing to that weird ass uncle, and it just keeps on.
Y'all already know what you're saying. I got a brother, right? Don't talk to him for that simple reason. I assaulted him twice. I tried to give him love, but he never repented from his sinful ways. He act like, you know, so what? I'm angry, I'm bitter, I went through something. My thing was you harmed a child. So ain't no forgiveness for that. See what I'm saying? So this is how you stop that. Like, let me ask you a question. Me and you friends, and we doing business together, and we have a dispute. And with the dispute, I assault you, right? What's your three options? You only have three options after I assaulted you. What do you do?
What do you mean?
I'm explaining it to you. If you assault me, I assault you back, right? I call the police, or I live with it, right? You're going to die with it. I was going to pass a petition. You have 72 hours, not children, only adults. You have 72 hours, man, to call the police on the incident.
But I would never be in a situation like that due to the fact that I'm a very good reader of environments and people. So when I see like tempers flaring, I usually know how to avoid certain variations of scenarios or situations.
It's not about getting already been assaulted. I'm asking you, what's your three options after you've been assaulted? You at a Diddy party. You've been insane. What's your three options? You either assaulting back, police, or you live with it. The civil court.
So what you saying is you okay with being in a gladiator type society where it is a survival of the fittest type idea as opposed to a, you know, people doing what is right.
If someone's doing something wrong, you don't stay up under their wing and let them keep doing it to you. And then once you get sick and tired of it, you never go say 911. You go say attorney. You go ask for money.
But you don't know the level, of threats that this person might hold over this person's life. If someone's doing that type of level of stuff and they already showed you the type of stuff that they willing to do, they showing you that they willing to erase somebody, they showing you that, you know what I mean, the law works for them, they showing you that the system works for them, they basically showing you, look, I am a, you know what I mean, because that's basically what he showed a lot of these women and stuff like that. I do what I want to do. Look, you know what I'm saying? So on and so forth, right? So the fear that he installs in them, you know, during the time of that could stop and contemplate. Look at Kim Porter, you know what I mean, going back and forth with herself, you know, trying to figure out how to get out, so on and so forth, only to end up, you know, with a final phone call to her friend saying, you know, he got me. And then she goes out, you know, with walking pneumonia, same thing Bernie Mac goes out with, same thing that Heavy D or Humpty Hump, Heavy D, all these people started going out the same way, and you don't see the monstrous shit that's going on in that, you know.
And you see it all day. I grew up in the 80s, so I'm 54. So all the things I've seen, I know who to stay away from, and I know who to deal with. So if I know this guy's an evil person and I stay in his circle, my thing is I'm gonna get him before he get me.
But that's not okay. Now what you're saying is a individual thinker, right? As an individual, you're saying you know how to avoid it. You've been around long enough to see it. But we're not talking about you because they're not after you. They after our kids. They after our youth. What I'm telling you, what I'm asking you is, how do you stop it? If nobody speaks up, if nobody say nothing, if everybody's living based off of how you saying live, which is basically you knew this shit was going on, you knew what was happening, you know what I mean? Get with it or get rolled over. Like that's it.
This how you stop it, bro. You stop dealing with it. Everybody that he did wrong to, 1 time, 2 times, 3 times, you done.
Are you serious? You say you stop dealing with it? We talking about somebody who stop. We talking about somebody who literally say, take that, take that. This nigga ain't gonna stop letting you deal with it. He gonna pop up at your house like he did Usher. He gonna what? He not going. He gonna what? The locks did not get left, and the locks got sold to DMX. No, they got sold to Rough Riders. No, they had to do. You go back to that lock story and you really listen to that lock story. They tell you, like, when they came out with that, if I had 24 hours to kick the bucket, when they came out with that 24 hours to live, just wait, all of that shit. Like, when they came out with that stuff, they said they had to, like, stop doing stuff. They had to make it look like they was late. This is why when they came out with the We Are the Streets, when they came out with Rough Riders and the Locks, you know what I'm saying? We Are the Streets. That's why it was so much energy around that shit, because they knew that they signed a fucked up contract, but it was too late, right? So what they did was downplay their whole performance. Remember, you know, Jada used to write his own shit. Jada used, yeah. So, but listen to what I'm saying.
That's the way you do it, bro. He won't have the contact. I ain't even press no more. I'm gonna put out these garbage albums. You're gonna do what you want with them. And I'm getting my independence.
But the idea is to not to not end up in a TLC situation. You get what I'm saying?
It's too late.
It's a 360 when you got the 360 deals going around, and then when they say, all right, well, you signed to this contract, and they'll tell you, like, you signed to this contract, we gonna make more money off of you taking you out. And Diddy got caught up making more money off of people taking them out. When he's seeing how much money he made off of taking Biggie out, he got addicted to that shit.
So you think he should pay for that?
What?
You thinking that all this is for some sins that he ain't got caught for? And that he should get ahead.
So you saying because, look, have you seen Mary J. Blige? Do you see her? Do you see 112? Do you see half the people that was up under Diddy? You don't remember them kids groups that he came out with back in the 90s that was rapping? You don't remember Kid and Play? I mean, you don't remember Criss Cross?
That was JD.
It's still part of the same, you know what I'm saying, like group of people though, because they all say that they in that shit together. They all say that it's a brotherhood. They all say that shit. Why you think he having birthday parties with DJ Khaled with his shirt off and all of that shit? Why you think?
Let me ask you this, bro. Do you think Cassie was a victim or not?
Cassie?
Was she a victim or not?
Yes, she was a victim.
Of what?
And I'm going to explain why. A lot of these women that get, you know, caught up in stuff, right? It's because men manipulate the power and their well-being, right? I got you addicted to a certain lifestyle, right? You can't live outside this lifestyle, the force, the pressure, all of the stuff. Yes. The reason why I say she's a victim is because no woman should be put through that, period. Right? I don't give a fuck if you did hold certain levels. You as a man, if you are taking care, I don't give a fuck if you taking care of multiple women, right? You still have they still have rights, right? That's like saying, do you think slavery was okay? No. Fuck that. Fuck that. You said it. You said it. Now let's ask the real question. Because Master had rights over us. Massa had the right to do the fuck what he wanted to do, whoop our ass, do it to us in front of our women, and be. Whoa! Why is not the same? Why? Why is it not the same? Oh, and now it's not the same. Now it's not the same. But according to what was, it wasn't for servitude. We didn't have the rights to be a person. We had ownerships. They was the owners of us. It's different. Okay, so why he didn't abide by human rights? Why? Oh, he didn't have to abide by human rights. Why he didn't have to abide by human rights? So Massa didn't have to abide by human rights either. All right, so what we arguing about? No, we can't be arguing about the era of time because
she never spoke up for herself. She could have left and never came back. She could have blocked him on every social media and went back to her mama house and dealt with it. She could have went to another label. Diddy was not that powerful. She thought he was. He was trash. No real bad boy.
Then you say
stuff he was doing wasn't no serious gangster stuff. Sure, not most gangster there. She could have left. All them women could have left. Bro.
But Suge Knight.
They love drugs. Okay, they stayed because they wanted to.
So you saying so hold on. So you saying because they stayed, they were subject to that level of stuff, and therefore they should be okay with it because they stayed.
If you stay and a guy hits you in your face and you don't leave and never come back and call the police, something like that, and you come back and hit you again, and you don't leave and come back, and you gonna call the police, and you come back again and again and again and again, you just gonna take that.
And you know what you just did? Hold on. You know what you just did? You just justified narcissism, right? Because a narcissist puts you in a situation where you can't go to nobody else. A narcissist puts you in a situation where there's no one else you can turn. And then that's when they start doing the shit. So they make you think it's glamour, it's sugar, right? But then when they got you away from everybody and you ain't got nowhere to go and they got you feeling outside of yourself and doubting yourself and belittling yourself and you feeling like, fuck, I don't have nothing. No, stop. What you just justified is the reason why we have so many people in this world treating women the way that they treat women. Because what you're saying is, what you just said is because they stay, right? Because they don't want to be looked at like they made a fucked up choice, right? Because they choose your ass and their family told them not to, their friends told them not to, and they still choose your ass, right? Now, their punishment for choosing your ass, right? Because they don't want to look like they choose the wrong fucked up person, right? Now, the punishment for that is subject to ass whoopings, subject to this, because you stayed. No, that's why I say it's not up to us to guard our heart from the world. It's up to the world not to want to fuck our hearts over. The shit that you saying don't make sense, my G. And here's why it don't make sense. Listen, Linda, listen. The shit that you saying don't make sense because you are justifying monsters in this fucking world. And then you say we don't got no right to stand up to them or fight back as long as we fucking subject to it. Fuck it. No, you're not comprehending what you're saying. You're not comprehending what you're saying. It's the reason why the black community is so fucked up right now is because you're not comprehending what you're saying. I would never be. Okay, now listen to what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying. I would never. Why? You gotta watch the language. But listen, I would never be in a situation like that. No, I won't. It is hard to slap me. It is hard to slap me. You know why? You know why it's hard to slap me? Because what the fuck you think I'm doing while you walking up on me to even prepare for something like that? What am I doing? I'm already putting you down, nigga. I ain't never been slapped. What the fuck is we talking about? Stop coming like that. Stop talking about the physical. Stop talking about the physical. We having a conversation here. Stop bringing up the physical like niggas ain't about that life. Stop bringing up the physical. I'm very observant when it comes to people in my circular area. Stop talking like you just walking up slapping niggas. Stop talking like you like that, bro. Stop talking like that. Stay to the conversation. Stay to the topic of the conversation, bro. Y'all people be weird as hell. As soon as y'all get bested with words, y'all want to sit there and talk about something. Well, what if I just slap you? Shut the fuck up. Nigga, I'm 6'5", 215 pounds. Literally can bench press 325, right? What the fuck am I doing while you walking up on me preparing to slap me? My reach is 83, 84. What the fuck am I doing while you doing that? Make it make sense. Like I'm just sitting there on some titty lollyboo shit, just and you just walk up and slap me. Get the fuck, nigga. Stop letting this internet fool you like people not built. Like, man, what if you see me in person, you'll pause all of that talk. People get on this internet and talk crazy, and then as soon as they see me, they like, oh shit, yo, my nigga, I ain't know you. Nigga, I had to get something to hit your big ass. I ain't know you was that tall. I ain't know you was that. Motherfuckers act like they don't know what 6'5" look like in real life. Half of these 5'3", 5'6" ass niggas on the internet running their mouth act like they don't really. 6'5" is big as fuck in real life. What wrong with these niggas, man? Oh, chunky ass niggas, probably fat as hell, built fucking like a biscuit. Talking about what he gonna do, what I'm gonna do if he slap me. Fuck you mean, nigga. You'll never get the opportunity to do that. Stop talking like you would even have the opportunity to do that. As soon as tensions get tight in the physical, I'm on that shit. I'm on that shit. Even niggas around me will tell you, like, bro, every time we in a situation, you always, yeah, because I already see where it's leading to. So let's stop all the talking and let's get there. I used to walk up on niggas when I was in prison and tell them, like, yo, come on, we gotta go in the bathroom and get right. I ain't caused no scene, none of that shit, bro. We about to get right and then go to the child hall. Nigga, what the fuck is you talking about? Stop acting like you just, man, y'all weird. Y'all weird. Yo.
Where was all this energy and like helping the black woman the past years of black women being terrorized by the white man as far as sexual exploitation?
Can I ask you a question? Why are y'all always trying to make it a black or white thing? Is right not right no matter what color you are? It's wrong not wrong no matter what color you are. Well, one of y'all, hold on. A guest in your life has violated or hate speech. Okay, so repeat violation made. All right, somebody got to drop down. I think it's you, my boy.
Yeah, I just got here.
They were probably talking about that. So real quick.
Go ahead.
What the guy was trying to, the point that he was trying to kind of make was, if a person continue to assault you, would you stay around them?
No, listen to what I'm saying. We already discussed that point, right? I don't know if you was in here earlier for it, right? We discussed that point 3 times, right? I discussed that point with him 3 times, right? And what I explained to him was, it's not up to somebody to say that just because they occupy somebody else's space, then I'm subject to whatever that you put me through because we occupy the same space, right? We see people get trapped in households with narcissistic people, right? And ain't got nowhere to go, don't got nowhere to sleep, so on and so forth, right? So what you're saying is, because they stuck around, then they should be okay with whatever treatment that person gives them. And then I made the example of slavery by saying, so you're saying that, you know, the same thing can be said for that, you know, because master had ownership of us and we stuck around for it, then you okay with it. So I was explaining that to them earlier on, but they wanted to go back to the whole slapping me part. And I already explained to them that I'm a very observant person. So let's keep it on the subject matter and stop trying to put personal in it, right? A lot of people want to personal.
And you know what? That's what I do on my live. I try to allow people, let's not talk about like how we feel personally about each victim or whatever. Let's just stick to the facts of the case.
Right.
Let's stick to the charges, and let's stick to where the defense and the prosecution is at. Like if they're winning, if they're not. Just like this morning, what the judge just did. Like I respect how the defense did try to step in and argue the question as far as with the Skittles, and if that is a charge of distribution or whatever. But yeah, I think people should get off of that. I agree with what you're saying. Now I see where you're coming from.
Yeah,
we shouldn't get too hostile. When people get like that, in my just block them.
I know, but I was trying to give him the, you know what I'm saying, the courtesy of just explaining to him, like, yo, listen, let's not personalize it. Let's not put it in, you know what I mean, that sense, because you're adding my personal to it. And you can't add my personal, because how I go about something is not how somebody else go about something. How I respond to something is not how somebody else responds to something. So, and I explained that to him, like, I'm a very observant person, so I wouldn't put myself in an environment where it would be a risk of me getting slapped. You know what I mean?
So where are you at with the trial? Where
right now we are on the pause of everything. I'm trying to keep updated, but did they come out with a verdict yet? I thought we were still on.
There's another question. They had the attorneys come back to argue because the jurors had a third question, and I don't know if it's been revealed yet. That was about 30 minutes ago when I checked, but they were arguing what it was, so I'm waiting to hear what that next question was. But where are you with, where do you think that the verdict kind of is based on all the information?
I'm due to
a little concerned for him.
Okay, so here's my thing. Like, okay, so if juror 25 is having, you know, discrepancies with taking personal out of it, same thing we just witnessed here, right? They say juror 25 is adding personal to it, so he can't come up with a decision, or his decision is not fitting everyone else's decision because he's adding personal to it, right? He won't take personal out of it, right?
Well, actually, no, he just was confused about the instructions, because the instruction on the Skittles charge, okay, so it went from being
hold on, I think a verdict coming out right now.
Are you serious?
I think so. Hold on.
So they were just confused on if you pass a Skittle to another person, does that equal distribution? Because that is under the recharge. So we already have concrete on the solicitation of the workers across state line. However, they're trying to land the other one, and that was the question of the juror, which is a fair question, because when they went in to argue about the instructions to the jurors, the prosecution kind of slid that in there, because based on Brendan Paul's testimony, you know, he testified that, you know, when I got the Skittles off the plane, you know, I just forgot to sweep the room. But there was an incident where Diddy did ask me to test a Skittle out. And so they used that, like, okay, so when during that testimony, he stated that he asked him or passed him a Skittle. So that is distribution.
Okay,
and
so here's the thing that came out. A jury note from 10:15 a.m. requests Cassie Venture's testimony related to the Intercontinental Hotel Canes and freak-offs with Daniel Phillips. The jury also sought Daniel Phillips' testimony concerning Cassie Venture. An argument has been reached on Phillips' testimony and one of the Venture testimonies. the discussion ongoing about the Canis testimony and complicated complexities surrounding the intercontinental testimony. So they're still going through testimonial stuff referring. That was today's. But here's the thing, though. The reason why jury number 13 is keep going back and forth to the judge is because juror number 25 is making things difficult because he don't want to be agreeable with the rules that the judge has put in place with coming up with the decision. So what he's doing is he's complicating it by questioning everything now. You get what I'm saying? Who?
So where did you get that information from?
No, that's what's happening. Yesterday when they had the pause yesterday, it was because, bro, chill out, bro. You can't hold your tongue. You hear it. Go ahead. Have your moment.
Why is everybody blaming Diddy for the sexual exploitation of women? Diddy didn't exploit black women for years. They've already been doing it themselves.
Damn, you wrong as hell for saying that, bro. So you saying like we shouldn't fight for the right of our black women? Like we shouldn't fight for them to have the dignity? Like this is probably why they play Roots and still show our women. No, stop. Listen to what you're saying. Listen to what you're saying. See, no, stop. Listen to what you're saying. Listen to what you're saying. Listen to what you're saying. Every other race fight for their women. Why the fuck shouldn't we fight for our women? You sound asinine and redundant. Man, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I keep on letting myself get upset because it just sounds like I just think people really get like, are you sick? What do you mean get right?
Let me say something.
What do you mean get right? Like fight?
You said I can take him to the jail before trial.
You can't generalize all black women. You can't generalize all black women according to this case. This isn't a case about black women.
What you mean?
Sir, women aren't even black.
He want to fight. He want to fight women. He want to fight women. Think about what he's. No, ma'am. You have to stop.
The women aren't even black. So get your thoughts together because you're wrong. You're
worried about the other women. We ain't worried about the other women. You're embarrassing us.
The women aren't black, sir. No. Get it together. The women are not black in this case that are taking.
You're complaining about this. You're not complaining about Diddy.
Nah, stop. Is this real?
No.
Is this real? Is this real? Stop. Is this real?
You talking to a real bad boy, shorty. Ain't nobody complaining about no Diddy. You talking to a real 90s dude.
You making yourself sound like asinine and redundant, right?
What does that even mean? What sense does that
mean? You lack the intelligence to even have this type of conversation. Why would the black women have to get right after this? Make it make sense. How is it their fault? Diddy did what he did? And black women are not the only ones complaining. White women are complaining too. No, they complaining. They are complaining. White women are complaining about this shit too. No, they is not. No. Hold on. Are you a white woman? All right, so you can't speak for white women. Let's let a white woman speak. Faye, would you like to speak?
Yeah. You're wrong. I totally disagree with everything that Diddy is and does.
There you go. The voice of a white woman. There you go. You don't have to sit here and try to say what white women feel because you're not a white woman, so you don't know what the fuck they feel. Okay?
The past 50 years, where was that whole age?
Oh.
Sir,
So are you mad because of something a long time ago? Are you mad because your girl done freaked out on you? Are you mad because what the fuck? Are you somebody done did you wrong? Who? You know what I'm saying? Who put your dick in the dirt? Like what the So why are you talking about black women being promiscuous? What the fuck? This ain't no ownership. Nah, you know what? I don't think you a real person. I don't think you a real person. You chasing clout. There's no way you got a wife or a woman in your household to be talking. You had freak offs? You had freak offs? You was having freak offs? You did?
good for you. That's great.
So you happy that your oblique
Send you a gift for that. Hey, you are the man, dude. Good for you. I'm glad you got it.
What you looking for? Attaboy or some shit? So what that you stuck your thing and stuff that you don't remember the names of?
About this Diddy situation when a black woman is being exploited. Let's stop them from being exploited.
We are. We starting with Diddy. Fuck that. We are. We starting with Diddy. You next, nigga. You next. Fuck you talking about. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up, bro. Shut up. You don't make no sense. Let me finish having an intellectual conversation, bro. Bro, shut up, bro. Bro, you don't even sound right, bro. You don't even
6'5" advocate. These women getting their lives right, bro.
You need a hug?
Trial is over.
Do you need a virtual hug?
After this is over, we need a 6'5", 300-pound motherfucker. So these women to get their lives right after this case is over.
Okay, well, why don't you advocate and get your own not-for-profit for black women? There, yeah, get him out. He's so weird.
Yeah.
That was so weird.
All right. So, what was you saying again about the facts and the merits and what's being brought to the table thus far?
Well, no, you were saying that the juror was kind of holding up everything, and that's where I was just I was asking you, like, where did you get that information? And then I was just saying that they haven't it gave us the third question. They're still arguing about that.
Oh, based off of yesterday's deliberation of them sending the message out, and this is why the defense team had to go into huddle, and they sent that message out yesterday saying juror number 25 was having a difficult time following the judge's rules on whatever. So that was yesterday, and then right now it says that, as of 10 a.m. this morning, that was the request. Request Cassie Ventures.
About the Intercontinental, right? That's right.
Yeah.
Some of the
about the freak offs with Danelle Phillips and so on and so forth. So they're questioning about that. I guess the Cassie situation on whether or not her participation was wanted or not wanted, or whether or not it is. That's what they're trying to. That's what this particular. He's having a hard time around the fact of the injustice part.
What trafficking charge? That's what it's looking like.
Yeah.
I think he has. It's kind of confusion about the RICO charge. Exactly what the clarity of the RICO charge and under each predicament. What is it called? The predicament. Under each predicament, what is exactly the actual predicament? Because trafficking Skittles and distribution is a different charge. I think he's looking at it like, okay, where's the charge for that if he didn't obtain any financial gain from that, right? So how's that distribution? And when was that illegal? When has that been illegal? I guess if we didn't know, we know now that it's obviously illegal to share illegal substances with other people. So you can't get a charge for that. I guess that's what the clarity needs to be.
To provide.
I don't think that they want to get him. There's a problem with getting him on this RICO charge. I think that's
So
sure
because he just provided the substances and didn't sell them the substances, the distribution part of it will have to be disputable.
Right. That's what his concern was. That's what the question was with juror 25. Like, where is the actual instruction? Because the prosecution kind of changed that a little bit when they were arguing the charges. That was one of the charges that they added in. And so they were arguing this morning, the defense with the judge, as to, well, you don't need to instruct the jurors. They already have the instruction because that's going to kind of throw them off. And then the judge was like, well, it's my duty to make sure that they understand the instructions. So I'm going to be clear with them. So they were kind of trying to, throw that loophole in there, which I understand. He's paying them a lot of money. So they need to question everything. They need to argue every bit of it down to the wire, because that's where we are now. Because that little information can cause him to be charged with that RICO charge. Because they just need the two predicaments, and they pretty much have that, the solicitation one. I mean, we all know that. There's no debate about that. The solicitation of the workers across state line. That's like Ray Charles could see that one. So, but yeah, I'm gonna step back. I'm gonna check you out a little later. I am enjoying your live. I'm gonna check in, and I'm sorry that those men were acting so strange.
I don't even know what that's about. Like, he said he want to beat up. What the hell is he? That is so weird. Like, people are picking and choosing just somebody to blame it on. Like, somebody hurt him, and he just, I don't know, man. People need more hugs in this world, man. Hugs for thugs. Hugs for thugs. Hugs for thugs.
Supporting women, that's awesome. And yeah, we'll talk later. Hopefully, I want them to take their time. I mean, everybody, they need to take their time.
Yeah, get this one. If you don't get nothing else right, make sure y'all get this one right.
Right, exactly.
If we going, but what do you think okay, if he get found guilty, does that put like a shake in the industry? Do you think that means other people are going down too? Or like,
I believe everybody's on notice. Absolutely. I've heard through the grapevine, through sources that Ye may be next. And that they should all be on notice, because the behavior that they have been doing over the years is not right. And y'all, instead of stopping, y'all gonna let your boy go down for doing it, because y'all know it ain't right,
Right.
And of course, people are gonna still do what they do, but I would just even lay a lot of the responsibility on the young ladies. Like, yo, if you proceed with caution with dealing with these people and into this industry, because this is what it is. And if you don't see it now, then you don't want to see it, because they all do this. So proceed with caution going into the music industry, the film industry, whatever it is, because this is what it's about. Even with Weinstein, because everybody want to make it about race, about Weinstein, and they just convicted that child Emmer for 30 years. The guy that J.K. Rowling, he went out and said something about her. I think he's some type of radio host with the rainbow community, and he was found guilty of child P, and they just convicted him of 30 years in prison. So this whole black-white thing, that's irrelevant, right?
Yeah.
So, I mean, I'm sorry that it had to be Diddy.
I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like, right is right and wrong is wrong if we're looking at it. And even if we, we can go out and try to clean up the whole, YT community or go after them, but that's not the point. You know what I mean? The point is, it has to start somewhere. We still got to clean up our community. Even if they cleaned up their community, we still got to clean up our community. You know what I mean? So if you're looking at it, you still have a starting point to this. And at least it puts everyone else on notice to say, this is not what we accept. This is not what we allow. This is not going to be tolerated. You know what I mean? So however you look at this, it has to begin with some starting point of a cleanup. No room gets clean without picking up something first.
Right. I totally agree. I totally agree. But you can't move people to think logically. You know, all these men have their own, unfortunately, they're using and living their life through another person's success or their downfall, which is weird. You know, and everybody needs to look at it objectively. And that's the same thing I go through, like on my life. Like I get a lot of women, a lot of Black women coming in. Oh, well, you know, Cassie just wanted the money. Oh, and she's a hoe and this, that, and that. I'm like, what does that have to do with anything? That's irrelevant. This is a case and we're sticking to the facts and the testimony. I don't care if she is a hoe. That's her business. But that doesn't justify what happened to her. And if it can be proven in court, then that's what it is. I'm sorry. Hold him accountable as well. He's why everybody is there. He's pretty much the common denominator of the whole issue.
Right.
So you gotta hold him accountable, right? You can't just come in, oh, she was this and oh, she just wanted his money. And really, I'm very defensive about Cassie because that's just not true. I mean, is it her fault that she had dreams of being a singer and she was pursuing her dream and then the record label put
what they biting on over there?
She didn't go and pursue him. That's not even the case. But I don't even like go into that anymore because it's foolish.
But that's why I say coercions of the heart should be a crime. If someone is promising you, you know, your road to stardom and making you do all these, you know, absurd things, that is a crime. You know what I mean?
In the UK, it is.
So it is a crime. And thank you for letting me come up. And that's part of the stuff that they have proven. And I learned so much about the law following this case because initially I was just like, why do they keep showing, you know, the Cassie video? What does this have to do with Rico? But it is a crime to technically like pull an okie doke on someone. Like, for example, with Jane Doe, when she said that she just wanted time with him. She wanted to spend romantic time with him. And he said, yeah, okay, it'll be just the two of us. But then he had his assistant call the escort service. And then when she got there, he was like, surprise, surprise, it's an F-off. That is considered coercion by the law. So it technically, these are things that we know that people were protected against, that they are.
And you know why? Because a lot of people, and that's a fact, and I'm glad you said that because as well, I'm actually a pre-law student. But the thing is that, and why these men are getting upset, because there are agencies and attorneys and laws protecting PIMPs, you know, and their workers. That is considered, that is what this is kind of under. This whole case is under PIMPIN and their workers. And a lot of people are so shocked and blown away by this because they don't understand that what average person sits in on a trial with a street person and they PIMP. Right? So they looking at this like, this is foolish. This is unreal. This is like, no, this actually does happen.
But I don't even want to say, because that, so what I try to do with people who are lacking the understanding is to really stick with the facts. So he's not being charged for that, but what he is being charged for is the trafficking piece and the coercion piece. And that's why it's interesting, because even if initially like people are saying, oh, they were okay with it, they consented, you can renege your consent. She can take back her consent. And if she turns around and says, and there's proof, she turned around and said, I don't want to do this anymore.
Right. It still does. It is still under that umbrella because these cases, the women, the ex-workers and the PIMPs, this is how they treat them. They can't leave. They try to leave.
Right, and that's under the force. So under the RICO Act, it's forced labor. It's
exactly.
And that's what people don't understand is those 8 elements within the RICO charge. People are thinking, oh, RICO is only for the mobs. No, there are actual elements to it that really do apply directly to him in this case.
I tried to explain that to the gentleman that was on here earlier, and he was like,
they don't committed to that understanding. I've been doing video reposts and stuff because people are really committed to misunderstanding what the law is, and they're gonna ride with Diddy. They want to, say that he's innocent, and
you know why?
Feelings, but they're really not studying the law.
You know why? Because whatever lifestyle they're living benefits them riding with him. That's a personal. That's adding personal to. That's why they always say, like, I was there in the 90s for the freak offs. I was there when the women, was promiscuous. I was there when they wouldn't stop shaking their ass. You adding a personal lifestyle to a situation that has nothing to do with the.
Yeah.
You know?
And the thing about it is his lifestyle he's not being charged for his lifestyle, which is the interesting thing that these people don't understand. He's not on trial for his lifestyle. He's on trial for the heinous, unlawful acts that he legit committed.
Thank you.
That's a good point. That is a good point in what people have to understand. Anything that they consented to do is not against the law.
It's not against the law. He's not being charged for that.
Yes.
He's not being charged for that.
Yes.
So people are acting like this is a witch hunt, but he's not being charged for that. I just learned yesterday that even if she said to him, I need to take some ketamine to do this F off, and he gives it to her, it's considered distribution
by the law, because you are in the
It's still the fact that he said, here, take this, it just automatically.
Yes. Now the person or the other person doesn't have to. The state can pick that up, because what you did was you disputed these. You disputed that you are the carrier of it. You disputed. So. Right, you distributed this. Yeah.
Because it was amazing because I didn't understand why they kept talking about the Gucci bag and the Louis bag. And now I really think the prosecution was quite brilliant with how they handled the case, because a lot of the things I was just like, what does the Gucci bag and the Louis bag have to do with anything? He had different levels of substances in each bag. The Louis bag had the more potent substances, and the Gucci bag had the less potent substances. The Gucci bag probably had like the weed or more grade substances. And they have the text messages where they ask, is it Gucci Diddy or Louis Diddy? So that means then there's the enterprise. His association of people knew what was going on. That's how they. You
remember that movie Get to the Greek that came out? Oh man, it was a movie, Get to the Greek, and they were like, in the movie they were like, we get to party with Diddy, and Diddy like gave him some stuff, and Diddy was like over rubbing the curtain. He was like, man, this curtain's soft. This curtain is soft. He was like, ooh, this curtain is soft. And then like when it was time to leave, Diddy was like, where you going? Where you going? And like end up chasing them in the car, like he on foot chasing them, like, ooh, I love this shit. Like I'm talking about, like literally, like this, like I think, like in the mindset of some of these characters, like I think they start to bleed into their reality. You know what I mean?
But the fact that he didn't take the plea deal shows that he's that delusional, and that video is so telling, where he says, whatever I want, I have to get.
Right.
Yeah, I don't think he took the plea deal, because I wouldn't have taken it either if he could afford to fight the case. He could afford to.
But hold on. Let her finish. I think she was making a bigger point there. Go ahead. Finish what you were saying about his mindset and based off of the truth of reality.
Once the feds got you, that means they got you. And you like, even as I've seen everything unravel, I'm like, oh, touche, prosecutors. Like, I'm like, it's amazing what they did. His mindset is so grandiose that he really thought he could defeat the feds, even though they have a 99 something
90, yeah, like 98.7, yeah.
You know, like he really feels he's above the law.
But see, that's why I say you got to think about it, because the feds is tricky. The feds will drop one, even in the middle of the case. If they feel as though there's something wrong with it, they'll drop it, right? Just so they can bring it back up. Soon as you walk out of the court, they arrest you again and say, okay, now we got the right shit in place that we wanted. We fixed the shit that we felt we needed to fix. Book them, Dano. You know, so that's why I say you got to.
And the thing about it, so when people were running around saying, oh, the feds dropped charges, they didn't drop charges. They made the charges more clear so that it would be easier for the jury to understand what the charges are. They removed, I think it was like some of the attempted predicates. So
yeah, the napping and stuff like that.
Is to make the jury instruction. That was the whole point of that day on Friday. For
right.
them to argue what was going to go into the jury instruction, the prosecution.
Y'all, real quick, y'all make sure y'all tap the screen. If you didn't hit that follow button, if you enjoying the conversation, hold on. I'm gonna send y'all follows. I'm gonna follow y'all back real quick. But look, everybody else, make sure y'all tap the screen, share live, and hit the follow button. If it's red up here, it shouldn't be red up here. You should see a heart with the opportunity to join the team, and join the team if you like. We are also being heard on YouTube, because we're on YouTube and Twitch right now too. So all of you guys can be heard on YouTube and Twitch. We are on Ralph the Wise on YouTube. That's Ralph D.A. Wise over on YouTube. So we are on multiple platforms having this conversation right now, and it's a great conversation. So make sure you hit the follow button and share or like the live. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, so these free Diddy people, it's amazing the level of delusion that they have. Like right now, I was just on another live stream, and Carlucci is out there giving out Frico is not a Rico. He's not being charged for the F-offs. He's being charged for the coercion. He's being charged for the distribution. He's being charged for X trafficking. And this case really sets an important precedence, because the people who are getting flued out and fluing out people, they gotta watch it, because they have the evidence. They have the evidence where he's asking the people for their birth dates so he can buy them plane tickets.
Yeah, that's clear. We got that. He definitely got the charge on the solicitation of the prosecution.
People are saying that the Digglers are saying that that's not valid because the people consented to it. It's still the law.
But they choose not to see past the freak offs. They choose to just look at it like he ain't doing nothing wrong. He just freaking. Like they choose to do that. You know what I mean?
I don't think that he should do life. I think that he should do. I'm really hoping, just personally, that they don't get.
To be honest, right now, any number that they give him would be life. Let's be honest about that. Exactly any number that they give him would be life right now. So unless you looking for probation or some shit, you know what I mean? Unless you looking for him to get probation or some shit, you know,
you can get probation on the federal
no, you can't. So he's going to do 15. He's looking at 15. When you look at the federal guidelines and the point system that they go by, yeah, he's going to get 15.
That's a question to you for me, based on him not having a record, because we were just debating this last night. What's your opinion based on his non-criminal background? Where's the point system?
I don't know. You don't ask me. My point system way off. He took Biggie out. He got Mary J. Blige on drugs. He took Craig Mack out. He took Black Rob.
Just based on the case.
Oh, okay. My fault. Shit, I was about to say my point system for him is fuck down. Like I was here. Like we was here for the history of the 90s. So you know what I'm saying? When you look at the things that they did, like with Foxy Brown, with Aaliyah, you know what I'm saying, some of them other girls in the industry, the way that...
I'll tell you this, I have an experience, and I don't talk about it a lot, even on my platform, but when Cassie mentioned Dallas Austin, like I've been freaking out. Because I've been following it for like 2 years, and I just had a lot of flashbacks. And like Gene Dill even mentioned that how many women are having to go back to see their therapist for trauma issues because it does bring it back up. Even if you tried to bury it, all this has brought it back up to the surface. So that's why so many lawsuits are coming out, civil suits and things like that. So I agree with you on that. They do this. Like everything that was said is true. They do this. However, I'm just looking at the case, and based on what they've proven, what do you think? What do you know?
I fear you need some more.
As far as with the point system.
But that's what I'm saying. If you go by the point system of what they're saying, not only is other people going to have to be implemented, because once he get hit with the RICO, then everybody that's involved, named or whatever, they're going to have to start getting their numbers too. So
that's why she didn't testify, because they got her lined up next.
Yeah,
she's a co-conspirator. Yeah, they did say that.
Yeah. So when you're looking at it, like, based off of the information, however this falls, this is a domino effect.
Yeah.
They know that this is a domino effect. You're looking at J-Lo, they know that this is a domino effect. Every business, corporation, or entity is stepping away from anyone that could have been named in this or whatever the case may be, right? Remember, you got, Bitcoin, XRP on the line. Shit, y'all don't know what's on the line?
Listen, somebody else on another live I was on this morning said something really interesting, like as we connect the dots. He said that he was actually making money off of these videos, that the reason why he was not in them and he was just directing them is that these videos were being streamed on the dark web.
Exactly. I definitely believe that. Hold on. I want you to think about this. That leak phone call conversation with his son from prison, that leak phone call conversation that they later said was AI, right? How do reality match that leak phone call conversation, right? When that happened, right after the phone call conversation came out, after that happened, they got out, they started arguing with Ray J in the club, got into it with Ray J in the club for the statements that he made regarding the freak off, so on and so forth, saying that assets is being taken in unusual ways, so on and so forth, making that Ray Y Jelly comment, so on and so forth, right? Basically building clout off of his downfall, right? And then he said some stuff that was very disturbing, which was get rid of all the pizza boxes. Right. He also said, get in touch with, such and such, put them videos out there. Or he said, get in touch with Netflix for the movies, get in touch with the director, so on and so forth. Right. So he was telling you what he was doing without telling you what he was doing. And that's why so many people are actually on the hush hush about this. Right? Because they got old videos. You can go back to the 90s with these videos. He learned this shit from Superhead. When Superhead recorded him, remember, Superhead recorded him. That's why he never touched her, because Superhead recorded him. And that's why he was telling people in the industry, like, yo, don't fuck with her. She be recording people. After that, he started recording people. Y'all don't remember the history of this shit? I'm gonna take you back. I got a chick named Superhead. She gives Superhead. Just moved in the building. Even gave a Superhead. You heard what the Locks and them said.
Yeah.
That's why they let her come out with her book.
That's right. She was one of the few people who they let.
Yeah. What? One of the only people that they let come out with it. When Heavy D and them.
She mentioned him back then. That was one of the first people that exposed.
Right. She said she was like, she was saying like some of them wanted me to strap on more than they wanted to strap me on. Like they wanted, you know what I'm saying? Like they wanted me to, she been saying that. So a lot of that's why I'm saying, like, we can't rewrite history here. Like, we was here for this shit. We was here for the Foxy Browns. We was here for the ill nanas. We was here when Lil Kim had to go rush to the hospital to get semen pumped out of her stomach. We was here for that shit. Y'all ain't about to change up the history of what the fuck y'all been doing. These tips got to fall somewhere. This shit got to stop somewhere. Our youth is corrupted by this. Our 9-year-olds out there shaking their ass right now because of this. Nah, this shit got to stop somewhere. Fuck it. If it starts with him, then fuck it. But all that weird shit got to go. We got to get real music back. We got to get the real talent back. We got to stop letting them implant these weird shit. I ain't know Carl Winslow, Heidi Ho Winslow, Carl Winslow, huh? Uncle Phil. Come on, man. Come on. They've been fucking up. Come on, nah, they've been, man.
But it's the head that pick the people like Diddy to be people above Diddy.
I know, but let me ask you this. Right? If we don't, it's just like any other thing that happens in this world, right? If you don't get one of them, you ain't gonna get to none of them, right? It has to start somewhere. We have to say, okay, we're not going to take this. Our kids are looking for us to have this level of fire for them. They the ones falling victim to this. They're the ones inspiring to be music. They the ones we gave up on our dreams. They the ones still dreaming. They the ones still fucking with these people because they still believe in their dreams. You get what I'm saying? If we ain't doing it.
This dude got on a live defending Diddy talking about how he was doing the black, the black party, the black movement. And I'm like, Diddy didn't want to do anything for you, bro. Diddy will not do anything to help you at all.
He ain't done nothing for the community.
But there are people who really are brainwashed and believe that the lawyer went as far to say, like, Diddy did DEI before DEI was a thing. Like, they're really reaching.
Well, they're just doing their job. They got to say whatever they can say. But everything you said is facts. That is facts. Everything they are some dirty, low down people, and they have done nothing but, because somebody even said, well, what about DeLeon and Ciroc? I'm like, how do you celebrate somebody who put alcohol in our community, push alcohol into our community? That's not a flex. What has he done? Oh, he had a school. What school?
Right. That's what I'm saying. Like, what has he really done? Like,
teaching in that school, because think about it. His children, like, I found it really bizarre that his daughters were in the court watching some of this. And then I thought
they normalized it. It's normal.
Yeah, it's so normal for them. So you saying that he opened up a school? That's very scary to me.
I don't know. That's what was said. But just because you open up a school don't mean that people are in it. So just like there ain't nobody in it.
But what is the curriculum? What is he teaching? Is he normalizing this type of behavior in that school? Yes. You know, what is he normalizing? Because a lot of people really feel, because they're in their feelings, because they feel like we're attacking his lifestyle. Yeah. We're not. Yeah. It's the diabolical things that he's done and the illegal things that he's done.
Right. To be honest, I want y'all to really think about this, and you know what, however we look at this, you know, when you look at when you look at R. Kelly, right? When you look at Diddy, right? And when you look at, like, let's even go back to Aaron Hall, you know, and how his mind worked, you know, obviously this is taught behavior. This is something that they have became normal to. And due to the fact that we are creatures of habits, we can say that their normal habits is very weird and strange to the average, you know, people, right? Now, Ray J says this. He says, where do the elites go when they realize society is not accustomed to the lifestyle that they have been brought up in, right? And we witnessed this, right? And what I'm saying is, like, our kids are pushing to inspire to be rappers, singers, so on and so forth. You got echo coming from you.
Somebody has 2 devices on.
Okay, I'm gonna drop you down because I don't know what you're doing. Kind of like you in the ER anyway. So yeah, so when you think about this, it's like, You know, when is it going to stop? Is this toughening up our community? Because it can't be, because we see the outcome of it. You know what I mean? Mary J. Blige do not look healthy at all with all the money in the world. Man, it was so many situations. Are you telling me that as a community, we are okay with us treating each other like this? I'm not okay with it. It's her. It's
Because there are some people who are though. Like there's these people in the comments sometimes. But they're looking at the man. They don't care about. I don't think that they're immune to the crime and the disgustingness of it. They're looking at they're living vicariously through him because they don't know anything else. They're not cultured, and not to offend anybody, but they're not educated enough. And to look up to this, all they see is color and that he so-called has money. That's all they're looking at. They're not.
I mean,
and they're really.
I mean, listen. Let's be honest. I'm not okay with YT people doing it, but I'm damn sure not okay with our own people doing it. This shit don't make no sense. It's not making sense. You're saying like.
It's sad because our people, like the YT people know the law better. And there was a YouTuber I was following, and she made so much sense, and some people got offended. And I've done. If you go back,
a lot better. People give them too much credit. They're not right.
No, let me cook for a minute. I agree with you. But let me cook for a minute. She made a controversial post, and she said the thing with our people is because we can research it. That's what I've been doing for the past month, is like really studying it and really understanding the elements of RICO and how it relates to this case and really studying it. But because we have epigenetic trauma, you know what I mean? Past trauma. A lot of us who are not willing to really face the truth and face the facts are still in our feelings like that. And they're acting out on feelings instead of really facing the truth and facing the facts. They're projecting themselves onto Diddy. Like they're looking at it like, oh,
that's what I just said. Yeah, that's what I just said. But we also can't put each other down based on the men that are supported. I'm not mad at them. Because I understand psychologically, I can understand why they have that perspective.
That's my point.
Like you're saying, brother, the host, our job is to convert them to truth. Some people don't have a spiritual background. Some people don't even believe in a higher power. So they're believing in what they see, and this is all they see. So our job is to convert them and give and drop seeds and hopefully they grow. That doesn't necessarily mean that standing on truth and planting these seeds that they're going to walk away and reconvert them. But the seed has been planted. And as they go forth and go on and keep looking for the truth, then it'll be watered in other areas. But our job is just to stay on truth and stay on facts. And I commend you for what you're doing, brother, because you can go throughout all of the lives. And I'm a person that goes on every night. I allow men and women to come in, and I have some experts that come in, and I don't get into feelings. I don't. Let's stick to the facts of the case. Now, how do you feel based on the facts? How do you feel on how the prosecution and the defense is doing in this sparring match? That's all I care about. But I don't condemn people for feeling like they do. Hey, I'm sorry that he may be going to jail for 25 years. I hope he doesn't. That's just me. But does he deserve to go? Absolutely. And then I don't like women coming in and just starting to dog out the women. Oh, they just want him for... Are you kidding me? What money? What are you talking about?
There's no amount of money that can.
But hold on, real quick. And I want to get some other people into the conversation too. But real quick, I want you guys to think about this, right? And I'm not saying that this is okay, right? Since when have women not been doing things to get bills paid and lift financial burden? Right. So, and I'm not justifying it. I'm not saying it's okay. I'm not saying this, but remember, it's a reason why we have to pay alimony after a situation, right? Because we got them accustomed to a certain lifestyle. This is why people say that we're creatures of habits, right? And be careful of your habits, right? Habits create realities, right? And sometimes the person that's in control of your habits is in control of you, right? And this is where coercion of the heart comes in. It doesn't matter what you are addicted to, right? If someone is in control of your addiction, they're in control of you, right? So where do we leave the marker at? Where do it stop at? Where is that point where we say we have to retrain the brain to not get caught up in this stuff?
And a lot of people are not willing to face it. And I commend you too. I really have a lot of respect for you, because I find it is so much easier for people to identify with him and just go along with it without really looking at the truth.
Hey, listen, I like a nice freak off every now and again, my damn self, if everybody's a cooperative, you know what I mean? I'm not saying that the freak offs is fucked up. Right. As long as, you know what I mean? Like, I mean, who wouldn't want that? Come on, like, let's be honest. It's a very honorable, I mean, not honorable, but it's being honest with myself, right? It's being honest with myself to say, well, damn shit, I would like to walk in the room with a bunch of people butt naked doing that shit. That sound fun. That shit sound like, but you know what I mean? Like, modesty, morals, you know, there's still level.
To your point, the point that you just made, you're not controlling people and their lifestyles in order to have that.
Right.
Between what you're doing and what he did, he was controlling these women's lifestyles. It was coercion, straight up coercion, and that's where Diddy went wrong.
Right. The freak offs are not on trial here. The freak offs are not guilty. Yeah, the freak offs are not guilty. You can go back to the Luke days. You can go back to 99. You can go back before that. You can go back to medieval days. We've been freaking since freaking was freaking. They took this out. Right. They took this out of the Bible so that way y'all wouldn't know how long we've been freaking. But you know what I'm saying? Adam and Eve had like 52 kids. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, freaking was freaking since freaking. But so the freak offs is not on trial here. The freak offs is not guilty. You know what I'm saying? But he is. Let's separate the freak offs from Diddy, okay?
So someone put in the comments, let's say after the fact someone lies and say they didn't want to be there. Now what? You can renege your consent, and that is the law. You have to prove that it's a lie.
How's everybody else doing? Let's get some of the other people into the conversation. I appreciate y'all for being patient and not, interrupting, but let's get some of the other people. And Anna, you was here first. How's everything? You're on teacup. All right, let me get you out of here. That's awkward. I don't know. Should I let you stay for? Nah. You because that's gonna stop people from dropping in. Go ahead, Ish. You in? You out? Okay. Right here. See, that's the catch 22 right there. When people come in and do that, and you see somebody showing like if you are growing a page on TikTok, be careful when you let people on the page, because they'll show like the road and stuff like that, and somebody else be spamming your account. So you have to be careful, with people that come on a page and try to put images of stuff in. But Ancient, come on in. How's everything?
Everything is good. I just want to first start by saying that, what I do have to say, I'm not trying to offend anybody. I love everybody, you know what I'm saying? And I just don't want to be offensive to anybody, but I'm just sharing, my opinion from what I've heard and from the experiences that, I have witnessed myself. You know what I'm saying? So, the first things first, I do want to say that from everything that we have seen with, the video from the hotel of him, beating Cassie and just everything we've heard just from his dealings with Cassie, I do think that, there was domestic violence. We saw that, right? So Cassie is a victim of.
Ebony, I was thinking that too.
I do believe at the same time too, that there was times where, she may have been, manipulated and things like that. I think where things can get a bit real sometimes too is the fact that these situations can be really, really complicated because, as you mentioned earlier, it's been the oldest thing. It's been the oldest hustle in the book. Women doing certain things for a certain lifestyle, you know, or to even get things paid and stuff like that, you know. So do I think that there was manipulation there? I do believe that manipulation was there. But I also believe that two things can be true too, is that she enjoyed the lifestyle. She mentioned how she loved freak offs. She texted and said she was always down for a freak off.
But maybe to a certain extent, maybe it got to a point, right? Everybody could say they love freak offs, right? But I could say once you start talking about something, get the plunger, get what? Hold on, what the fuck we talking about here? You know what I'm saying?
I think she may have said it too to save herself, because sometimes to your, let's say, captor, for lack of a better word, she might have had to sweeten him up sometimes so that he didn't beat the Jesus out of her. We don't know what the dynamic of that. And sometimes, yeah, you might talk nice to somebody that is abusing you because you don't want any more abuse. So I can't really take those text messages where she's saying that she
hold on. His family coming.
Actually, we do have facts. So what happened was
The verdict must be in because his hold on. The verdict must be in. Combs and them family just came out the courtroom. So the verdict must be in because the family just came out the courtroom.
You don't think they just on lunch break?
It's 12:51.
But to your point, like what you were saying, but
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
When they were giving the information, it was like in 2009. Okay, she said she loved it, but fast forward to 2016, she was saying she didn't love it. So it wasn't like one day she liked it, one day she didn't. Over a course of time, she started not wanting to do the freak offs. But that's how the defense kind of went back in, and when they cross-examined, they jumped around. And that's a tactic to kind of even confuse the jury. So,
I mean, if you stick enough, if you stick enough something in somebody, they're gonna get tired of that shit after a point. I mean, even in relationships, you know, somebody giggle or chuckle might start off. You might be like, "Oh, that's so cute," the way you giggle or chuckle. But further down in the relationship, when you get mad at that person, you like, "Man, that motherfucking giggle get on my nerves. Stop giggling and chuckle."
In her testimony, her issue started to be that she felt like she became, that's all that she was, that was her job, because he wasn't letting her put out albums. She was doing all this music, he wasn't releasing it. And then even when she tried to get away from him and go do the movies and stuff like that, it was still an issue. He would always try and get her back. So it's not, and that's what the public doesn't know. And if you haven't been watching it like verbatim, and that is a tactic also, again, for the defense, because Diddy is still putting out PR. So if he does get acquitted, that he'll still have a public image. So
imagine what I want y'all to really think about this, and this is why this is so big, because if this was Cassie was the one that had the public image, right? The one that he had to be cautious with most because she was in that life, right?
Right.
Can you imagine what he did to the ones that did not have the public image? Because you got to really think about it. People of his stature only get to this level of, you know, delusionalness after they start feeling their self. Like, shit, I'll show you how powerful I am. I'll blow up Kid Cudi car and they ain't gonna say nothing about it.
Well, you know, he was doing others, and that's the other thing, the other element that a lot of the public don't know, and that they did not bring to court. It's not that because a lot of people are like, oh, what happened to the videos of the celebrities, this, that, and the other. So this is the part that they got and what they could charge him with, and all that is to come if he is convicted. However, he was, from what we know, like the people that's been really researching and digging and all of the other complaints and things like that, he actually was pretty much, with all the information we got, he was the hammer out there. Because even with the correlation with Ellen DeGeneres and stuff, it's been kind of like alleged that he was the hammer in California, if you know what I mean.
Right. With the whole Stitch situation. That's what I'm saying. But listen to this part, right? How much shit do you have to do in the world before you actually feel untouchable? Think about that. That's the question that we should have on the table right now. Because once you really look at this, that means there's a lot more. Listen, there was doctors who literally performed surgeries for him, and they told him, like, look, we can't take the implants out. You know, they didn't care. They, you know what I mean, how they look. He didn't care. He does. We want you to perform it. Then when they didn't, you know, they end up in car wrecks. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. How cruel do you have to be to the world before you really get to this stature to where you untouchable, like where you think you untouchable, or your mind become delusional like that to where as though you feel as though we are it's okay that we're subject to whatever behavior that you want to inflict on us because you made it to a certain status in life. That says a lot about us as a people. That's like saying I'm glutton for punishment as a people. If we are looking at this from a black perspective, then you saying that I've never been okay with my dad ass whoopings. I'm pretty sure ain't nobody never been okay with ass whoopings. But you telling me that we like this shit.
Yeah, and that's part of that.
You was about to say it. No, middle to society.
He's a man, and that is why I think he needs to be put away. Do I think he deserves life? I'm with you. I think whatever sentence he gets, it is going to be life. I agree.
Nah, I think he lived enough. I mean, not lived enough, but I think life-wise, I mean, let's put him somewhere because life-wise, he done enough. This. I want y'all to think about this. I want y'all to really think about this. This goes back to the 90s. Do you know how many lights you have to snuff out to get that level of fucking comfortability on this plane? You have to damn near embody Lucifer.
And he did. So he really felt, the thing with me is, and the interesting thing for me, my opinion, why he didn't take the plea is because he really felt that invincible. Because once the feds got you, because I can't imagine that his lawyers didn't advise him, dude, you might want to take the plea. Because he got good lawyers. They have to know that this was not going to go well for him.
The money, they probably didn't advise him that. They probably okay. Regardless, go ahead. I'm sorry. Let me shut up. Go ahead.
No, you good. No, you good. I mean, I just feel like I'm listening to everything everybody is saying, you know. But I do think, like I said, you know, he's definitely done some stuff that's definitely made himself, you know, a monstrous and a bullseye for him to be in the position that he's in. But I also do want to say from another perspective, like I just like to look at it from all different perspectives. You know what I'm saying? And at the same time, people do strange stuff for money. People do it all the time. Strange stuff for money.
Right, but you can't do illegal things for money.
All these people getting paid, but I also do want to look at this too. I'm sure Cassie got immunity. I'm pretty sure she got immunity because remember, she had a hand in getting the escort.
We all got the news chat.
You know what I'm saying?
You ain't got to tell us shit.
So you know, we gotta also, you know, look at that too. Then we also gotta look at, okay, well, she actually went and she filed a lawsuit against Diddy. She didn't say, well, hey, I want this man locked up. I feel like all these things happen to me. No, she wanted money. You know what I'm saying? And she got it. You know.
Okay, so I'm gonna point out.
What are we gonna say about that? What are we gonna say about that?
I got this one. I got this. Let me get this one. Let me get this one. Have you ever put in a missing person report?
You asked me if I would put in a missing person report.
Yes. Have you ever actually, you know, engaged with the police station with how you file certain things and how hard it is to get a criminal investigation put on somebody or anything of that sort? Are you familiar with how things work in the judicial system?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
I'm in Nashville. Yes, I am.
Okay. Hold on. That's all. Right there. Stop right there. Stop. Stop. Before you start putting your accolades out there, right? Stop for a second, right? I want you to think about this. do you really understand how much evidence she would have to try to provide in order to get them to start a criminal investigation? Any lawyer will advise her to start a civil lawsuit first. Thus far, once the civil lawsuit is settled, then then the state or whoever can take it from there and put criminal charges, because once he's agreed upon within a civil suit, it is admitting of guilt. You say you know how this works, right?
And then he said that when he started with I feel, I knew it was just going to go off the rail, because that's the problem, is people keep operating off of their feelings and what they think. But we are talking facts and the law. What he did was illegal, and it does fall into the classifications of the elements of RICO. So whatever you feel about how whatever really just doesn't matter.
And she deserved the money. She deserved financial compensation because she was not a girlfriend. She was his employee.
And I agree with that.
And she was
payment.
So then what are you saying that she's acting? But people keep talking about the lifestyle, the money. That is not the case.
Why we can't get past the freak offs? So what? Cassie felt like she had a way out of life to say that I'm going to participate in freak offs to live a lavish lifestyle of going shopping and so on and so forth. So people do things for change. There's nothing wrong with that. But there comes to a point, right? Like, look at OnlyFans right now. People making ass load of money off of OnlyFans, right? Pussy is the oldest market on the book, right? We know that already. We not trying to blame Diddy for people selling pussy. We're not blaming Diddy for that, okay? We are talking about the heinous things that he done. Why y'all keep on excluding the heinous things that he done?
Well, let's take it here. Everybody has an opinion, okay? So, and when people do give their opinions, I mean, there's going to be a bit of feeling injected in that. That's just like if there's something that ever happens to a female,
a woman.
I mean, it's a sensitive subject. You know what I'm saying? Anything that happens to a woman is a sensitive subject. You know what I'm saying? But the heinous stuff that he's done, I do feel like those are state charges. Yes, he should be prosecuted for that. You know what I'm saying? Because he did abuse Cassie. He did abuse some of these.
But his charges are not domestic violence charges. You have to stick to the facts, sir.
But just in my opinion, this is just my opinion. Okay, that's it. We all have.
But you asked us about it.
I don't think they've proven enough on the. I don't think they've proven enough.
Okay. Oh, they totally proved it.
So what? Hold on. I got a question. What part don't you think they proved enough? What part? The whole RICO or just the sex part? What part? But what part is he What part is he saying that they didn't prove? What part? Yeah, Ancient said. No, hold on. Let him answer. No, what part don't you think they proved? You said you don't think they proved it enough. What didn't they prove? Prostitute. He didn't prostitute us. What? How can they get him on prostitution? How can they? What? Hold on.
I just don't think that the prosecution have done enough to get him on the. Now, if they do get him, then it is what it is. But I just don't think. I'm not saying that Diddy's an innocent dude. I think that he's definitely done stuff where he can definitely be charged. You know what I'm saying? But I just don't know if they've done enough to get him on those charges.
Have you listened? Have you listened to the case at all?
Yeah, too long of a pause.
So he doesn't, again, not speaking off the facts.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Like, for the people that just came in, how's everything? Twin, you got us on Teacup. You got to come off of Teacup. Teacup get you dropped. Okay, I don't know what that Teacup is. You got. You know what I mean?
And this is the problem, and this is
Zay Ron, what's going on with you?
What's up, my brother?
What's up with you? All right. All right. We're gonna get you caught up in a second. James, what's up with you?
Hey man, Rachel, man, what's happening?
How's everything?
I'm all right. I'm calling y'all all the way from the Bahamas.
Okay, Bahamas in the building. Love is love, man. I hope that sun's shining on you beautifully.
Too hot over here, man. I know y'all scream and cry, but y'all weather. But it's too hot now for me.
Nah, I don't never complain about the weather. If it's hot outside, I keep my ass inside. If it's cold outside, I keep my ass inside. If it's nice outside, I'm gonna go outside. You know, simple things, simple life. Arizona, Ron, what's going on with you? Appreciate you for coming in. How's everything?
What's going on, bro? I just want to say one thing real quick.
All right, add to it.
I've seen a lot of Ricos. I've had a lot of boys go to Rico. This is some shit that I've never seen before. I am not a Diddy supporter. Think what I'm about to say I am. But these are people that got degrees that are prosecuted. And they knew before they charged him with Rico that was a reach. They was better off charging him with the conflict. So his bad taste and the shit he's done ain't a federal case.
I'll call you back. Let me get that. All right. I just feel like he's innocent. You know, he's gonna get a not guilty verdict. That's just me.
I agree.
Okay.
It's gonna be a not guilty verdict. You know, I see a toxic relationship on both ends with Cassie and Diddy. Pretty much, that's what I see. A toxic relationship.
That's how he's being charged.
Hold on. Let him.
I know he's not being charged with that. I'm just saying, you know, from here, the media and everybody report, it looks like, you know, a lot is going on. But I'm just telling a personal opinion. I just think it was a toxic relationship went bad.
Okay. Okay.
He's a monster. I don't think he's a monster. I think he made a mistake. Nobody's perfect.
James, mute your mic. James, you talking to somebody in the background.
Rose, you can mute them yourself.
I know, but I like to give people the common courtesy of you know, when you know you in two conversations, you know how to work this stuff. You know what I mean? You shouldn't force me to have to mute you. You know what I mean? Like, you know how to control your mic. You know how, if I'm in a personal conversation, I'm gonna mute my mic because there's no possible way I'm gonna let you listen to my personal life, right? So the fact that he's doing it only says that it's, you know what I mean? Like, come on. So I give people a chance to operate their self accordingly. I don't want to feel like I'm a teacher in the classroom and nah, that's not how this works. We're adults here. Yeah. So you gotta operate yourself accordingly. And I just hope you do, you know, in this space. I just hope that you do. But so you saying, but you're basing it off of the fact that of him and Cassie's relationship and not based off the facts or the merits that's being brought to us, right?
So the facts is basically he's charged with what? Sex trafficking. Sorry, the ST, you know.
Oh, have you been keeping up with the trial? Have you been keeping up with all the stuff that's been coming out? Okay, so not only the things that are involved, but if someone says, "Hey, can you get me high?" Right? That person that's getting you high could be charged with distribution. No. You're not looking at the chart. You're not looking at the court of law, or you're not looking at the law, right? You're not looking at the law. We have to look at the law and what's according to law and what brings it into a RICO, right? Once you have someone that is charged with distribution and weapons are involved, now you're looking at someone who has foot soldiers and people up under them in that operation. These are merits that leads to a RICO. So when you're going by these checklists, you're going to check the boxes. So this is how the feds go about saying that this is what it is, because the boxes check off, right? So if it's an 8-box checklist and you only got to fit 2 of the boxes out of the 8, right? And you fitting 4 of these motherfuckers, then that's what we can put on the paper according to the law. Make sense?
So why isn't she being charged? Because she was hands involved, right? In the federal case, right? The feds can get everybody who's involved.
Now,
so why is she getting a pass on her involvement?
Now, this is why it pays. This is why it's good to pay attention, right? You ever heard of first one to speak, first one to get the better deal, right? So once she put the lawsuit against him, right, she was saying that I took all I can stands and can't stands no more. Thus far, the money became the spinach, and she got that motherfucker Popeye. All right. So once she got Popeye, she was able to take down Bruto and whoever the fuck came with him, right? And you ain't gonna gladly pay me a burger today and for payment on Wednesday, because that ain't how this shit works. All right. So once she did that, the feds was able to go to her and say, hey, listen, if you cooperate with us, we will give you immunity from everything that you were involved in or participated in. Right? Anyone else who come forward could possibly have that same deal, but due to the fact that they're partake in it could possibly be substantially worse than hers, right? They are not going to come through. And let's look at all the NDAs that could be signed around a lot of this stuff. See, a lot of y'all not looking at the court of law and how much paperwork got to be pushed in order for a lot of this shit to even get to where it's at right now. And it's been more than one person proven in this. There's been so many people implemented in this.
Normal recalls is a group of people in enterprise, right?
So the definition is a loose association, and they proved that with Brendan Paul, KK, D-Rock. They proved it in the. So you don't even have to. It doesn't. The enterprise.
You only need five. You only need 5 people in order to consider it to be.
But who was charged? Who was the only person charged?
He already had a mule. The mule got locked up in Miami. You've been keeping track of this, right? We're not talking about. See, here's the thing about cases. Hold on, stop. Here's the thing about cases, right? When you make comparisons to cases, it has to be relevant to the case at hand. The Young Thug case is not relevant to the case at hand due to the facts and merits that is around the Young Thug case. So you can't say in the case of, when you're talking about this case, because there's other implications that put this in a trial all by itself. That's why it's considered to be the trial of the century, or bigger than the OJ trial, whatever the fuck you want to look at it, because they had to bend and shape what is the law just to get him in this shit. Because so much paperwork was signed, NDAs was signed. People can't talk right now because you got an NDA where people can't talk about you for 20 years after you die. Fuck is you talking about? What is you talking about? What is you talking about? An NDA say that you can't say nothing bad about me to 20 years after I'm gone.
That's what Dr. Umar spoke on his podcast.
Now, when did Cassie? Do you understand listen, Linda, listen. Once Cassie found out, once the laws are broken, the NDA is null and void. Once a law is broken or a crime is committed, it breaks the NDA on its fucking own. A lot of people don't know that. So once she knew that shit, she was like, oh shit, this shit it's null and void.
She actually was smart to do that.
Overall, I just don't want to see a legend go down. Legend? Yes, Diddy is a legend. Yes, that's what I said. He's a legend. As in great artists, he did a lot for Mary J. Blige, Jody CB, so on. He's a legend, regardless of you may hate him or not.
Hold on. I got this one. Let's talk. Let's talk about Biggie. Let's talk about him being a legend. Look, do you see Mary J. Blige right now? Where's Black Rob at? Where's 112 at? Where's these people that you said he did so much for? Where are they at right now? What situation are they in? Did he create better in their life or worse? Where's making the band at? So now you want to make this about the community. Hold on. Before, because listen, this is what they want. They know by saying certain things you're going to move based off of feelings and emotions, so they want you to respond. But hold on, let me get this. So you're telling me, right? Now you're bringing this up. You're saying this, right? Not me. I'm just clarifying this, right? You're telling me, due to the fact that he built his whole empire off of the backs and the downfall of our community, implementing drugs in the community, right? So on and so forth.
When you say drugs, what drugs can you get in details? What drugs? Oh, liquor. Okay. So what you talking about, the liquor? I wish I lost a few followers. I'm lost when you say drugs, my brother. I'm just saying we're having a conversation back and forth. I'm just lost. You didn't get in detail. So when you say liquor, 50 Cent has a liquor. Jay-Z had a liquor. 50 Cent just break the law. Stop comparing. 50 Cent, man, you being obvious.
Now you want to play words with friends.
Well, it seems like this team is against Diddy, so I'm gonna just go ahead and let you talk, my brother. Go ahead. No, we're for the law. It's not.
No one is singling out Diddy. I wouldn't care if Jay-Z or Donald Trump. It's still wrong, and you're ruining our communities with that. No one is. You can't keep cutting people off and talking over people. That's not fair. And it's perspective. We respect that, brother. It's all good. We're not tripping over that. The only thing is that the points that you're making don't align with the facts of the case. That's all we're talking about. You know what I'm saying? And we're not here. Everybody can feel one about Diddy and what he may or may not have done. We're just really focusing on the facts of the case. That's pretty much what it is. It's not.
But even if you was to bring up his legacy, right? Even if you was to bring up that, right? So you telling me you was cool with him, you know, having Justin Bieber for the whole weekend, right? You telling me you was cool with him wrestling or sleeping in the same bed with this kid that was not his when he fonded Usher, right? You telling me that? Hold on. No, because you brought up his legacy. Nah, I didn't bring up his legacy. You brought up his legacy. So let's remind people of his legacy.
Right. Yes, sir. Let's go.
Okay.
Let them know, bro.
Okay. So you telling me the downfall of Black Rob, Craig Mack, all these other people, right? You telling me that's a legacy?
Can I speak? All right, let me get 2 seconds. When he got nominated at the BET Awards, the whole Bad Boy came. 112.
We don't care. We already know. You can't bring that up. You know why you can't bring that up? Hold on, stop. Here's why you can't bring that up. If the whole business of orchestrated is corrupted, right? And we know that Lucian Grains, all these other personas that are involved are part of the corruption, then half of his shit was basically saying, like, here you go. Don't put out what I did at the freak off. Here you go. Don't say what I did. Here you go.
All over the place, my brother. I'm talking about strictly what he has done for the hip-hop game. And saying, working for Uptown Records as an intern.
The verdict is in. He's guilty. You ain't got to worry about it. I'm so glad. No, go ahead. You're right. That's insensitive of us. Go ahead. And before you go, let him finish this. And I apologize. Go ahead. I'm sorry. You.
He was a legend my whole life. just be part of the downfall Diddy and say, okay, somebody said he did this and he did it. Nah, I'm not with that. You know, you brought a freak offs. Whatever the man did in his bedroom, he's done in his bedroom. It takes two to tango. Cassie was with it. She was part of it. And I'm not just gonna say the man is a monster or he ain't a legend. And he creates some of the best music we heard of our generation. You know, he wasn't this animal last year, and the year before that, and the year before that. Social media has took it to a new level. And he's an animal. He's a monster.
Now, can we all respond? Can we all respond? Aaron, go ahead. I know all of us got a response to this, but Aaron, go ahead. I mean, Arizona, go ahead.
Yes, please let me respond. Please let me respond. Listen, bro. He's an animal from the beginning. Maybe not in the bedroom. Yes, he made great music. I bumped it in the club. I was down with it and all of that. But when he started doing stuff to his artists, let's just talk about locks. Everybody he's dealt with, he's done some garbage to, yo. So this is just karma. When you shit on people, you're supposed to be different. You was a black man coming up in this record business where everybody's been robbed before you. You got people that ain't getting their royalties and this, that, and another. You step in here and do the same thing that these people did to us?
Hold on. You letting us respond. You don't get to respond. We let you talk. Now you letting us respond. You done, Arizona? Because I got some shit to say too. Okay. Now I want to say this, and I want to say this in the nicest way possible. If anything you said was true about the artist that you said that he did for, so on and so forth, we'll see more people coming out to speak for him. It's the reason why the defense had no witnesses, right? It's the reason why they had not one freaking person, to come up and say he's a stand-up guy, right? Because what you see is just the world stage. The heinous shit that they've been through and the heinous shit that they see in the industry is beyond measures that we can't even fucking fathom. Because we see the face, we see the representative. We don't see the shit that they doing in these dark rooms, these dark closets, the contracts that they getting people in, the 360 deals. Your life is better dead because the more money come in for your unaliving. We don't see that shit. So miss me with all of that. He's a legend. A legend of fucking what? Now, I apologize for the passion of what I speak. Ladies, would you like to speak or chime in on this before we move on to the next level of this conversation? No, the ladies down here, the ladies, they don't want to. Okay, cool. So
yeah, we can move on because I'm driving. I don't want to talk.
Okay, absolutely. We got some more people that's trying to come up for the conversation. So okay, somebody's echoing. Oh, you got the Bluetooth on. You got to mute your mic in the car, sweetie. Sweetie, you got to mute your mic. You're in the vehicle.
Okay, you could drop me. I'll hit you guys up. Like, I'll still be listening in, but you could drop me, host.
Okay. Stay focused on what you're doing. I got you. I'll talk to you later.
I appreciate your show.
All right, appreciate you, man. I'm gonna drop you a follow. I'm gonna give you a follow. Appreciate you for coming up, man.
All right.
We're gonna keep the discussion going. Kid, appreciate you. Florida dad or Florida dad, I can't see what it say. Florida baby. Appreciate you for coming up. How's everything with y'all?
Good.
All right. My Dukes, appreciate you for coming up.
Hi.
What's y'all take on this and how's everything going right now?
For me, I just want I'm watching the comments and a lot of people are saying, or even some of the panelists are talking about the charges should have never been state. It should have been federal, it should have been state. But we need to go back to the basics of understanding why federal charges were brought and not state charges. You have to understand that these acts occurred across state lines. And once things move from one state to another state, that's automatically going to be federal charges. So, and then think about, I've said this before, you have to also consider the employer-employee relationship. That's why when she brought the case in federal court in the Southern District of New York, she named Diddy as well as his organizations. That's why it's RICO. I know that we've been conditioned to understand RICO to be something against the mafia or gangs, but it is not limited. Nowhere in RICO does it say it's limited to mafias or gang organization. You just have to show a criminal enterprise. So because Diddy, as her employer, had his organizations, Bad Boy Entertainment, so on and so forth, and the people who worked for him in that organization were taking party to what was going on. His personal assistant was procuring the drugs. One second, Frank.
Substances.
May have been getting,
Substances.
like organizing and telling who need to go prep the hotel rooms, all these things. His employees were taking a part in it. He was being violent. So y'all are thinking about it as girlfriend, boyfriend because they were, but they shared dual roles. So don't take away the employer-employee relationship because under that there was a contract. And we all, if we've been employed, go through trainings about harassment, about quid pro quo, all these things to prevent because they are federal laws. So when there's a contract for her to have certain amount of records and certain amount of time, and she's saying, I've only put out this, and during that relationship, I was prevented from doing this because I did all this music, but he allowed the girlfriend-boyfriend thing and his control and manipulation over me to prevent these things. And I then became essentially a sex worker across state lines. That's federal charges. Please understand that and stop talking about, oh, it should have been state charges. That's not what it is. If everything occurred in New York, that's one thing, but it didn't. Once we get over state lines, federal. Because it's an enterprise and he was doing this throughout his business and his business relationship with her as well, that's why we get RICO. It does not have to be. There's no way in the RICO statute that says it has to be like a mafia or a gang. Now, what you have been accustomed to seeing brought forth is mafia cases, gang cases, but it is not limited to that.
And the actual definition of the RICO of the enterprise is even a loose association.
Correct.
So you don't need a firm enterprise name or actual, who was the CEO, who was the this and who was that. Even just a loose association with that person can constitute an enterprise.
Yes.
So also let's go with the legality portion of what you just stated. There is a 2-year statute of limitation.
Yes.
When you're talking about state crime. So on that, the statute of limitation had ran out. So the only thing they could charge him is the federal, because you have a 10-year. So there's a 10-year program. So you go back to the original RICO going back to 1970. So when you start looking at how it was brought about and how the organization was actually put together on that site. So how those things were utilized. And it's a very strong accusation to actually attempt to come with those particular charges. So you got to remember that the orchestrator of this particular trial, he quit. So we got to also remember that if you got the coach or the owner or the general manager is gone. And that was one of the things that I found, and based on what we actually do, is that we found more things were not properly if you go through the actual trial itself. Now, there's some things that were left out, some things that were pertinent to the case itself to make sure that you can hammer a lot of things home. When they're talking about trafficking, and I wasn't trying to interrupt you also. I was just saying there's certain words that we can't use on the platform, and that's rug. You have to say rugs or whatever you want to say, Skittles, and you can't use the other word. It has to be X and that kind of stuff. So that was just trying to make sure that his platform stays above board. Now, the other factors of things that they did not allow, or when the motions were in there, and like I always stated, and I believe you were on the same platform on Jay Tells True, that he didn't have one witness. We would never try a case with 0 witnesses, even if you stated that they didn't fit the burden of proof. You're in a high-profile case where you're paying $10 to $15 million to attorneys, and you're turning around and having you can't find one person. And I stated that you should. They said, well, they would have got him on the cross. What about the person that gave him the PhD, the honorary doctorate that was actually there? Why did you do that? What did he do for the community? What did he show for the community? Why did you give him that? So that was one of the things that I stated. You should have had at least one. You cannot tell me, and I've done hundreds and hundreds. I'm in Chicago, so we've done hundreds and hundreds of murder cases.
Unalived cases.
Oh, I'm sorry. Unalive. I apologize. I'm correcting people and saying it myself. So the focus is that you cannot tell me that there's zero person that comes up. But I'll land my plane there, and that's it. You have a great show, young man. Keep it up.
No, to add absolutely to add to what you were saying, we have to look how this all came about and what took place in the law that made this all come about, right? New York itself had to put in law that any cases, no matter how old, can be brought to the court. In order for all of this just to be where it's at right now, that law had to be changed for that year. Y'all don't remember that? That's how Cassie was able to put her suit in the first place, is because at that particular time, New York had changed the law to say that for this certain amount of time, any case that took place can be brought to the court, because otherwise the statute of limitations protected him. That's why they were able to bring up the J-Lo situation. Yeah. What? So we are looking at a situation where we know some things had to be changed in order to even get all of this in motion to be where it's at right now, right? So when you're looking at the situation, and a lot of paperwork had to be pushed. Now people are not looking at the paperwork that got to be pushed. There's checks and bounds, as you would say, when you're talking about law, especially federal, right? So the markers must be there. That's why they have a 98.7% conviction rate.
Also, now remember, most of the times when you're getting that kind of conviction rate, because of the fact the FBI works at a snail's pace and even slower, and most of the things that they do is based on, and you have cameras and you have transcripts and you have underlying wiring, and they watch you for a minute. So this is not something. What I'm going to share with you, based on the information that when the insurance companies are involved, remember. The money that was disseminated to her came from the insurance companies. So when it comes from the insurance company, that now, and remember, you have statute of limitation in most states is 2 years, and I think in New Mexico is 3 years. Now you have certain things when you have to pay out XYZ dollars, and companies are writing that off at a large amount of money. That's a write-off that they lost money based on that. Remember that Diddy did not pay a dime. He didn't pay a dime. All that money, that 20 million and that 10 million, came from insurance companies based on that. So that was because of the enterprise that was there from the corporation. So that was the money that was paid. So he never touched a dime. What happens is, after that, you pass that information is now sent over to the government. The government says, hey, we just lost $20 million of a write-off. Let's look into this. And now they started looking into this. Now, remember, most of the things that you get out of a civil case, and if it just went straight to a civil and there was a civil testimony, that information is not, it can be utilized, and you can't lie, I should say, in a civil case. Most of that, and you go to the Bill Cosby case, you cannot use that information, and that's he was able to get the appeal, and they were able to overturn that particular verdict for him. He was able to be acquitted on those charges because they used that, similar to another case that happened in Chicago.
Told you. I knew that shit was gonna happen. I knew Jury 25 was gonna push this shit. Hold on, let me check TMZ real quick. I knew. Don't spam the chat with it. Don't spam the chat with it though. If it goes to
Jury 25 has an education. I believe it has a different education. Most people who are looking at it, you have a 42-year-old person that's sitting there.
52. 52-year-old veterinarian.
More education than the poor person. They have more education and they're just basically sitting back.
No, but he's not the poor person though.
Number 5 is the poor person.
Yeah, he's not the poor person. He's
Number 25 is the one that didn't understand the instructions.
Yeah, he's the veterinarian. He's the vet, the 52-year-old vet. He's not the poor person in the situation.
What is your take on that when they said that 25 didn't understand the instructions? Do you think it's because, and this is I'm just curious about your opinion. Do you think it was because he was the only one who found him guilty straight down, or the only one who found him innocent right off, and the rest of the jury?
I think it's the same problem that we're running across right now on the internet, that people can't stay with the facts and the merits, right? Whenever you hear something, there's a lot of people in this world that have selective hearing, right? It's just like a learning curve. If you can't figure out how to get past that learning curve, you're at a standstill, right? And a lot of times we run across people that's stuck in their ways. You know, if you look at the law, according to West Virginia, you can still fornicate with animals as long as they weigh over 30 pounds, right? But is that right? Fuck no. But according to what's still in their law book, it is, you could get away with it. You get what I'm saying? So there's a difference between what you can get away with and what is morally right. There's a difference between, what he, got found. It's a difference between what he did and what he didn't get caught doing.
Well, you think 25? R. Kelly was okay in Georgia.
For all we know, 25 could be compromised. 25 could have had a situation where somebody came to him and said, look, we see your grandparent, or we see this, we see your child trying to get through college, or we see that you got a baby that's in the hospital, or such and such. Look, we're going to take care of all of this. Don't worry about it. Da. All you got to do is that's why the defense ain't
A federal situation, because all of their phones and everything that they had prior to that, once they became a juror, then that person has a attachment that is upon them. That attachment stays there. All their electronics, everything that they have.
We talking about. Hold on. We're talking about Diddy, right? Who has numerous evidence on multitudes of people, all the way up to government levels and princes and kings and stuff, right? So of course they have to go. Hold on, listen. Of course they will have to go through the proper protocol of giving us all of this. But the real reality of it is the world is one big stage. And
I'm going to say this, and my law background is 39 years of and working in all 3 entities. So I'm going to state this as when you're in a high-profile case, you are protected. You are protected, and at that point, we are watching everything. So when they come back and say, "Well, this person got this, so they got that," that did not happen. The intimidation level could not be put in place. So there could be a good thought, had a good conspiracy theory.
Okay, but me as a speculator, I can still speculate these things, right?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay. That's all. I can still speculate. That's all. As a speculation, I'm saying we can't really say why jury. I mean, if we're being honest, no one knows the method behind the madness of Jury 25, right?
Yeah,
but
I'm just curious for the insight, because there's so many different ways we don't know, and I wonder if, because looking at the jury, you can't really tell like who might be pro Diddy and who might be willing to find him guilty, and the jurors who are willing to actually do what we're doing here and really go through the facts in detail. you may get a juror that's like, he's innocent. This is a thing against a black man or whatever. And the jury does. And so, Frank, correct me if I'm wrong. At the federal level, the jury has full jurisdiction to make him guilty or not guilty, right?
I do. As a conspiracy theorist, we could take this in multiple different ways because the number 25, him being the number, him being 50, being seat 25 in a situation like this where we know 25 is like repeated in so many different, unalivings and stuff like that. Like we could take this far if we wanted to in conspiracy theory realm, but let's stay surface level and stay carnal with this, okay? Let's try to stay, surface level with this, YouTube and Twitch, and
You and I can get into the 3D stuff offline. I'm quantum queen. I live in the ethers.
Yeah, that's why I said like we could go with the different realms of this and go deep into it because.
And that could be the number of completion too. So yeah, we could remix it a lot of different ways. I'm just curious because when I heard about the jury and who was on the jury, it's my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, there are 4 write him off as not guilty without having at least some jurors that are going to really look at the case, how they're supposed to look at it. And Frank, my question to you is, because I read somewhere that at a federal level, the jury has 100% jurisdiction on whether or not he walks or not. The judge has no say.
No, the judge has, okay, this is what happens. If there's a hung jury, they can basically put him back into jail and he can, he'll wait for another trial, or the judge can say, okay, and which normally doesn't happen. He'll say, okay, I'm going to give you a bond. The only reason why they won't give him a bond because he didn't turn over all the evidence and he has some other things that he tampered with. And basically what the young man was just stating is that he believes that you have intimidation factors and money that's involved, and you can go after certain people, intimidation, not to testify, and so forth and so on. That could happen. Now, but the part for the judge, remember that if you're in a federal crime, is 85% of your sentence has to be done. You have 85%, and the judge can basically, don't let them say the judge can't do anything. The judge can, and he has a certain parameter that he has to do the same thing he said today. I have to help them, and you have the prosecution and the defense saying, listen, we don't want you to help them, just let them stay. He says, no, I have a fiduciary responsibility to assist them if they're stuck at this. And so they're going back and forth, what can be released based on that. The judge has complete control, and he can, but if they state that it's a hung jury, that's all I'm stating. If there's a jury, then he will not be let go.
Yeah, and due to the severity of the situation, the judge is by oath in every power to make sure that it is crystal clear that they made their judgment based off of their own clarity. So when it comes down to it, the judge is obligated to make sure that the juror say, hey, no one else made this decision for you, right? It was based off of your own understanding of this, right? So that's why the judge is making sure that he say, I am obligated judicially to make sure that they understand the severity around their decision, or not severity, I'm sorry, but the understanding around it.
Okay, let's go with this. If it was a bench trial, it would already be over. Because of the fact there's certain things that don't meet the and that's why it's left up to people that don't really know the law when it comes to
that's what concerns me. And that's what concerns me. Energy, like, what do you think of that? Like, some people really, I just learned a few things just this week. So we have jurors that really don't know the law. How do you think that pans out, like, as they're delivering?
You're trying with a jury of your peers. So basically, if we put 12 people together, and they all come together and come from all walks of life, they all come up with the common sense after they've been given a instruction to come up with common sense. Did you do X, Y, or Z? Let's do it this way. It's stated under Code 72012-3A1 says intentionally knowing without legal justification cause bodily harm by striking a person about the head and face with a clenched fist, which is considered as a battery. Unfortunately, this is what we have. What if they touch your breast? That is not a it's a battery, but it's under Section 2 and a provoking and an insulting nature. Now, how would they get to an provoking and insulting nature when it comes to that? Same thing when we deal with assault. You say, hey, that person just assaulted. He said, I'm going to XYZ you, beat you down. If you have never seen that person beat anyone down, there is not an assault, but he placed you under reasonable apprehension of receiving a battery. I'm going to state I'm going to do something to you, and then I'm going to do it to you. Then you get charged with that. But these, you're talking about regular people, and even when people sit on a group.
You muted your mic.
Awesome.
I don't know, they muted.
What basically happens here is that you have a bunch of people that's in there that really don't know the law, and you're trying to get them to agree on something that the judge would throw out. Understand, whenever a person has been indicted, that means that the judge would have thrown that case out because it does not have probable cause to continue, and Gerstein has not been satisfied. So based on that not being satisfied and that you do not have all of the components there, they said, okay, well, you know what? We're just going to take it to the grand jury and get an indictment and bypass the judge. And at that point, we'll go straight to the arraignment and we'll proceed with the case because it's a grand jury indictment. That's what happens. And in this particular case, if you look at all the facts, that's there. You're trying to put things together. You have something here, but the statutes of limitations is out of this. So why are we even talking about it? Because they were not able to get the motion that they needed to have to not bring it into court.
Okay, so now let me ask you this. On the side of prosecutor and defense, this holdout benefits the defense. So of course the defense will say, no, let them, figure it out, right? Because this holdout benefits the defense. And even if it does get a hung juror and they say they got to come back to the table, that also benefits the defense, right?
In one aspect, first of all, the juror wants to do what they've done to us a long time, keep us as dumb as possible. They don't want you to have education of that. If they think that they're going down it's like this. The defense is saying, listen, they're going down the wrong road. Fine, judge, do not help them. Because if you help them and now you're going to put something else in their mind that they didn't know, and they don't really understand the law itself. Because the interpretation of the law is stated, and the same thing, especially when you're talking about probable cause. A police officer has to have has to see a crime in progress.
Hey Levi, do me a favor. The pig need, y'all getting ready to go to the park? Okay. Before you go, can you give Bacon some water? Put water in that trolley that's out there, that blue trolley, and that little chicken thing, the long chicken. Can you just fill that up with water?
I will talk to you guys.
Can you go watch him and see what he do so you can know how to do it too, in case I need you to give water to the pig and the chicken?
I think they're at lunch now.
Yeah, I'm in Chicago, so I have to run back in. But it's nice.
Have a good day. Thank you.
All right, I appreciate you coming up and giving your legal insight, and kudos for everything that accolades as far as the legal industry goes. You said you work for all three counterparts, so kudos for you with your level of knowledge and education. I'm gonna give you a follow.
He's a scumbag still. I still say that.
Yeah, absolutely. I appreciate you bringing that knowledgeable narrative to the table. What the hell is he? Yo.
The law is the law is the law. And
Yo. Yeah, where you at?
That's one of the things. If you get a person right, that's fine. But if you get them wrong, I don't.
I'm sorry. Hold on. My son's stuck in the bathroom with no toilet paper. I'm like, why the fuck is he calling the phone?
There should be one behind him.
No.
My Dukes, how are you?
I'm wonderful. And you?
That was a wonderful, I'm great. And thank you. I really appreciate that. Was so, I tried to explain.
You wiped your ass with my shirt.
No worries.
You wiped your ass with my shirt. Which one? The pink one?
With me is I've served.
You seen my shirt? Which one? The pink one? Sorry, ran out of toilet paper.
On a federal level, I've also served as a juror most recently this year for a double murder trial. And
unalive, double unalive. Y'all make sure y'all tap the screen FYP in the comment section, hashtag FYP in the comment section. Let's keep the live alive. You know, it's a great conversation going on. We got enough people in here. Let's try to get the likes up. Let's try, if you ain't hit the like button, if you ain't hit the follow button, we are also being heard on TikTok, YouTube and Twitch. So we're live on YouTube and Twitch right now. If you want to go over to the YouTube, it's Ralph the Wise. That's R-A-D. When I say R-A-D, what the fuck? It's Ralph D.A. Wise over on YouTube. And for everybody that's on YouTube, feel free to go over to the TikTok. We got great numbers over there, 400-something people over there listening and joining in on the conversation. So, be a part of it, to the Discord family. And we will be taking a music break in a minute. Every song that we play comes from the Atlas family. It is our music. You can find it on Spotify, Amazon, and other places. So every song that you hear is from the Atlas Family Music Productions. So we will be taking a music break because I don't want to just beat y'all in the head waiting on this damn verdict. And you know what I mean?
No, but this is good because I'm learning. I love the way my Dukes articulated Rico. And I think that's something that we really need to keep explaining and iterating to people because they really don't understand it. The people who keep saying, there's no Rico. Yes, you have to look at the elements of it. And you hit it on the head. A lot of people, because they're like, Diddy's no mob boss. You don't have to be a mob boss to be charged with RICO. Again, people are not understanding the true definition and the true nature of what the charges are.
Correct. Or even what qualifies something to be federal versus limited to a state prosecution. As I was saying, that I've served on a federal grand jury. And this year I've served on a jury for a state criminal case. And one of the things that we have to remember is that whatever the prosecution decided to leave as charges filed against Diddy, the judge would have instructed or has already instructed the jurors on those specific charges to say, based on the letter of the law, what I mean by letter of the law is how that law is written, that a person is guilty of this crime if you have proven X, Y, or Z. If you've proven in his case that there was coercion, that there was violence, that there were, I forgot what the other part is for RICO.
Forced labor,
right? If all the charges that he was charged with, transportation for the purposes of
ex-worker,
right. So he would have given the jurors, because they've already dismissed the alternates. They would have already dismissed the alternates on the case, with instructions to say that you could be called back. So right now it's the 12 main jurors that are deliberating over whether or not those particular charges was proven, if they believe that they were proven during the case. Right now, today, according to the Associated Press, the jury this morning requested transcripts.
Free my man. Free my man.
And one of
they announced because I know they said they wanted 2 transcripts, so they announced
according to the Associated Press. They requested transcripts for Cassie's testimony and one of the escorts, one of the escorts. So they're reviewing that now. Yesterday, the jury sent a note to the judge saying that one particular jury was not following
number 25, man, that damn veterinarian
instructions, right? So he sent back like, you have to do XYZ, you have to follow, you have to deliberate, but then warned the jury that when they send notes to him to not include details, right? So there are.
Hold on. James trying to get your. His volume is low, but I hear him saying something. James, go ahead. She.
Going through the criminal system, I've been on the same side as facing a jury, and what they did is help create reasonable doubt. Is when you take through the court and you bring all these charges, and then once I'm going through the process of court, when my proceedings take all the way to the end of deliberation, you start taking charges off of me. That's reasonable doubt there. You wouldn't take charges. One thing I know about the federal government is they'll watch you for 3 or 4 years. When they got you, they got you. When they give you a piece of paper that says United States of America versus this individual, they're gonna give you everything that you've done for the last 3 years, 4, 5 years, how long ever they've been watching. You can even go to the bathroom. They got cameras and stuff in the bathroom listening to you.
Allegedly.
Now you have created reasonable doubt saying that you don't have this. So as me as a person who's been through the criminal system, I wouldn't even take the stand against myself and call anyone because now all I'm doing is incriminating myself.
Okay, but when you have character witnesses, right? Character witnesses do not incriminate you, right? Character witnesses come up and say what type of character you have, right? They're speaking about the character of the person, on trial, right? So everybody can have character witnesses, right? It's just like when you have a situation, before the situation take place, they'll say, well, do the victim's mom want to come up and say anything? And do the victim's family? They have nothing to do with it, but they're coming up to give a reference to the person at hand, right?
The thing about the character witnesses, yeah, they're good on your behalf. Now that you open the door up for a character witness, the character witness can say, oh, well, yeah, I remember one time that he blew up. He had an outburst.
So what you're saying is this is not about right or wrong. This is more so what they can prove, because we know that he's doing wrong shit. So we're just basing it off of what they can prove. And due to the fact that they can't prove it, we should be okay with the wrong shit that he's doing. Because I'm confused. I'm getting confused here, Quantum. You know what I'm saying? I'm getting confused here.
Follow it up, like understand, make it make sense.
The thing is, yeah, he could have done wrong. I don't know if he did wrong or if he didn't do wrong because I wasn't there. But the pursuit of innocence until proven guilty, I don't think that they actually did a good job of finding him guilty.
Okay, so see, here's my problem with that. You're using the lack of evidence as proof to say that you don't want to state your opinion on whether it's guilty or not, and you're using the lack of evidence as proof to say that they don't have enough. Like, you can't use the lack of for both parties. Like, my man, if he's wrong, he's fucking wrong. It's not whether.
You have to learn exactly what the specific elements of the RICO charges are and how they apply specifically to his individual case, which is why we can't compare his case to other cases. Yeah. And they really did prove it. The bribery alone, it's a slam dunk. He bought the tape from the Intercontinental Hotel, and you only need to prove 2 elements of the RICO in order for him to be convicted. There are 8 elements. the bribery is a slam dunk, and the trafficking is a slam dunk, because they have the text messages where he's asking the people for their dates of birth to purchase plane tickets. He booked them on the Cowboys and Angel website, and he purchased plane tickets from them for them to travel to traffic them from one place to another. That's 2 slam dunks right there.
And if you gotta go buy the damn tape, then you know you did something wrong in the first place. So
Exactly. Exactly.
And that's just 2 that's proven. Number 3 is the coercion. We have him on, he threatened not to pay Jane Doe's rent. If she doesn't do
he wanted to go with Levi to water the pig. I mean, give the pig some water.
Forced labor. It is proven. They said they did not want to do this anymore.
They giving them water now. You can go up there and
continue doing them. So please, James, I beseech you, look at the facts. Look it up. ChatGPT will give you a full depth. I asked ChatGPT to give me what the elements of RICO apply specifically to Diddy's case. ChatGPT will outline it all. It's facts. It's not your feelings. It's not your emotions. It's the facts.
He is not guilty on a federal level. He would be guilty on a state offense level.
There's no state offense level for a RICO act. There's no state. Once you go state to state with somebody, there's no state level of RICO. But hold on, I need a music break. I'm about to light a. I need a music break, man. No. I mean, you could vibe how you vibe. I just need the. No, hold on. I got the perfect song, man. Is he guilty or not? Like, is he? Where's the "Is he guilty or not" song at? I know, like, the facts and the merits are on the table. I refuse to look at this from a feelings and emotions perspective when so many facts and merits is on the table. Y'all always talking about, change gonna come, we gonna overcome, and then when the change fucking start coming, y'all get scared. Oh no, we shouldn't.
The emotion coming from this willingness, this wanting to unite and defend our own, right? I get that that's a part of it. And that's a wonderful thing in retrospect, but we have to also want to be accountable. In certain cases, people want to just not be accountable for the things
they're gonna do that anyway.
That we make, right? So, but then we have to also take the emotion out of it and think about it. As I tell my son who's 19, because I try to tell him, make sure that you're a part of juries. Don't sit there.
Why? You wanted to get in the shower or something first?
Don't sit there and avoid jury duty. Don't make excuses to not be selected.
You get a pair of mine. Mine is clean. I got some new ones in there.
Deliberations, right? Because you want somebody to be able to speak from your perspective as much as possible in those situations. But here's what I'm saying to James and everyone else who can see on some level that even though you may not agree with all of it, you may agree that he's guilty on some charges, but you want him to be free out of emotion.
Hold on,
take it on the flip side. That
y'all hold the conversation down.
Level, but that you were arrested and charged with some charges, but somebody doesn't like you because of how you dress or your race or the fact that they don't like you for whatever reason, right? And they're going to make decisions off of their emotion rather than the fact about you. They're not looking at the letter of the law and was there sufficient evidence to say, yes, I believe James, and I'm sorry, I'm using you as an example, James committed this, or no, didn't meet the burden, whether I like this dude or not. That's not there. It could work either way, for or against you. But if it was you in that case, what would you have wanted? If it was your girl child, your female sister, your daughter, who is saying, unbeknownst to you, you didn't know these things were happening, but they come out and say, this person did X, Y, Z to me. And because he's quote unquote a legend, because he's done so much for hip hop, no, give him a pass. It's okay. My child could deal with the ramifications of it because she wanted the lifestyle. Let's look at the legal charges of, were you supposed to, by law, be allowed to do this thing or not do that thing?
That's what I'm looking at it as, because I've been that guy sitting in court.
You're not looking at it at that.
Sitting in court, fighting for my life. A lot of
Can you speak into your mic or either turn
we
the
can't hear
volume up
you.
a bit?
I've also been in court, fighting for my life.
We can't hear you. We might not want to hear him, my dude, because he's still, even though you just stated all those facts to him, he went right back to, he went right back to pointing it to himself.
I'm telling you, in court of law, I've been sitting there in the court of law fighting for my life for the same thing.
But you can't compare your case. Right, you did what Diddy did?
I was guilty of committing a crime.
Right, so you can't say that you were for the same thing. You have to go again with the facts. You were not tried for the same things that he's being tried for.
I'm telling you that I was tried under a RICO Act of prostitution.
Okay, but he's not being tried under a RICO Act of prostitution. He's being, there's 8 elements, and one of it's not that, it's ex trafficking, and that is him putting the people on the plane and having them come to another. So that's it. It's black and white.
So are you being biased, James? Because
he's totally being biased because he's in his feelings.
But I want him to think about it now, because I'm going to take you at face value. You've been a defendant as a part of a federal RICO trial. My question to you is that any part of that, you being biased because you somehow sympathize with him, and I don't know if
Well, I'm not sympathizing with him. I'm just saying, I was a person who had to find someone guilty. I wouldn't be able to find him guilty of that. Now, would I be able to find him guilty of domestic violence?
He's not being charged for domestic violence. You have to take that out.
You didn't let me finish either, man. I'm saying that if he was being tried for domestic violence, he would be guilty as sin. But if someone buys pills and they give you the pills, you take the pills and then they give it to someone else, you can't find me guilty of giving it to someone that I never gave it to. They got to put it out.
Okay, James, okay, James.
If a chick buys me a ticket and I go visit a lady, that's prostitution. It's basically what they're saying. With the intent knowing.
But it's not, you keep saying prostitution. He's not being charged for that.
I said that's considered prostitution.
But Diddy is not being charged for that. That has nothing to do with this case.
I'm using it as an example, man. I'm just using an example. If someone buys me a plane ticket, and I go visit them, they give me money, and I perform a service act for them, that's considered prostitution.
To you.
Wait 1 second. One of his counts is transportation for purposes of prostitution, right? That's one of his counts. He's paid for the transportation of escorts to engage in that, and he paid them for that service.
Is that the shirt you was looking for?
Which is a X act,
See? Told you wasn't looking for him hard enough.
So that's guilty off top, because not every state, right? So not
lucky I'm live right now.
Has legal.
What other clothes is wearing?
So that's guilty off top. And in some cases, he used a company card to purchase it. So I don't know what you're talking about. Second, when it comes to consent, let's now, yes, they're adults, but let's look at consent, right? And this is for all of those who still go to the clubs, go hang out, or have somebody.
I don't care. Just because I said I was gonna do some freaky shit with you, don't mean you got the right to stick a plunger in my ass. I don't give a fuck.
That's not a point, host.
Oh, okay. I'm just saying. There's levels to this shit.
Just when it comes to consent, once someone is inebriated or
right?
Influence, they lack the legal. Now listen to me. Now they lack the legal ability to consent because they are impaired.
I don't give a fuck. I don't care what business, what workplace. I don't care what agreement we sign. If you say, okay, look, I got this job for you. Guess what? I want you to be an escort. I want you to go out on dates with people, so on and so forth. Now, where you take the date from there, after that is completely up to you. And whatever extra money that you make after that is completely yours, right? I don't give a fuck. at some point when it gets to a certain point, it's like, all right, come on now, what the fuck is we doing here, right? So I would look at it more so on a line of maybe she did sign up for a task, but maybe she didn't really know what that motherfucker task in detail, you know what I mean? Or entailed, I mean. You know what I mean? Like a lot of people sign up for jobs and don't know what that job entails.
Brendan Paul signed up to be an intern. He didn't know he was going to be a road mule. And that's another one where Diddy pulled the okie doke on him. I'm not sure. My Dukes can probably explain what the legal connotations of that is. But James, you really have to look at.
That's why I say coercions of the heart is terrible. Like when you look at how, you know, the Hollywood, when you look at a lot of this stuff right now, you go back to Nickelodeon and you know what I mean, you looking at it, it's like you got people who, you know, tell themselves, remember they did late night Letterman shows where they said like Mariah Carey and them, they said like, oh, you'd be surprised, people try to give me their kids because they're saying like, well, I know if my kids go with this person, they'll be in a better life, or they're gonna take them to stardom, or so on and so forth. So a lot of people got, you know, look at Aaliyah. I mean, you know, look at Aaliyah, big marker point right there with Aaliyah, right? She was damn near passed around. Y'all don't remember the Diddy party she went to, the all-white Diddy party where they always laid out in the bed and all of that shit? That girl was only like 16 years old. 16, 50 years old. Look at Rihanna, right? So when we're talking about the magnitude of what we're talking about, not only is this conversation very important, it affects generations because it already affected generations. So when you guys say stuff like, oh, let Diddy worry about Diddy. Well, hold on. Wait a minute. This shit's been going on since the 90s. So he's been corrupting and affecting all of us. All of us. I didn't know the magnitudes or the level of this shit. At one point, I probably was a Diddy fan. You know, with all the music that he came out with, all the people that, you know, Craig Mack, 1,000 degrees. You be on your knees and you be, but we got all types of stuff that's in my head. But that shit is corrupted now based on the levels of shit that he did. I feel like I need to put a lawsuit against him at this point for fucking up my mind. We all wanted to be a bad boy. We all wanted to be a part of Junior Mafia.
I don't know about that.
I mean, okay, you're right. You're right. You're right. Because
Okay,
I
so
did.
let me say this, James.
I was just saying, and I was just.
You had said that you believe he is guilty of.
James said, I don't know about that.
Yeah, like you got to do better with your sound settings. Are you in a public place or something?
No, I don't. James' volume is very low.
Are you locked?
I'm working from home today.
We're talking about your volume. Are you walking away from the phone?
That's worse.
Yes. Where are you at? Do you got like headphones? Do you got headphones in or earbuds in?
Nope. I said it's about my connection messing up. It's about the storm out here.
Oh, okay. Okay. Well, I'm probably gonna ask you to, you know, depart.
One day it's cool, the next day it's a hurricane.
Okay, yeah, you messing up my connection too, because people starting to drop out the room. You messing up everybody's connection. Your connection's so messed up. Is you tapping into my signal? Nah, I'm fucking with you. We gonna take a song break. For real, because you know, black people are tapping to anything. They're tapping to your Wi-Fi, go to the next door neighbor, steal their shit. You know what I'm saying? I think you tapping into my Wi-Fi at this point. I think you siphoning. You Wi-Fi siphoning. You know what I'm saying? You Wi-Fi siphoning at this point. Nah, I'm joking. Nah, I ain't sending you no type of password. Nah, music break. Listen, we are on YouTube. We are on TikTok. Make sure y'all hit the follow button. You are going to get fully entertained over here. We put music on so that way it breaks up the conversation. It's a great way to break up the conversation. We try to enjoy little laughing moments, even though this is a serious situation. The circumstances around this are very important, not only to the singularity people that's involved, but as a collective, this will affect us. The outcome will affect us no matter what. No matter if he's guilty or not guilty, this is going to affect us big time. So I just hope that y'all are prepared for whichever way it falls. All right. And with that being said, we're gonna take a music break.
Nikki, is you guilty? Is you guilty or not? Is you guilty or not? Is you guilty or not? I'll give anything to know. Is you guilty or not? Is you guilty or not? Is you guilty or not? Cause if you're guilty, then I'm letting you go. They started the trial, but baby, you in denial. What about your A-list family? Such a terrible sight for us to see. We followed your story, you're taken down from your glory. Well, I guess you're #1 fan. Never dreamed you'd end up in the can. Is you guilty or not? Is you guilty or not? Is you guilty or not? I'll give anything to know. Is you guilty or not? Is you guilty or not? Is you guilty or not? Cause if you're guilty, they not letting you go. They've taken your crown, yeah, they've taken you down. What you built has crumbled to the ground, all before the verdict is found. All of this ruin, was it all of you doing? So much drama to the case, yeah, we're checking that look up on your face. Is you guilty or not? Is you guilty or not? Is you guilty or not? I'll give anything to know. Is you guilty or not? Is you guilty or not? Is you guilty or not? Cause if you're guilty, they not letting you go.
Yes, you guilty, nigga, you filthy. Maybe the crime that they saying ain't it. Glitz covered up some real life ish. So much scandal, $1 million vandal. Nasty, freaky, dirty parties all oiled. Leaving the hotel rooms all soiled. Everybody signing NDAs to cover your tracks. But now the courtroom gonna uncover the facts.
Or not, is you guilty or not? Is you guilty or not? I'll give anything to know. Is you guilty or not? Is you guilty or not? Is you guilty or not? Cause if you're guilty, they not letting you go. Is you guilty or not? Is you guilty or not? Is you guilty or not? I'll give anything to know. Is you guilty or not? Is you guilty or not? Is you guilty or not? Cause if you're guilty, they not letting you go.
They got Diddy out here. They got the jury out here in deliberation, like they on trial. Like, damn, 2 days to deliberate. Come on, 36 something days was enough already. 40 days in, what the fuck? They got us looking like 60 days in, waiting for the verdict. It's bad enough. We've been waiting since last year to hear the outcome of this shit. Half of us been waiting since last summer. Now y'all just gonna sit back there all willy-nilly with jury 25 fucking up the deliberations and shit. Damn, jury 25, get it together. And then you got a good education. You're a motherfucking veterinarian.
Because he's choosing, right? Like you said, he's just really committed to. He's probably, I'm assuming, I think that he's pro Diddy. And that he's not willing to actually.
He's another one that grew up in that era. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, no, I grew up listening to this. That's why it's so hard to get justice when it comes to people that are idolized, because you let the idolization blind you and, stop you from doing what's justified. Like, because you have a history with this person, because you feel like his music got you through some times or got you through some shit, you don't want to look at this person as bad, because then it tarnishes the memories that you have of that person. You know what I mean?
That's what happened with R. Kelly, right? So many people romanticized R. Kelly, and when everything happened, a lot of people didn't want to see that he was guilty either, because he was connected to so many fond memories because of his music.
I wanted to say two things. One, I want those on the live to remember that when the Southern District of New York brought the charges against Sean Combs, they had already done investigative work through Homeland Security, through Digital Forensic Unit, their Digital Forensic Unit, the Complex Analytical and Social Media Enhancement Team through New York and New Jersey. So they did work to substantiate the claims that were made in Cassie's lawsuit. They actually also
Nah, don't say that.
were bringing lawsuits against him. So they did the work before they brought the charges. We just also have to
Oh, absolutely, they did the work. You ain't gonna get to this type of without people doing the work. I can imagine the amount of, I can imagine the team of investigators, the the people that they got. It's a lot. You know what? To be honest, like they're playing because there's a lot that they're not bringing to the table. Even though they got all this substantiated evidence and so on and so forth, they're still trying to keep certain entities safe in all of this, because you got to remember there's certain parties that set up certain things, certain music, higher up execs that also that was a part of this, promotion wise, so on and so forth. So when you're looking at this at a grander level, you got to look, especially after they said anyone who was in the room could be charged with something, so if this shit go south, everybody might as well sell their property in the United States and go become, you know what I mean? Because that's what's happening right now. They all getting the fuck up out of Dodge, because by not having no property in the state, that you're not held to the jurisdiction of it. So they can still be dual citizens. That's why they go with that dual citizenship stuff, because it's a way to, and that's why I say all these different guidelines and all these different loopholes that they're using is creating the chaos that we see in the world, or corruption that we see.
Right. So for those who say that Diddy would be guilty of domestic violence because of the
I gotta look that up.
Cassie at the hotel,
Remy,
I don't think that he's guilty of it federally.
Damn, so much going on. Hold on. Remy Ma went to jail today. Damn, Remy back in. Damn, she might be.
She assaulted that lady.
Damn, Remy, you fucking up. Look like you ain't gonna get a chance to. I thought we was gonna see a Papoose fight for my love type of summer or some shit. Like what? Y'all know what's going on. Everybody clout chasing and shit. All these people. Why you think they in the stream business right now? You think you see Soulja Boy on TikTok for no reason? You think Ray J trying to start a streaming thing for no reason? They know what the fuck people paying attention to. We don't even go to the news no more for news. We go to YouTube and other shit like that. We want to see what the streamers are saying about this. That's who we believe now. We don't believe TV and shit. We believe the streamers. We believe the content creators. Be honest with yourself. I fuck around and look up Tisha Tells right now and believe what she's saying over what the fuck going on in the world. You hear me? Just saying, they know that. That's why they brought their ass on. That's why all of them trying to be seen on Casanat and ISO Speed. That's who got the wave right now. These people ain't waving. Ain't nobody going to no concert. We got a better chance of doing a TikTok concert right now and filling up the stadium than they got. Come on, Beyonce got a whole beehive. You can't mention Beyonce when you're talking about this shit. She's in a class all by herself. You know what I'm saying? She gave you motherfuckers. She gave y'all Sweet 16. She gave y'all Destiny's Child. Come on now, you Beyonce in a class all by herself. You know what I'm saying? She was doing songs. Who, Beyonce? In her own right. They all legends in their own right. But when your legacy is tarnished by the corruption that you committed, then yeah, your legacy is no more. You got to look at the righteousness of it. Beyonce, listen, man, they might keep her on drugs. She might stay in that witch shit, and I probably would stay in that witch shit too if my bag was big. When my bag get big, I ain't even wearing pants no more. I'm wearing a long ass dress. I'm serious. Once I get enough money to say fuck it, I don't even want nothing, you know what I'm saying, constricting that area down there. I'm gonna wear a kilt or anything. Like, I don't even give a fuck. When your bag big enough, you can walk around and look foolish. You know what I mean? I fuck around and not wear a dress, but you know, something, one of them long shirts, what they call, like
a kufi, like a
not like a kilt, but it's like
a linen.
You're talking about the ones that the Muslims wear?
Yes.
Yeah, like the long ones.
Something like that.
Yeah, I'm gonna wear one of those. You know what I'm saying? Be free. You know, I've been keeping my nutsack locked up for how many years now, wearing these boxers and drawers and shit.
I don't think I. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. Is it real long? Like, is it like good under your feet?
Are they back from lunch?
What?
I think they're back
One of them things?
Yeah.
I'm not sure. I gotta figure it out when I get it. I ain't never wear one. That's how I know.
The government, so somebody in the comment put, the government has improved. Is anything beyond the reasonable doubt not guilty? What? Say it again. Not guilty. Did he is going home for the 4th of July. Free at last, free at last.
Man, listen, man. I promise you. Listen, we got to be honest with ourselves. America is fucked down, man. Like, that's why Denzel had to be crooked before he took it, because y'all will idolize the criminals in this world and then complain about criminals in this world. This shit is crazy.
It's crazy. I really didn't understand, like, initially. And but the more I listened to it, and the more I listened to the law streams, and really learned and understood what RICO is, I really didn't think they could have him on RICO either. But it's amazing to me.
Yo, man, who's tapping the screen? One of y'all tapping the screen?
Me.
Oh, because you dropping the numbers out. When you tap the screen in the box, you got to mute your mic when you tap.
You mean I'm tapping your screen.
No, that's what I'm saying. Yeah. Don't tap the screen when you're in the box. Yeah, don't do it when you're in the box. When you're in the box, if you mute your mic, you can tap the screen in the box. But if you just tapping the screen in the box, it's going to interfere and drop numbers out of the room.
Oh, I didn't know that. I learned something new. But yeah, listening to the case and really understanding what all the elements are and understanding all the different aspects of it has really opened my eyes to a lot of things. And it's just amazing to me how people are just so blindly, like you said, they're just going to listen to the TikTokers or the Instagrammers. They're just blindly committed to believing. A verdict did not come in yet. They're still deliberating. Just blindly committed to believing what they want to believe.
Right. And that's because if you follow the laws of the cosmos, the laws of the universe state that people see with their feelings and emotions, and they get what it is that they're focused on. So a lot of people.
So let's take it to the 5D, since we only have 5. So and that's the thing, is going back to what you're saying, they have to do everything in plain sight, and it's interesting how they've managed to manipulate people and get people to agree. And I'm talking about the powers that be, like the Diddy's and whatnot. They've gotten people to agree that this behavior is okay and it's normal.
Okay, now, can we take it? Can we take it deeper than that? Can we go?
Let's go.
Okay.
Queen. Let's go.
All right. Let's go into the depths of it. Right. We have been structured, programmed throughout history, going back ISIS pages, Willie Lynch serum, so on and so forth, or Willie Lynch theory. However you want to look at this, right? Somehow, some way, this has become the norm. If it's become the norm, then that means the way that these people got in the position that they're in was to show that they were willing to treat their own people a certain type of way in order to get there, right? So in order for us to stop what it is that is happening, we have to start with something, right? Because it didn't just start here. If you're going back to the history of it, if you go back to the Diana Ross, Smokey Robinson, so on and so forth, if you go back to Motown Records, if you go back to, you get what I'm saying? So this has.
That's why when people are saying like, oh, they've been doing this all the time, they have to do these things out in the open. It's like eyes wide shut, right? They have to do, and like you said, even in that movie, the Greek movie that you were talking about, it's a universal law. He has to admit to what he's doing to the public, to the universe, because you can't lie to the energy. You can't.
And that's how you escape the cosmic karma, is to perpetrate it in movies, perpetrate the image that you are in movies, which is like saying you're telling the public that this is who you are, and then they accept it by still wanting to be around you, which allows you to escape the cosmic karma of the universe. And that's probably why he said.
And so everything, and then there's something to it when they say art imitates life.
And
I never knew about that movie, but it really does imitate life. So they put all this stuff out in a form of art.
Right.
But it's really the truth. They're really showing us what's really going on. Like, remember the whole thing with Pizzagate? Now you're telling me that him and his son said to hide the pizza boxes?
Right. That's.
I'm like mind blown. Like, people are like, why are you so committed to this case? And I'm like, it's so deep.
It's so deep.
Normal 3D person can't.
It's so deep. You're going back to the levels of what's been implemented in our society. I go back to that 19.
This is epigenetics. What's happening? Are you familiar with the concept of epigenetics?
Yes.
This is what this is. These people who are blindly saying, "Oh, free Diddy," that's epigenetics. That's their ancestors' trauma that's coming through. But that's
because, and that's what they say. Like, it's infusing this into your DNA, into the structure, for you to be comfortable with this level of behavior on one another. No one else is comfortable with this level of behavior more than our own people is comfortable with this level of fucking I never seen nothing like it. It's at a point where it's undeniably, right? It's undeniable now at this point.
I know two people who are of the mindset that for how many of Black people who were falsely accused, intentionally locked up with, it's like, it's what's the correct phrase? It's almost for them, for those who were manipulated by police into, or coerced by police to give false confessions and killed in jail, whatever the case.
Unalive. But can we say that we're addicted to chaos? Can we say?
Use TikTok language.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Yeah,
you
said, but no, listen to what I'm saying. Because we already went past certain levels of depth, right? We have become addicted to chaos. Entertainment, and this thrill of it has become. These people saying free Diddy because they want Diddy out. They want them parties to keep going. They want them outrageous moments to keep going. They want society to be okay with this so they can get their little rocks off.
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying? Think about it. I want you guys to think about this. In order for them to pass a law that says that something is okay, and I want to use West Virginia as an example. Do you know that according to West Virginia law, it is still okay to beat your woman on the courthouse step on Sunday? Do you know that? It is still in their law book, according to West Virginia law, right? And it's also still in a law that it states that you can fornicate with an animal as long as it's over 30 pounds, right? Now, I want you guys to think about this. What group of imbeciles voted that shit to be in the law book? Just tell me. Who sat down at a table and was like, hey, what about animals? Are they off limits? Let's think about that. Well, as long as it's over a certain weight. Who the fuck actually sat down and looked at the details of that and said, okay, well, we determined that as long as it's over 30 pounds. Who was doing that? Who the fuck? What farmers out there? What farmersonly.com type shit is that?
farmer out there did that. Yeah, and people don't look at that. Again, people are not really. It's amazing to me how 3D and how surface level people are, and how willing they are to fight for it. Like, they're not even trying to use any kind of critical thinking, and they're not even trying to say, let me just, because that's what I had to do. I was like, Rico, that doesn't make any sense. I had to really like look into it and listen to it to really try to understand what was really going on. And once I did, I went down that rabbit hole and I was like, oh, this and every day. And again, if you want to talk about energy, I'm into quantum physics, and I believe that I'm becoming more and more aligned with people like yourself, because that's where my alignment is, that where my energy is. I want to, after dealing with all these diddlers and seeing people, I find like I'll scroll on TikTok and energetically I'm like a magnet. I'll draw somebody who understands my point of view.
Right.
So everything is energy. And unfortunately, the muggles, I call them muggles, people who can't really see beyond the 3D. They just can't see beyond it, and then the veil is also over their eyes, right?
Right.
It's the same people that call themselves
But that's why I say, look at it. When I used to read the Bible, and I used to get to the Sodom and Gomorrah, and I'd be like, ain't no way there was just a town. Ain't no way it was just towns out there that just seen these angelic beings and was like, let us out. We want to fornicate with them. Like, ain't no way, right? But now when you look at society, it's like, yeah, there's groups of people out here that think like this. You know what I mean? How do you think Nature Boy was able to start his, carbonation? You know what I mean? How do you think any of these people, because the one thing that's inevitable inside the mind is change, right? People change for the better, but it's a shame that people want to change for the worse, right? So they want these type of people to exist because then it justifies the level of chaos that they have in their own mind. Like when they say, like in Gotham City, like, Joker, one thing that we know, like, some people just want to see the world burn. Can we say that? Can we say that? If we being honest, some people don't want peace in this world. Some people don't want unity in this world. Some people don't want love in this world. Some people just want to see this shit burn.
In the comments, Tommy had asked, are they supposed to deliver the verdict today? There's not a necessary timeline. Right, but what goes to show is if a verdict had been returned yesterday or maybe even this morning,
technically that shit should have been over with yesterday.
Listen, if the deliberation was short-lived, right, regardless of guilt or innocence, it would have just meant that the jurors largely agreed one way or the other. Everybody was on the same page when they called that first vote. Being that it's taken this time, there's a split jury.
Something's wrong. Jury number 25. That's why I say they got more and more questions, because jury number 25. Okay, so look, I want y'all to think about how this works, right? You go back to that episode of Martin, right? When Martin had to go to jury, but let's not go to that, right? I want y'all to see how this works, right? Jury number 25, right? He'll have so many questions or re-questions, right, that it might spark another juror to have questions and then start doubting their decision, right? And then once that person cleans it back up, then it's back to jury number 25. So jury number 25 is trying to create a wave within there to where as though he can sway other people. That's why I say this is
trying to branch off to a different timeline. He's disrupting the timeline.
Right. So you got to think about it. You got to think about it. You know what I mean? And then not only that, it's all the people who's trying to put the free Diddy in the algorithm. Listen, I want to tell y'all something. I want to explain this to y'all clear. Diddy is not the last freak off. You guys are going to be able to freak again after this. I promise you're going to freak again. You know what I mean? I promise you're going to freak again. You know what I mean? Might be a whole better. That's what I'm saying. Like, y'all act like Diddy is the end all be all the freak offs. Like, he's not the last freak off. Okay. Damn. They motherfuckers act like they can't freak without Diddy. Like, since Diddy been locked up, I ain't been able to get aroused or nothing. Man, you gonna freak again? Shit, Stella got her groove back. You'll get it back too. Make sure y'all get both the basketballs. I think one might be in the blue car or whatever. Have fun, try not to fight, and Levi, don't be weird.
7 fighting with me.
No. 7. Why you dap that up? You know the rest of that? Do you even know? If I get into a fight, 7 fighting with me. If you got a problem, talk to my mans in them. Yeah, I hope they have fun at the park. I gotta, I got so much going on. I got the stuff going on with the farm. We got the music going on. We now have the Atlas Family Studio, so we're gonna start producing more videos on that page on YouTube. You see the TikTok conversation is going great. So y'all see the level of development that we can create and the waves that we can create. You know what I'm saying? I just ask y'all to join the caravan of love. Nothing.
Look at the comments. It's not even about freak offs. It's about a black man trying to be hungry. Please take this away.
It can't be about a black man, because look how many black you and y'all, man, listen, y'all ain't stand up for the right ones. Don't try to stand up for the wrong ones. That don't even make no sense. Fuck that. If you telling me that this was an educated person who was coming out with, and everybody around him was flourishing and so on and so forth, and he was birthing a great nation, I would be right with you. I don't give a fuck whether you black, white, or indifferent. Like, right is right and wrong is wrong. Y'all gotta stop. Y'all gotta stop standing up for the wrong shit just because the color of the fucking skin. The color of the skin don't mean shit if they out here fucking over people. If they out here doing people wrong. That's why we always caught up in these situations where, y'all allow certain levels of shit to take place. Y'all allow certain levels of things to continue to happen. You know what I mean?
Jennifer said they're trying to use him for distribution, but the person who gave him the stuff should be charged. The person who gave him the stuff purchased it with money Diddy provided. He asked him to go get it. And that person was charged. This is how the person was charged. Right?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They don't even know the shit they talking about. The person was charged. The mule was picked up at the Miami airport.
Community to testify. And I want us to bring it back to September of 2024 when Damian Williams, the initial prosecutor who brought the charges against Diddy, said there were going to be more people to come. Now, he's not here. As of January, he resigned when President Trump got elected. He resigned because he knew they were going to be coming after him. So he resigned. But when he made his announcements, he said that there were going to be additional people. Keep in point that his chief of staff, his former chief of staff, KK, she has not been charged yet.
You know what? Hold on. From here on out, if you can't read or write cursive, you can't chime in on this conversation, all right? If you can't read or write, fuck that. Yeah. You got, because if you can't read or write cursive, don't put nothing in the comment section. Fuck that. If you can't read or write cursive, that means you can't even read the Declaration of Independence or none of the important shit. So don't chime in on this conversation. You can't possibly chime in if you can't read or write cursive. Straight like that.
Yeah, because it's out of hand. Like the way
at this point, people saying anything. Like at this point, they just screaming out anything. No facts, no merits behind it, nothing like that. Oh, he never, just because he's holding plausible deniability because he never touched the stuff. If I gave the money to somebody to go get it, then what does that make me? Right? If I'm the one who provided the money or the funds for you to go get it, if I'm the ones that's distributing that shit after you come back with it, I'm giving it to people. Oh, here, you want to get fried with me? I got it, right? They said that he literally was the one who put Tunchi, the pink shit. All these people, they want Diddy free because they can't get their hands on the Tunchi. They need him out. You know what I'm saying? He's the Tunchi provider. It's a clip with Mary J. Blige begging him on a red carpet. Mary J. Blige, you could see her lips like, come on, let me get. I said, that's Auntie. I said, get the fuck out of it. Listen. Yeah, y'all seen Mary J. Y'all seen Mary J. walking up on him like, please, let me get just a little bit. Tell me you got one. I know you got a bag somewhere. That type of addict will follow your ass home. I know you got it. I know you do. You know what I'm saying? You seen that shit. That nigga was the provider. Ray J, no. Ray J was the one with dropping shit off. Whitney Houston. Come on, Ray J, the last one to see Whitney Houston. What you think that letter was? What you think that letter was? Whitney Houston passed Brandy. Whitney Houston passed Brandy that letter. Like, yeah, send me Ray J. Need that tune check. Huh? Yeah, y'all don't want to talk about it. All right. Fuck it.
And my dudes, you brought up another really good point that people don't understand when people keep talking about the consent or she wanted it. Again, the law.
You know how high you gotta be. You know how high you gotta be to hang somebody's legs out the window. You know, in order for you to mimic a movie like 5 Heartbeat, you know, he literally hung somebody. They said they remember him hanging somebody out the window. My office hours are from 9 to 5. My office hours are from 9 to 5.
And how is that not coercion? Like the RICO to me is very clear. Because at least for me, at least 3 of the accounts, my only one that I'm a little iffy on is the arson. Because even though we know they took that one out,
They took that one out.
I think they took the there was a
Kidnapping and arson.
I'm sorry, they took the attempted arson out. Yeah, but I think arson is still somehow listed, so they don't have it listed as attempted anymore. I think they had it listed as arson, but
I think they took a lot of that stuff out to revive it and then bring charges again. Watch, I promise you.
I agree, but I think they took it out because these people are very intelligent. The prosecution did those things to make it easier for the jury to understand the charges, and they probably saw jury 25 looked a little slow. You know, and they were like, we gotta make this a little simple. And here he's still acting simple. Because I think jury 25 is the one that's not willing to really sift through the facts.
And can I say, when there are people in the court, even like the second chair for the prosecutor, and even on the defense side, make no mistake that they're watching jury responses. You'll have even when they're going through jury selection, ask questions. They're paying attention to how we answer. That's how they decide who they're agreeing to be on the jury versus who gets dismissed. They're looking for indicators as if this person could be beneficial to my argument, whether you're a prosecutor or a defense attorney. So if an attorney has an objection, whether prosecutor or defense, that person will be excused from the jury pool.
Well, I don't see how jury 25 got up there.
All those juries were selected by both. Now, once the case starts, they're watching us.
But now let's okay, we get all of that. Hold on, stop. We get all of that. We know how jury selection works. We know how jury duty works. And on a federal level, right? But no, listen. You gotta overlook some of the people in the comment section, and here's why: because they want you to think that they don't know how it works, right? Because ignorance is bliss in this case, right? So they are acting ignorant, and no matter what you say, they're still gonna act like they don't know. Because acting like they don't know gives them that justification to say that he's not guilty. If they say that they know, then they have to take accountability for the fact that they are saying that he's guilty, even though the facts say that he's not. You get what I'm saying?
Your point is valid, but why I'm choosing to address it is because there may be somebody in the chat as well, or is listening to the conversation, that is willing to go either way, that is open to the arguments being presented. And if they only see one thing and don't hear the other side of it, to be able to balance out and say, okay, what is more factual or what makes sense more, then you've left the door open for them to hear one kind of foolish argument.
Touche.
And that's it. So sometimes you have to address it. Not
Touche.
for the person that is making the argument, but for those who are open-minded and just want to hear both sides of the argument.
And I love what you're saying, because you're right. You really never know if a person might be at that point where they're ready.
Someone might still be on the fence. Somebody might still be on the fence.
Oh yeah, and that's I like what my Dukes is doing, because like the gentleman who had the terrible sound, I would have just been like, forget it, this guy is lost. But I think my Dukes, you have a better way of addressing it, because we don't know where that moment of lucidity might happen for him. At one, right, it happened for all of us, right? It was at one point where it's like the apple fell and it hit me, and I'm like, oh shoot, you know, and everything just kind of made sense. And I love how you express to people, because we should give people a chance to get to that point of lucidity.
Right.
Absolutely.
I'd be like, yo, you just lost, like, bye.
I hear it.
For the people,
I just can't with you.
everybody that's in the comment section, make sure you follow my guests. Make sure you give Quantum a follow. Make sure you give my Deuce a follow. I'm going to drop them some follows as well. If you are in here, if you liking their conversation.
I have a couple of videos up. Check them out and let me know what you think in the comments, because the diddlers have been diddling, and that's why I joined, because it's just amazing. Somebody just said just now, what did they say? They said, nah, dog, they ain't got Jack, he gonna be free. These are people that like, where have they been?
No, but see, here's my thing. My thing is more so like, we know that the burden of truth, or the burden of proof, lies on the prosecution, right? It's not up there for Diddy to get up there and say what he's been up to in life, right? It's not up there this is not an election. This is not, a moment for facts and merits and what he did or accomplished, right? This is, a jurisdiction of right and wrong, right? And when you have to have the ability in your mind to separate that, right? A lot of people don't have the ability in their mind to separate that, and that's why the Terminator is the president of California right now. Not the president, but the governor. You know what I mean? This is why Arnold Schwarzenegger was able to become. You know what I mean? Because it wasn't based off of his experience. It wasn't based off of. It was based off of a damn movie. You get what I'm saying?
It goes back to what you were saying. Wow, you really blew my mind. It goes back to how you tied in the Greek movie with Diddy. People really are influenced. And so, like in quantum physics, we talk about the subconscious mind, and that's where all that programming is happening. People's subconscious is so easily programmed and difficult to reprogram. It's like you gotta erase the hard drive and try to load it back up.
They don't want to empty their cup. Everybody's scared of an empty cup.
Terrified.
Shit, I don't care about emptying my cup. I'm worried about what I'm gonna put in it. You know what I mean? I empty this motherfucker as many times as it take in order to get the right stuff. So I'm always searching for, knowledge, truth, always redigging, double digging, whatever you want to call it. I call it hyper analyzing. I hyper analyze everything. And that's probably why. Well, yeah, but that's probably why I stay within the moon, stars, and quasars category of conversation, because they can't combat that. Once I start talking about the 88 constellations of the sky and all of that shit, they can't combat that shit. Now, we can sit here and talk about what's right for the carnal, what we allow to happen, what we subject to as humans, and what's right and wrong. I mean, hell, at one point, they were selling coochie for just a cow and 3 cattle. You could just get a bride price. You know what I'm saying? So this shit been going on since going on was going on. So we know that. We know, that's the oldest cell. We know that, that people have been But when do we give y'all power back as women? When do we give y'all power back? When do we give y'all dignity back? When do we give y'all standards back? We running around this motherfucker thinking that we can treat whatever, how, whatever, and money gonna make the world go round, and we can, because we got money, we could do whatever we want to do, so on and so forth. But when do human rights come in? When do, as a person, moral compass come in, right? When do, tenacity, when do any of that stuff come into play as we operate down here as, the vessels that we are?
Well, I'm sure you're familiar with the Kybalion where it says as above, so below.
As without, so within. Absolutely.
And people are not aligning with those universal laws, like you say. And I'm wondering too, because I got into a conversation with a young lady last night. We got into a 5D conversation, and she was saying that Diddy must have made a contract with these deities, and he must have done something wrong, and that's why he must have made a sin or done something wrong. That's why his ass is getting handed to him now. What do you think about that concept?
Well, I dig into this all the time, and right now in the Aquarius sky, we are under a new rulership. We are under the rulership of Uranus, one of the planetary deities, which is Uranus, and because we are not under the rulership of Saturn during the time of Pisces, we're under this new rulership under the Aquarius sky. I think a lot of things that was done in the dark is coming to light. And now that a lot of things that was done in the dark is coming to light, we're watching how mankind deals with the things that was done in the dark with their level of judicial system or whatever, you know what I mean? The duality of things. The duality of the as above, so below is what is being revealed to us above is being handled below in this mannerism on the physical side. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Logically, this is the universe revealing shit to us, right? Physically, you can't prove it. Right. You know what I mean?
With the tangibility of it is why they're having such a hard time when we do present them with tangible evidence, like just spelling it out what the RICO is or whatever. They still refuse to see it.
Right.
We're giving them tangible evidence. Like my youth is quick. You can't explain it as simple as how you. A 7-year-old can understand how you explained it like this.
Yeah, but even for those who say, oh, I believe he's guilty of domestic violence, but they don't have nothing on these federal charges, right? And we all know, as you said, Quantum, he has to be found guilty of at least 2, right? Mm-hmm. So one with Cassie, just using the video evidence alone of what happened at the hotel, that was a freak off session, and she was fleeing, and he dragged her back and he used her. And one of the things is that he used the violence and intimidation to do the ST. So he dragged her back in
to finish the session, to finish it.
3 counts of the RICO rolled wrapped up into the bribery, it had the trafficking, and the coercion.
So how y'all think that they haven't proven their case is beyond me, because a video which has been allowed into evidence has been shown and is a part of something that the jury can consider in their deliberation. That hotel session, that wasn't just them there as boyfriend and girlfriend chilling. That was a freak off session, and you could see her fleeing to the point where she even put on her shoes. She waits till the guy to the elevator to try to put on her shoes barefoot. Right, that's how much she wanted to get away from it.
And you could see, and the defeat. I remember they were playing the video over and over. You could see at one point she just laid there like,
and just took it, and he drugged her by the hair.
So, and how much courage that must have taken for her to do that at that point, because this has been the 100th or something time that she's been in this experience. So, but what people are misconstruing with that video, and myself too, when I first was like, why do they keep submitting this video as evidence? Because people keep misconstruing that they're trying to prove a domestic violence case, right, but they're not looking at it through the lens of RICO.
Right.
They're not looking at it through that perception. They're looking at it, oh yeah, he beat up his girlfriend. But the scary part about that is the people, the way they're so blasé and saying, oh, it's a domestic. He beat the bejesus out of that woman. Yeah. Like, how is that okay?
And then, in any aspect. And then he's like, oh, you're not going to mess up my day, which is something that he also said to Jane, which is when he was going back to it. And it was like, oh, you're not messing up my night. You know, so still gave the pills, right? And the pills are more so to get to put them physiologically, their body physiologically in the mood for it. Because when a female is not in the mood, that area is
you're closed up. You're closed up. You're not accepting it.
Right.
And it was interesting because the other thing is when they were interviewing Jane Doe, I was wondering why they asked her. It's like the prosecution's quite brilliant if you really like listen to how they were asking the questions. But asked her, how did it make you feel? And she said it made her feel euphoric and very sexual.
Yeah.
And then it landed when they did the distribution thing. I was like, wow, that was brilliant the way the prosecution did that. But I think it went over a lot of people's heads.
Yep.
Now, due to the fact that, you know, we are thinkers in all of this, we can see the depths of what they're leading to with all of this, right? And the coercion, right? This is a big part right here. The coercion, coercion is a big part right here. Because I want you guys to think about this, right? The magnitude or level of what you guys might think is taking place in the courtroom is nothing compared to what took place in other countries, right? What took place with other, you know, people, right? These people that visit other countries, so on and so forth, and you'd be surprised what they allow you to get away with in third world countries, you know, Dubai, different places like that, so on and so forth. And the reason why I say that is because you're looking at someone who, you know, the reason why the judge considered him to be a flight risk or, you know, is because of his level of reach, right? So no matter how you look at this, we still have to go through the circus of this, of what are we allowing into our society? Is this something that we allow as a collective? I don't think it is, right? So if we voted collectively, right, it'd be more so on the line. And for for men too, like if you think this is the type of man that I don't care if he's black, that doesn't make sense. The fact that he's black doesn't take away, you know, morals. It doesn't take away righteousness. It doesn't take away, you know, whether he did something wrong or not, right? And not, oh, you know, I should just, you know, disregard all the facts and merits on the table just because he's a black man. No. And we're not going to keep on saying, well, why don't you go after the white man first? That is asinine and redundant. The white man ass ain't on the line right now. Diddy is, right? So I don't know how y'all want this to play out or how y'all want people to feel about this, right? The reality of this is we have to start looking at it for what it is. The universe is giving us an opportunity to have the will to say what it is that we want our society collectively to consist of, right? Universally. And I don't think I want the next generation going into the stuff that we were put through, the stuff that we you know, went through, so on and so forth, however you want to look at it. Whether, you know, if this the type of stuff that he was getting away with since the 90s, if this the type of stuff that they doing and shit, then let you know, the outcome of this one will determine the fall of the rest of them, right? Do you not agree? The future needs better. like Golden just said over on YouTube, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's a lot of people, you know, that's in this discussion because we're over on YouTube right now too.
Okay.
And you know, we've been here for about 4.5 hours, something like that, you know, holding this discussion down. Where I was hoping, that's why I didn't do it yesterday, because I was hoping today, you know, they would at least, you know, but it's looking like Juror 25 is strong.
And one of the things you gotta look for with that jury too is people already been in this case for 6 weeks. We're going into 7. And then when you have that one juror that's holding out and you're dragging it out now. Now we're going into like people who start to get tired and
they start thinking about their home life. Like, yeah, they start thinking about the life. Like, damn, I got to get back to reality.
Yep, and some people are only getting paid $40 a day and got rent to pay and expenses to pay.
Right.
It becomes very strategic.
But that's
like,
why
not everybody on that jury has an employer.
Like you said, that is just like you said.
That day. There's some people on there that's only getting $40 a day living in New York with New York.
That's why I keep bringing up. That's why I keep bringing up the Martin episode.
Now because they want it done and over with.
Absolutely. That's why I keep bringing up the Martin episode. One juror that holds out until the rest of them start changing their decision because of the reality that they got to get back to. You know what I'm saying? My kids is missing me. My family missing me. I got to get back to work. I got to get back to reality. I got to get back to regular life. This shit done went on far enough already. Fuck it. Let's let it, you know what I mean? Just go here. Just give the judge this and you know, call it what it is. Let the next set of jurors come in and figure it out.
Yep.
Yeah.
There's a lot of tactics.
Definitely after 39 days. Shit, come on now. This is longer than the presidential election at this point. Like, what the are we waiting for more votes to come in? Is it more ballots out there or something?
But that's the part, because again, like I said, the case is when you really look at the facts, the case is clear cut. So somebody is definitely, and it could be again a variant. Somebody who's in there to just hold out until the rest of the jurors are frustrated and they want to go home, and they're like, you know what, whatever, innocent.
Man, Juror 25 don't care about people. That man is a veterinarian. He care about the animals. He probably think mankind fucked up this world or some shit like that. That's why he worked with animals. He probably ain't got a friend in this motherfucker world. His best friend might be Clifford, the big red dog. That motherfucker worked with animals for a reason. He don't like humanity. He don't like people. He like, man, fuck that. Humanity going to hell in the handbasket. I don't give a fuck. Let him stay out there. If it was up to him, motherfucker, Lil Durk and Lil Durk will still be out here. They don't give a fuck about humanity. They don't care. That motherfucker work with animals for a reason. Y'all sitting here, we got to look at the person that's causing the disruption right now. Juror number 25, 52 years old. You know what I'm saying? Already lived his life. Don't give a fuck. He got to fight against the government that he trying to take out in this trial right now. Like, fuck them. I'm not giving them. You think I'm about to cooperate with the judge? I ain't about to cooperate. You know what I'm saying? Like, you got to remember, man, some people just aim to disrupt. And we just got one of those, an agent of chaos. That's all you need is one agent of chaos on that damn page. That's all you need. And he that agent. You know what I'm saying? That's it.
But someone just put in the comments, that's interesting, he's a 50-year-old white female. I wouldn't have thought that he'd be that. I would have assumed something.
Man, I'm telling you, he don't give a fuck.
This thing is bigger than he is. He's a fall guy. That's so.
But I'm telling you, juror number 25 don't care, man. Juror number 25, probably a necromancer or some shit.
Gonna go down. Anytime the feds come after you, it's bigger than that, y'all.
We
They all crooked, all of them.
Okay, we're kind of past that part already. We
ain't nothing to none of that.
No, we're past that part already. Like we you starting us over. You starting us over.
It's all a big show. That's all it is.
Oh man, you gonna start us over. No, we nah, we passed that. We passed that part. So you saying that this is so what you're saying is this whole storyline is an implemented plot to take down a black person. What? You seen the Cassie video? The fans did not make him run out there in the tower and beat that one. Is you fucking serious? What the fuck?
That's the only thing that I don't like.
That's the only energy. He said that's the only thing. So he don't care about the future generation. Do you have like children or grandchildren or women in your life at all?
You got me ready to shift into another motherfucking dimension. Where the mask at where you need it? I'm about to. Shit is not making no sense right now. This motherfucker just made it seem like so let me get everything is AI. Everything is AI. All the evidence that they providing is AI. The history that we know about him is AI. Him beating up Drake over a track is what the
See, the thing is, this is bigger than he is, even though he included in it.
See, you that uncle at the damn cookout, man.
Uncle, like they don't let him hold the babies.
Yeah.
I'm like none of it. I'm not for what he did. I'm not for what he did to Cassie. None of that. I'm not for none of that.
Sir, let me say
You that uncle that we warned the kid. You the uncle that we warned the kids about in the car before we get there. And I better not catch you talking to Uncle Clarence. I better not see you talking to Uncle Clarence over there either. You just say the most dumbest. You say the most craziest shit. We don't even want the kids talking to your ass. And you better not go over there and talk to him. And stop knocking on his damn door. Stop trying to knock on his door. You still living at mommy's house and shit like that. That's why we tell the kids not to fuck with you. Anyway, but listen. So are you denying the evidence that's on the table? You don't see it? You don't see the evidence on the table? What's gonna come out? What? We 40 days in. What do you mean it's going on? We is 40 days in. You know what? It's probably a good thing. It's probably a good thing I live out on the farm. You hold on. So what's gonna come out? What's all gonna come out? That it's a conspiracy? Huh? Is this one of them? Who know? Who did he? How he gonna tell on all of them if you just said the whole story is fictitious? And hold on, now is you saying he got some shit to be guilty about in order to tell on them? Because you just said everything was just made up by the government. It can't be made up by the government if he gonna tell on all of them.
They've been watching him for as long as he's been going on.
So he is doing the shit that he doing.
He's done what he's doing.
Stop laughing. Stop laughing. Stop laughing. Stop laughing. I'm trying to figure this shit out. Wait. Is he doing shit? Wait. I'm trying to figure out, like, is he doing shit or is they just saying he doing shit? Is he really doing this shit? Okay. All right.
Because when we come to
when we come to, you know, a Black person getting railroaded, it's not to say that hasn't happened, but we as people have to start looking at when is that really happening, and when it does happen, speak up for that. It will give us more legitimacy to defend that person who is really being railroaded.
Yeah, fucked up my whole high. I gotta roll me a whole nother.
Knowing see or actually doing something, right?
But I don't trust none of them because the fans they dirty too.
Yeah, I definitely got to smoke. Anybody want to participate to the smoke? This has been a long day, YouTube, this is a long day. Please hit the CA, the green app. You know what the green app is. I can't say it because we on TikTok right now, but y'all know what the green app is. Please hit the green app so we can continue this. I'm gonna roll up because I gotta smoke through this shit. And this no, I'm one of them people. Hey, listen, I'm one of them people that's always looking for a reason to smoke. Good, bad, or indifference. I'm like, well, time to smoke. When we win, time to smoke. When we lose, time to smoke. You know what I'm saying? I'm always looking for a reason to do it. It didn't take him to do it. He just the reason for the moment. You know what I mean? You always gotta have an excuse. I just needed you as an excuse. That's all. And it really ain't you. It's me. It's me, not you.
All right. I'm just speaking off the top of my head.
I could tell. But listen, off the top of your head, you just want to go against it because you don't trust them. So basically, like what you saying is like you don't care because your issue with the system is bigger than your issue with right and wrong.
Well, they all wrong because the system wrong too. Nah, what about that? The system went forward. The system was against it.
Clinton.
The whole system was against it.
Against who?
The whole system against.
Against us?
Against us.
You a diddler? The system not against me. I'm not doing the shit Diddy did. Don't put me in that boat. I'm a star. But what you talking about? I'm a star because I'm not out here doing the shit that. No, I'm not. I'm on a different. Well, I don't know who us is then, because I need to reclarify. I need a reclarification of who is who's us. Who us when you say us? No, I'm just saying, like when you say us, you mean like Diddy, like, brothers and sisters. We ain't out here doing this shit. Hold on, so Diddy out here doing this shit to his brothers and sisters. What the fuck are you talking? He out here beating on us and shit. He out here doing this shit to us. What are you talking about? Diddy ain't out here doing right by us. He out here chasing us down. He out here chasing us down, beating on us and shit. Are you drinking? Never mind.
Okay.
Is you under some type of? Oh, it's the teeth. It's the accident.
And I was in a coma like 6 months, so.
It's a coma. Damn, it's getting worse and worse. This shit went from no teeth to an accident to a coma to I'm happy to you a trauma bonder. I knew you was a trauma bonder. Look, stick to the facts and the merits on this situation. All right. Answer your damn phone. You know what? I'm about to drop you. Oh my God, you ain't even got the battery charged up to answer the phone. This motherfucker got a Nokia ringing in the background for no reason. I think you put that ringer on. No, ain't nobody call you. You put that damn ringer on. Ain't not nobody called you just now. You purposely you want the ringtones on your motherfucking side. You want the ringtones on your side phone and put that ringer on, bro, for level. Who called you? Who called you? Who called you? Who called you? Scam Likely? Who called you? Scam Likely? Scam Likely.
Okay.
Scam likely be calling me too. Scam likely be. I be getting that too. Nah, you right. Scam likely be calling me too. They be like, "Oh, you check your 2029 car insurance." I be like, "Man, if you don't get the fuck out of here, bye, Felicia." Nah, but go ahead. What you were saying though? So you saying that he's innocent because the government is against all of us, sisters and brothers.
No, I'm not saying he innocent because the fans don't come after you unless they got a whole lot of stuff on you. They watch you for a long time. So, you know, they got to make sure when they come at you, they got all their ducks on the road.
So you saying he guilty?
Talk to the fans. He knows.
So you saying he guilty?
They told him we got you. You gonna make a deal or what? What you gonna do? But he a narcissist, so you know how he is. He one of them characters.
You said characters? He's another variant.
So how much have you been keeping up? Are you up to par with everything that's been going on?
Man, I don't know everything he done done.
You know everything. You know what? Maybe we should. Okay, yeah. If
Music contract you done had, all the people he done did wrong, I know about all that. I just ain't saying that.
yeah, we probably shouldn't. Yeah, we probably.
Put something in the comments again, and again, here we go. Not my Dukes, this is probably for you. Not guilty, only need one juror. That would be a hung jury.
No, so this is what I'm saying. Like we're basing this off. We're not basing this off of a moral system that is we're basing this off of the fact that one juror. This is why I say like this is why I say this stuff is so much more complicated, because one juror has an indifference, and that one juror is able to shift the tides. You can always find that one juror. We could put 25 people in the room right now of our own peers, and you're going to have that 152-year-old. You always going to have that.
I would be that one too.
I know. And you said, and look, he said he knew him from the beginning. He know because his fight. Look, hold on, listen. Let me explain something to you. What he's about to say is what's happening in the world right now, right? Everybody has determined a fight inside their self, and the reflection of it outside their self is what they're taking it out on. So he's telling you he would be that one just because he feel like he's fighting against a system that he needs to. You get what I'm saying? So he's cool with these monsters being in the world because his fight is against the system, not them.
You taking up a torch that doesn't even benefit you, bro.
And for those who are in the chat saying it's consensual,
you think I'm not shocked. I'm not shocked about Diddy. You don't think we know? Listen. I promise you. Hold on. Let me say this. If the Greek can tell you, hold on, real quick, sir. I gotta say something. Hold on, sir. Okay, never mind. Fuck it. Okay, so I'm gonna say this: if the Greek can tell you that the dubla oblongata is a heart-shaped part of the brain, that means people been doing cruel and strange shit to people for a long ass time. Because in order for you to know that that is the heart-shaped part of the brain, you gotta bust a motherfucker in the head. But yeah, they knew that was the thinking place. You know that they knew that there was the thinking place. So yeah, to make a omelet, you gotta crack a couple of eggs, right? So the things that Diddy do, I'm not surprised, shocked, or anything by anybody in this world. I know that what is always was and always will be, and that is mankind. Mankind is cruel. Mankind is heinous. Mankind is vicious, right? That's why we aim to be human, right? We got to remember the hue that is in the mane, right? And that is the essence of life that is breathed inside of us from the universe that makes us kind, loving, compassionate, so on and so forth. I mean, yeah, we can still say that animalistic things exist in this world. People still gonna think like Neanderthals, no matter how much we grow, right? But we supposed to be civilized for a reason. Anything outside of civilized, that should be, we should not want that, right? Yes, you know how many people you could get to agree to a freak off? Probably a lot. So there's no reason for you to do the shit that you doing to people. There will be no reason. You got so many people out there that will agree to some freaky shit. I mean, fuck, they got the red light district out there. You know what I mean? This is why they have arguments about sexual consensual age and so on and so forth. Because y'all created a world already where y'all can feed on the pleasures of lust and shit like that. So why go through the extent of doing the heinous thing that you're doing if you already created a place that you can feed on lust and all of that shit? It doesn't make no sense.
It just got out of control. He was controlling it. But he got now, and he do that. He got with Clive Davis and a whole lot of other big time guys.
They already said for that day at the Continental, the hotel, that it was an FO session, and she was running to leave.
She didn't want to do it.
Had been prepped for it. Rug substances were provided. There, baby oil was there. They prepped the room for it. She ran like there was someone.
No, they said that he was putting baby oil on everything in the room.
She was trying to leave. That in itself is the abuse and the force. That is the force to make her do it. She could have wanted to do it 50 times before that. She doesn't want to do it that day, and he applied force and drug her back into the room, and she had to come. He told her to put on makeup. Like, that's force.
Coercion, if you want to, like
Like, so even if for you, if you're dating someone, I don't know if you're male or female. I can't really see. But let's say you're female and you've been dealing with the guy for X amount of time, and y'all been doing y'all thing, and both of y'all consented. But this time you don't want to anymore, but because you consented previously and he holds you down, that means what? That you're a consenting adult by your logic?
But wait. Was the baby oil infused? Because they didn't really say it. They didn't really speak on it. Was the baby oil infused?
He liked it. He liked them to be glistening.
No, I know, because they said that he had to pay a hell of a hotel fee after he left some of these places for the amount of baby oil that he left behind. Because he used to spray everything with baby oil. But, you know, slippery situations cause for, you know.
But you know, the baby oil too, the other part about that people keep looking over is that's very bad for a woman. You shouldn't use
that. Gives Johnson & Johnson a bad taste. Johnson & Johnson to sue him, man. For real. That's fucked up. That is fucked up.
Actually cause the UTI, and that's another thing.
Which it did. It caused a lot, because remember, you wasn't supposed to.
And now I'm like, oh shoot, the baby oil has to do with the UTI.
Right, because remember, Johnson & Johnson had the talcum powder and they had to switch it. Yeah, remember. This is this.
And she was being forced to do it even with them. And so there were times when she had it, she didn't want to because she had them, and he still made her do it.
So Clinton, you still think that's a good person that would make somebody put something on their body? And
what about the fact that he liked it on their ministerial site? Never mind.
I'll tell you, guy.
So many diabolical things that this man did, and you would be the one juror to set him free. I kind of want to understand this.
No, you don't. You don't want to understand that.
You don't want to go down that rabbit hole.
Why? Why would you want to Why would you understand? I never ask questions. Like one time I asked a question I didn't want the answer to.
They know. They know.
Who knows?
They didn't make him do everything he did. This guy
What talking about?
got a sick mind. That's all.
So that's all. So he just got to stick.
I'm saying the feds know.
Like this menace to society, just be out in the streets and just that's all, and just look the other way.
Man, you got something doing worse than what he did.
It doesn't matter. We got him. We got one less.
You just one of the ones got caught.
Worse to who though? If Cassie was your daughter, hold on. If Cassie was your daughter, right? There's somebody out there who's skinning people a lot. You know, there's people out there.
I ain't gonna say I'm not even trying to think your daughter in a situation like that. I'm not even trying to.
If that was your daughter,
I ain't trying to put nobody's daughter in no shit like that.
In the situation, but if that was your daughter, just because somebody's doing something worse out there to other people,
that's why I
consider worse out there to other people. If that was your daughter,
see, that's why y'all can't fault me. You hear me? You hear me, YouTube? Hey, YouTube.
To do all those things, wouldn't that
I told you he a narcissist, and you know how they are.
What they sell. Free. You just said that you would be the one person.
No, I didn't say I would set them free.
You said you would be that one person in the jury.
The one person.
And there's other people worse, doing other things worse. So what was that for?
I will check out guilty all the way down, and then and when killed about what the rest of them say, so I can get out of it because I don't have enough of it.
Oh, you're saying
get out of brown. You're a bad example for the brown people. That's why we're sitting our own government up. That's why we're setting our own government up so we can get out of it. America is now America.
He jumping. I don't know.
I just told y'all. I just told y'all this is a trauma bonder. As soon as he said that he been, he ain't got no teeth in his mouth, and he was. As soon as he said all of that stuff, I knew that this conversation wasn't about to go nowhere y'all thought it was gonna go. You can ask him something, but it ain't gonna be what you think it is. It's always going to lead somewhere else. The goalpost is going to change. He's got to fight against the government. That's why he keep on saying that. He don't care about this Diddy thing. He don't care about this Diddy conversation. He trying to tell you that the system is after us. His fight is different. Tell him about your fight. Tell him, because I could tell him, but you could tell him better. Tell him about your fight, Cletus. Tell him, Uncle Cletus. Tell him.
Sitting our own government up, getting out of this mess. America ain't America. It took everything from us, from Africa, which is the brown people, the greatest country there was, and took it down.
Oh, y'all thought he wasn't about to start up. He just had to take a deep breath. That's all.
God in Christ on earth in the flesh. God in Christ on earth in the flesh, and we taking everything back, and they know it.
And this is what I was saying.
They better do their best.
And this is what I was saying to you guys before. There are people who, because of our history and because of things that have happened, who will turn a blind eye and say, whether he is or not, even if I know he is or believe that he is, let him go. It's almost, we're going to get one for our team because of what we've suffered before. There's some people that don't care about the facts of the case.
They don't.
They don't care.
They don't. Listen. That's why I say you have to first understand everyone's out here fighting something different. Like my fight ain't his fight. His fight ain't my fight. I can't expect him to look at this how I'm looking at this because I'm looking at this, for righteousness. He's looking at this as a win-loss situation, right? Wins and losses, however, you know what I mean? Like we not all Yeah, we not all in this for the same thing. That's why you got to be careful of what tables you sitting at, because we not all in this shit for the same thing. We're not all viewing this the same way, you know. And this is going through all age and all generations, you know, on both sides, male and females. And then you have ethnicities, and then you got so many variants that's involved of why people are choosing. This is why I say people see with their feelings and emotions, but they're going to focus on, you know, with their intent. So it's complicated. Hassan, what's going on with you?
Hello, everybody. How are you guys?
How are you?
Okay. So I do not believe that he's guilty. He's not guilty. Cassie, she wants that one. Cassie, if she wants to, she can run away. Why should not run away?
Okay. Energy, take it away.
Yeah, I got this one. Or let me get a couple. Let me get a couple pulls.
Cassie, she's so scared for her life. Why should not run away?
Okay. Are you?
If somebody pissing in my mouth, honey, I'm gonna run away. I'm gonna run.
Are you for?
Did you not see the tape that she tried
I saw the tape. He beat her. Why should I go?
Thank you. Thank you for that. I knew you was my people. Thank you. Right on time. Like,
Well, you got to mute your mic.
I'm sorry. I'm in the car.
All right, there you go. Anyway, now I want to explain something. First, listen. I want to tell you guys, and I want to show you guys like the analytics of how this works, right? Of course, you know, with all of the variants around the name, the accent, everything, we can say that this person was more so of a Muslim, you know, background, right? They got a whole different fight. They don't care about what's happening to women. You know what I mean? So it's hard to even get through to them about women's rights or what rights we think they should have or what rights they actually are entitled to, whatever the case may be. All of these people that come up have one thing in common. They never stick to the facts and the merits that is provided in the case.
and that's the scary part is they just absolutely like Cletus. He switched around. He jumped. He went back and forth. First he was gonna be the one juror that was gonna free Diddy, and then he went back and said he was gonna go guilty all the way down. And it really concerns me because I'm wondering, because these jurors, and Madhush, I want your take on this. They're regular schmegular people. Like they're not people who are to knowing the law. Like how does this work with
more times than not, they will not even if there's a lawyer that's called to be a jurist, more times than not, the defense and the prosecutor won't select that person because they feel that, and this happened to the court case that I was in this year that I was a juror for. There were at least two lawyers that made that final selection where we had to be called back on day 2. And they did not choose 2 lawyers because they didn't want them to influence the jury. I want to say another thing. We are instructed as jurors not to talk about the case
outside the case
until we enter into deliberation. So while you're in, there are times where you come in the morning and you're waiting to be called into the courtroom. You're not supposed to discuss anything. And more times than not, it's dead silence. People are on their phones, their laptops. No one is saying anything because we're instructed not to discuss it. And if one juror goes and tells the court officer, and that goes to the judge, you could be removed from the jury pool. So more often than not, nobody's saying anything until this point that we're at in Diddy's trial. That's when they're discussing it together to say, what does one person believe or another person believe to be factual or not? And it's regular everyday folks, but those folks were selected by the prosecution and the defense, because in their lines of questioning during jury selection, they're asking them questions to kind of see what's what. And there's always somebody in the second chair that's taking notes, that's saying, yes, we want this juror, or no, we don't want this juror.
Okay, what was I gonna ask you? You said that they were on their phones and on their laptops. So these people have to have been influenced by, how do people restrict them from looking at YouTube or TikTok or social media for them to be influenced in their choices?
So one, you can have your phone in the juror room. They put us in the juror room outside of the court case, right? While we're waiting to be called, like in the morning, and then when you go back for lunch, you go there, and then you can either leave or you stay, because this was not a sequestered jury, which I think they should have been.
Yeah, I think they should have.
They should have been sequestered, but this wasn't a sequestered. So you can have your phone, but they instruct you. Part of the judge's instructions is to not look up the case, not discuss the case at all. What they don't know, and I think that last panelist, Frank, who's an attorney, he alluded to this, and this is factual. Once you're on a case, especially one this high profile, but once you're in a federal case, they have a department that's tracking what you're doing.
Okay. So they're looking at their phone so they can see what websites.
Yeah, and they will be able to pull it. Now, when you get into your home and you're having conversations, which you shouldn't be, because they'll tell you don't discuss this with members of your family and such of that nature, they will instruct you. Do people actually do that? I don't know. I know I did. I listened. But they have ability to, if it's ever come into question, to subpoena your records to see what you've searched, what you've done. But they have data and forensic units that are looking at stuff like that and will pull you. So they're given very strict instructions. And then when you're in the jury, when you're brought into the courtroom, you're not allowed to have your phone. You're instructed to leave your phone because they want you to focus on the case.
Now, can they take notes? Because how do they remember everything that transpired?
So for grand jury, yes, you can take notes. They actually will give the foreperson and the backup foreperson a pamphlet to take notes on. The other jurors won't get it for grand jury. For a state trial, they don't give you notes. You don't bring in anything with you to document anything, no. So you're listening to the evidence, you're paying attention to the testimony, you're looking at whatever was presented on the screen. Each person will either have a screen for themselves or there'll be a screen in between two jurors so that you're looking at the same monitor at the same time. And you're just gonna have to recall. And that's why today they ask for the transcripts, right? So whatever they have questions on, whatever disagreement is happening in that deliberation room, someone has said, get me the transcript so that they can all look over it and make, clarify whatever disagreement is happening in the field.
That makes sense. You make sense.
Thanks.
I appreciate you, my dude.
You're welcome. Thank you.
I appreciate like you in the world. Because these other people, no.
When I tell you, it's scary. It's so scary when you go there and you understand how anybody could be called. There could be
They're not doing it today.
That's called who has no knowledge of law, what they're supposed to be looking at.
It's a stall out.
A lot of opinionated people, like when the prosecution and the defense attorneys ask questions, you can hear someone giving their opinion that's leaning one way or the other. And those will be the people who are dismissed. You have to show them that you are impartial, that you're willing to listen to both sides before making a decision. When they're asking those questions, they're trying to really see if you've already made up your mind about something or you have a bias to a situation already. Like if you've known somebody, you yourself or someone close to you have experienced something that will lead you to be prejudiced against something or hold an unfair bias against that client the defendant who is being charged with something similar or the same exact thing.
Yeah, if you have a family member or any variable, any variable that might be related to the case, if you have family members that went through it or have any type of trauma that might be linked to something like this, they usually don't pick you, you know what I mean, out of that fact that you might add personal feelings to your judgment, right? So
Get removed initially because they had a family member that had been essayed.
when during selections,
during jury selection.
yeah, during selections. Andrew, what's going on with you? Somebody's tapping the screen. Who's tapping the screen? Andrew, you up, Andrew. Andrew. All right, I'm gonna drop you down. I don't know what you.
You should know not to pick people who don't. Well, my dudes, how come you don't have a profile picture?
I don't know. But I will. I'll take that into account.
No, because a lot, like, I won't put people up if they don't have a profile picture. I'm assuming that they're a bot.
No, that's fair. I'll take that under advice and I'll put one up today.
But yeah, the whole variable, or however you look at it, this situation is so much more because people are not making a logical choice, and that says a lot in this world, that the majority is not seeing logic. It's hard to find people that actually see logic and separate their feelings and emotions from the facts and the merits that's been provided. The facts and the merits point out everything in this situation is saying that he is up to no good. Right?
You parse it out, like, again, initially when I first went to the rabbit hole, I didn't see how 2 + 2 was equal 4. But as the prosecution rolled out their heads, it made more and more sense to me. Like, I really didn't understand why they kept showing the Cassie video over and over again until it finally landed for me that video has a whole bunch of Rico wrapped up in a nice tight burrito. Right, just that one video right there. Yeah. But people can't get it out of their mind that it's a domestic violence thing. Correct. You can't separate.
And that's only because of their own, they see him with their feelings and emotions. When you look at it, you can see why they played it. Okay, for this reason, we played it to show you this level of act, because this was a business thing. This was a business deal based off of the contract that was provided, based off of these freak offs, right? This wasn't their relationship. So the idea was to make it look like you're in a relationship with this person when really it's just a business, right? And when Cassie realized that this is not a relationship, he just want me for these freak offs, right? Now, different things would imply, right? Now you separate personal from business. It's the same thing why they have bearded relationships where you pretend like you're a husband and wife when you're actually doing the same. Like, you know what the fuck goes on. We know what goes on. Ray J said it doesn't matter. Yeah, Ray J said it don't matter what hole you sticking it in. Ray J don't even see people as people now. He just see all holes. He said when they said he got the whole world, all he could think about is butt cheeks. He said he got the whole world in his hands. All he could think about was butt cheek. You know what the fuck? He got the whole world in his hands, and all Ray J was thinking about was butt cheeks. That's crazy. That says a lot. I mean, he don't give a fuck.
So in your comments, Golden says it should have been 50-50 men and women juror. That's fair. Very biased regardless. But Golden, you have to understand that when those summons goes out in the mail to say appear for jury duty, you would be surprised on how many levels people are trying to get out of it.
Nah, we ducking now. We ducking jury duty.
Anxiety.
I hear you. Some people have very.
I have a medical excuse to not. They used to serve it to me. My anxiety would get anxiety just thinking of being like home. Like right now I'm working and I'm able to do this. So to think be sequestered in a room like that, I know I personally can't do it.
No, I hear, and they want to hear those things for legitimate reasons. But you would be surprised how many people just don't want to be involved. People, or let's say, because there's a difference between federal juries, state juries, and petit juries, right? So I've been a part of grand jury. Grand jury, they don't really take excuses. They really, really don't. You could, I've because you have to wait till you're called to come up there, and if they'll ask you.
Yeah, they send you the number. You gotta call the number.
And when you go up there, they're really not with it. I've seen so many people try to play in their face, and they tell them go have a seat. You have to have a legitimate reason to get out of federal. State, you can say just about anything, and they're going to dismiss you. So for Golden, I'm saying it's unreasonable to say have the 50-50 men and women. It's off of who wants to actually participate. There are people who are trying to get out of jury duty without legitimate cause, whether or even for legitimate. Some people financially, it would throw them for a loop. There's some people who will work for employers that don't pay them for jury duty. So the government will have to pay, but the most you can get paid is $40 a day, and they won't be able to survive off of that. So if they present a financial burden for being as a reason for being a part of it, they're going to be excused.
There you go. So we ain't never got to worry about it. All we got to do is go tell them we broke.
So, but I mean, that's one of the for state juries to get out. Like if you articulate that there's a financial burden, and I'm not saying that for y'all to use that when y'all get called.
Nah, all you got to do is go up there. Look, I'm going to tell you how to get off jury duty. Just go up there and act like.
I say, especially for us, we can't then turn around and complain when we get the verdicts that we get for cases, especially the ones against cops. And then when you look at the jury selection of who was there, they were represented. They were represented in that jury by people who look like them and see things their way. We cannot complain. That's what infuriates me sometimes, most times, when we get into a uproar over. That's how I feel about.
If we evolve, for us to evolve, we got to be involved.
Yes. Because then after that, if you know that you don't have a legitimate reason to have put yourself out of jury duty and not participated in the process, because there are people with legitimate reasons, right? If you don't have one and you know you just didn't want to be bothered, please exercise some silence when a jury returns with a verdict that you did not agree with, whether it's in your state or not. Because you didn't make yourself a part of that process, whether it's for you or someone else, because the case that you could have been called on could have been a similar case that needed your perspective, that needed representation from how we look at things.
What was I going to say? So now when people go in for jury duty, did they know that what case they were going to be on?
No. So on the day that you come in for jury duty, there are usually a couple of cases that they're selecting juries for. So when you come in, if let's say for example, there are 3 cases that they're looking to pick a jury for on this particular day that you're coming in. When you're called into a courtroom, and let's say it's early in the morning, you get called into that first one, let's say at 10 o'clock, and a lawyer or the prosecutor says, okay, no, we're dismissing this one. We don't want this one. They'll put you back into the jury pool in the waiting area. And if on another case, if they call you into that one, if they select you for that one, you're going to serve on that one. So there's several cases going on, and you basically go in and you're asked questions, and then they determine whether or not if they want to keep you or not. If during that process they're still weeding through, trying to find the adequate amount of jurors and alternates, then by the end of the day, if you're not selected, they'll send you home with a paper saying that you've served your jury duty for that day, and you won't get called back for 6 to 8 years again. But in this case, like in the state case, the criminal case that I had this year, I was being considered. They didn't reach, by the end of the day, I was being considered for this particular case, but there were a lot of people trying to get out. So at 4:30, there was still a line of people waiting to speak with the judge to excuse themselves out of jury duty. So they called us back the next morning, and I was selected. I was jury number 2. So just because that process had to carry over in the morning, those people who were still waiting, they were told to come back the next day. Those who weren't selected, they get a paper saying that they've served jury duty. And so they're free for the next few years. But they don't know. To answer your question, they don't know what case they're being called for until they get into the courtroom. And you could basically suss it out by the questions that are being asked.
Yeah, they're gonna put you. It's actually pretty cool because it's process of elimination. They're asking you questions to get to know you, and then they put you on a case that has nothing to do with the questions that they ask you because they're eliminating you based off of the questions. So it's like, all right, you can't do this case, you can't do that case, you can't do this case because the questions that they're asking you is based off of your person. So
because to keep in mind, like the prosecutor wants people who are going to see things their way, and the defense are looking for people who are going to see things their way. And the best way to do that is to be neutral. It's like, I want to see the facts of the case. My mind is not made up. I understand these charges. They'll ask you if you heard anything about it in the news. They'll ask you if you know that person or
all these people, like everybody heard about.
Everybody heard it, yes. So, but then the follow, then you'll tell them yes. You tell them truthfully, yes, I've heard about it, or no, I haven't. Now, if it's yes, I haven't, then there'll be follow-up questions. Are you able to, has your mind been made up? Are you able to listen to the arguments of the case and return and have your decision be made off of the facts of the case, or is your mind already made up? They may not ask a question as blatant as that. They're very articulate with their words, and they'll phrase questions or other hypothetical scenarios to see where you would land on it. And there's somebody, because even after they asked me questions, when they were asking other potential jurors questions, I'm watching the second chair on both sides, and they're taking notes, and they're either nodding or giving some kind of cue of who they want from who they don't want, who's going to be eliminated. And they're paying attention too. That's why there's always a second chair. You rarely ever go into a courtroom or see a case where there's only one person on either side. That other person is taking notes of things.
But that's why I say
trying to figure out who's. They don't know for sure who's going to vote what, but you're giving off facial, like micro expressions that during testimony.
To your point, and that's what you said. The prosecution has been paying attention to the jurors, their body language, their facial expressions.
Yes, and so both of them are. That's why when they kicked off, they were talking about kicking off that juror about his address. That's why Diddy's attorneys were arguing for him to stay. They were arguing for him to stay because he gave off an impression that he was for them. They would have been all with it if they got the inclination that guy was being swayed the other way. They would have been like, oh yeah, no objections. They were fighting for him to stay because they felt in some way that he would have been a juror on their side.
So do you think that jury 25, do you think the prosecution, because I'm a little confused because I thought I heard that the defense didn't want to keep 25. Is that correct?
No, 25 in terms of, I don't know necessarily about who, what. This is the jury, this is the other jurors bringing something against that juror. This is not prosecutor or defense talking about that juror. That's the other 11 in that room saying this person doesn't want to follow the judge's instructions. They're the ones who passed the note to the judge. And that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, they passed the note to juror number 13. Juror number 13 is the runner between the judge and the the jury, and he's a messenger.
I thought it was the foreman that was the runner.
No, juror number 13 is the runner between that's the one who carries the message back and forth to.
So that's something you have to be very careful with what you're doing, because any of those jurors could let the judge know something. So that's why when you're in the deliberation room and the judge, prior to the case starting, the judge will give instructions of to what you can and cannot do. And so one of the explicit instructions is do not discuss this case, do not deliberate this case until I told you to, until closing arguments by both sides are done. And I've issued instructions. So even after closing arguments, the judge is going to issue instructions to the jury to say, these are the charges. If you find that defendant is guilty of beyond a reasonable doubt of these charges using this language, then you will vote guilty. If you don't, then it's not guilty.
A lot of these situations, when you're in deliberations like this, it's very complicated, because a lot of these situations, they can go out on a lunch break and somebody can slip up and bring it up, and then somebody can go back and say, they were discussing it on a lunch break, which will get the whole thing. You know what I mean? So a lot of these situations is like, so a holdout like this is never good for the prosecution side. It's good for the defense side, because it lets them know that somebody is back there that's in an indifference. You know what I mean?
There's definitely an indifference, but we can't really, prosecution or defense can't really say, is it guilty or not guilty? But there's a different indication that they're not all on the same page. But how that's leaning, it could be 11 saying not guilty and 1 saying guilty. It could be vice versa.
That's what I'm saying. We really don't know.
We don't know. We just know that they are not agreeing. Because usually on that first day, that foreman is going to say, does everyone, after they read in the charges in the deliberation room, the foreman is going to say, do we all want to vote and see where we at? And then you write on a paper whether for each count, whether you say guilty or not guilty.
You know what? Now I know you're just playing devil advocate now, because we know damn well ain't no 11 people in there talking about something not guilty and one person just fighting for no damn. No, I know 11 people is not back there talking about not guilty, and one person is like, but he's guilty, goddamn it. And the veterinarian at that, hell nah, come on. We taking out the variables that is this case. We're taking out everything that is this case. 52-year-old veterinarian, jury number 25, having discrepancies and a problem following the judge's orders.
So we know, just the same way these people can't follow the facts and can't follow we're assuming that it has to be a diddler. But you're absolutely right, my dude. It's a small shot, but the probability is, it can go either way. It's just the probability leans more towards that person is somebody who wanted to find him not guilty.
He back there.
The other stuff that we're seeing.
Yes.
That 52-year-old back there, like, I don't give a damn what the judge said. I want to revisit the situation. Well, we can get you the transcripts.
Because the longer it drags out, it's going to be more problematic.
Yeah.
For people wanting to get home, how they're getting paid. Then there's going to be arguments in the deliberation room. Somebody's going to be like, all right, there's arguments going on. There's arguments going on. And then you have court officers that are standing outside the door when they're deliberating. The court officer can't be in the room, but they will be outside the door, so that if a juror knocks on the door to say, hey, we have a verdict, but there's a problem, they have to be readily available to say.
So let me ask you, do you think this is like A defense? Do you think this could be a defense tactic, or is this one of those circumstances? Like
It's in the jury now. It's not a defense tactic unless Diddy got to one of them jurors. And this is why I say I think it should have been sequestered, because we already know his reach, right? We already know his reach.
Yesterday he whispered something into his mother's ear. So again, because to your point that they're not sequestered, we don't know if Diddy's mother could get to them. We don't know anything.
Anybody get into anybody. It could be. He has the reach still. He still has plenty of money. His network he has multiple ways, and it wouldn't even be his mom. I doubt that. But once the jurors leave.
Man, this person could have been orchestrated from the very beginning. He could have had 29 people go up there to set up to try to take the jury to get on that pool. We know that. This could just be one of many people that he had go and get, you know what I mean? Like, we know how this works. Like, you can come on.
I don't think it's necessarily a defense tactic. I think that something else probably happened before then. Like, he probably tried to get somebody, pay somebody off. Is my assumption. This is not rooted in fact. I'm just saying this is my assumption that because they're not sequestered. Now, here's the thing. When you're in a jury, okay, the walls that you see in, especially a federal court building.
That dude probably was at a Diddy party in 92.
Are not all the walls that are there. There are like 2 additional, okay, it's like, think of a maze, right? But think of there being multiple squares in that maze.
And multiple levels.
In the courtroom, that first level, including where the hallways, that's 1 square, right? And then there's another square that's available just to the judge where she gets to go out, she or he gets to go out, and there's a different pathway for the judge. There's also a different pathway for the inmates. There's a different larger square.
Like at the end of the day, where does he go out?
He goes through the one for the inmates. He won't, like anybody spectating, they're gonna go back into the hallway. Then he has any defendants, they have one where there's like a cell behind the door, behind the courtroom that they're going to hold him in. So there's that. And that will lead to a place where he could be loaded into a police vehicle to take him back to the MDC. The judge has her own pathway that a juror or the defendant, that door will never connect for them. Right? And then there's another doorway and pathway for the jurors. And even at the end of the day, we leave from a whole different exit. So we may come in the way that everybody else come in, because you got to go through metal detectors and all those things.
Nah, that dude provide dogs for them or something.
You go to a different entrance. Once you've been selected, they put you into a different entrance to come. Once you get in, you have to go in through a different door. And then when you're leaving for the day, you don't go back out the way you came. It's a whole other way to get out. Now, if he has the resources, he has the resources because they know what they look like. And the only thing that I don't like about jury selection is some of the questions that they ask will lead people to know where you work, how many children you have, because they're sitting there. Fence is sitting there. So even from my state case, they were asking, do you have children? How many? Where do you work? What is your job title? Things of that nature. So that's why I said for this case, when you're already denying him bail because of his reach, you should not have all that.
Yeah, that's all my triggers right there. As soon as you start asking questions like that, that's about all my triggers. As soon as you start asking too many questions about my life, that's triggering me. I mean, the first couple of let's get to know each other. Okay. Hold on. Who is you? Who sent you? And who you work for? I'm scared.
Yeah, because they were like, "Oh, how many children? 3." You know, they asked us, and those are the questions.
That's why a lot of people tried. That's why
those will be the first set of questions. The demographic questions come first, and then they'll start asking you questions about the case. So for me, I was on a double murder trial
Unalive.
That's what I was called. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. A double whatever. Y'all understand because I already said it. So sorry.
Okay.
And so even with the questions that they were asking, the defendant is in the room.
She's saying that. She's saying whatever. That means she's gonna say it again. That's already the fourth time already.
Are you employed? If so, where do you work? What is your title? Do you have children? The questions about the children, really, everything comes full circle, right? Because when they're asking those questions, it's also so if anything happens to you during the course of that, they know how to find you. They're getting all this information because also they have people in the background watching your activity as well.
You see, my anxiety already had anxiety about this whole thing. I'm glad that my doctor exonerate me because I can't. Like my anxiety was.
Yeah.
I would definitely have like a straight anxiety. I would be the one short of breath, like having a complete anxiety attack in the courtroom. There's no.
That's the only part that I don't like is that the defendant is hearing that. So if. And they're
somebody like him that's notorious, like look at what he did to Kid Cudi. You know, if he could do that to Kid Cudi who has surveillance and camera and send all that stuff, like what can he do to a regular person?
Yeah.
I know.
So that's why I think that's the only way I think he's gonna have some kind of influence on the jury is that I don't put it past him to have gotten somebody to get to
You know, y'all know how this TikTok stuff works, Shay.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the way Carlucci is out there gunning for him, it's like, he does definitely have people still. It's just amazing to me how the people are still standing behind him. I'm curious to know, like, how the daughters feel about it, right? Like the psychology of the daughter, because you're watching these tapes and you're watching your father do these diabolical things to other women. How does that now make you, you still daddy's little girl?
Yeah, that's all. I was asking, my daughter just turned 16, and I said, if this was your dad and you're sitting in the court and you know how he's taking care of you, because Diddy is active in his kids' life, he financially very much his kids, right? But if as a girl child, if this was you and you're listening to this stuff about your dad, are you coming to court every day to support him? And she was like, I'm conflicted because I'm your kid, but that lady is somebody else's kid. So, yes, you're my dad. She was just like, I'm conflicted.
But that could be the thing with what I don't understand with men like Diddy is that could be his daughter. Like, how would he feel if somebody did that to one of his daughters?
Yep. But then that's the narcissism that goes with it, is that he has created such a field around them that he knows is not going to be his daughter. So he has that control aspect of it.
That's what I mean. Yes. And that's what I was getting at when I was saying the fact that he wouldn't take a plea. Knowing that
Ebony.
has such a high what's he laughing at? To grandiosity to feel I could go.
Hey, that shit like that.
Energy, what are you laughing at?
Huh?
Energy, what are you laughing at?
No, me and the collective, we have a crazy way of thinking. So we just say, some shit off the top of the dome. I got a couple of other pages opened up right now, reading comment sections on it. I found something very funny.
Choking, they made you. We want in on the joke too.
He said nah.
Is it not this one? But yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see what. And I'm wondering too, like about his finances. I mean, I'm sure he has offshore accounts.
I mean, May said ain't nothing in his name. Everything in his mama name or his aunt name.
Not smart. Not mad at him for that.
I mean, not mad at him for the fact that he knew that he might go down for some shit and decided not to put everything.
Too.
Exactly. It's like, you know what? I'm fucking shit up in this world. I need to put shit in everybody else's name because I fuck around and they, you know what I'm saying? They gonna fuck around and get me. You know what I mean? You know you're doing some shit. You don't even want nothing in your name. You know you're doing some shit you ain't supposed to be doing.
And he knew because wasn't it he called Cassie crying and said the feds are at the house? Did you hear that? There was one of the phone calls when he was trying to get Cassie back in again. He was crying and like the feds are gonna get me, you know.
Here's the thing when he poked the bear, because in her filing, after she said she was gonna write the book, blah blah blah, and he wouldn't settle with her and she filed the case, that second paragraph, he actually poked her. I don't even know if she would have did anything. But when she cited in her complaint that when he was at, was it the BET Awards? One of the award show recently in like 2022 or 2023, he had shouted her out for being there for him in the dark times.
In the dark times.
And the third paragraph was
when he changed his name to Brother Love.
That was not the case. He forced, abused, all these things for me to do that. And she starts going into a list of things. Now, right after he settled the case with her, or his insurance company settled the case with her, he took down the post, but he had actually posted a reel of him dancing with champagne, singing that he's still rich.
I saw that, yeah. I saw that. Because the insurance paper, which I learned today.
Yes. And he started bragging that he's still rich. And he kept singing that over and over and over again. And then, they're trying to attack me. He's a black man. They're trying to take me down. And then when the video comes out, now it's a whole different story.
And that was the
No, you want me to tell you where he messed up? He messed up when he did that video sitting in front of that damn water fountain, reading them damn names off of that list. Talking.
He messed up before that, homie. Yeah.
Well, okay. I mean, okay. I mean, fuck it. He messed up in 1992 when.
He messed up when he was born. He messed up in 1960.
You know what I'm saying? I mean, damn. We want to go back that damn far, you know.
But I'm saying, even then, like he wasn't being advised well. He wasn't.
When you talk about his narcissism, and I think the lawyers might have told him, bruh, you might want to take a plea. Like, I think he does get advised, but he has such a grandiose mentality that he
look how many attorneys he's already gone through. This is not his first set.
It can't be that these. I find it very hard to believe that these attorneys didn't tell him. Because what Agnifilo did, that defense statement was such garbage. It was such a horse and pony show. It was so fluffy. It had no backbone to it. I'm like, wow, that's the best Agnifilo could do.
No, here's the thing. He knows what he's not stupid. I'm gonna say this, and I'm gonna we're seeing evidence of it in this conversation already. The prosecutor is going off of the employer-employee relationship through the businesses. The defense is trying to make the jury focus on the boyfriend-girlfriend aspect of it. That's what you're seeing played out. He doesn't want to touch anything on the prosecution side.
See, look, this is. Let me play better. Let me do a better. Let me play devil's advocate real quick. This is for either side. This is a slam dunk case, right? For the prosecution side, they did a great job of presenting the evidence and showing that the RICO case is related to the fact that you are a business, a brand within yourself. So anything that you do could be operated as a RICO act due to the fact that you have workers under you and so on and so forth. Yeah, just with that one video, they did a great job, right? But let me tell you something. The defense would have been smarter to say, due to all the propaganda and the heavy load of disinformation that's put out there with the Ali Carters, the Legina Golds, the Misha Fullers, so on and so forth, there's no way that any jury can possibly come up with an adequate response for a case of this magnitude, thus far leading to a mistrial, right? Because with everything, being talked about on social media, always newscast, look, half the people out there wasn't even journalists or news people. They was social media content creators. You know what I mean?
I disagree with that because if that's the case, they would have argued for a bench verdict, meaning that they felt that the population of jurors were so tainted by the information that was already out there in the media that they would have asked for the judge to be the one to decide guilt or innocence. But none of his attorneys did that. Why? Because they know that he's guilty at least of 2 counts.
And they know that it would benefit. Okay, and here's another reason why they didn't do it. There was no need to. They know that it was going to be a juror number 25.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
With everything that's going on in this world, I can guarantee a juror number 25. I said this months ago that this is going to be a mistrial. There's no possible way, without a shadow of doubt.
I don't think it's going to be a mistrial. Maybe because the defense has been shooting for mistrial.
Well, okay, this is what a hung jury gives them the chance to do. A hung jury gives them a chance to get a bond, to restate a bond.
I don't think he's eligible.
Yes, because this puts everything back on the table. This starts it over. So the judge gets to say whether he goes back or whether he gets a bond. The judge gets to make that decision on whether he goes back or whether he gets a bond.
Oh, he's going to go back. He's going to go back. 100% he's going back.
If the charges aren't dropped.
Right. He's going back to the detention center. But what's going to happen is, oh, shoot, I just lost it. That's why I was trying to. So if it's a hung jury, it works. Now, remember, he chose a speedy trial, which is why the prosecution couldn't really dig deeper into a lot of the other evidence that they have, like the arson with Kid Cudi and stuff like that. It gives the defense more time, but it also gives the feds more time to get more evidence and to get that
and present different charges. But we're not saying that though. But this starts everything all over again. So therefore, we're not talking about if it's a hung jury, right? Does this not allow them to put in a motion for a bond hearing? No, I know he goes back to the detention center, but from the detention center, can his lawyer not file for a bond hearing, a new bond hearing?
The judge has already ruled no more because they've already done it 3 times. So the judge already ruled no more that he's not budging there. They already went 3 additional times.
Okay.
To get a bond, and he said no more. Like, I'm not letting him out because he, even while incarcerated, knowing that they were holding him without bonds or bail, because of
second.
He was still trying to do it behind bars.
All right, second question. Okay. Can they move for a right for different jurisdiction, basically to have the case somewhere else?
No, it's brought by New York. It's brought by the Southern District of New York. All they're gonna do is start back over the jury.
They can't put in for a change of venue.
They can argue for one. It's not going to happen because it's federal. And so the Southern District of New York brought the charges. So it's going to happen in New York. The difference with the federal is that people from all parts of New York can get called for this jury selection, as opposed to it being, sometimes. Yeah, if it was.
Well, I can guarantee you this.
If it was a state case and the crime was committed in the borough of Brooklyn, then it would be Brooklyn residents hearing that case. But it's a federal case, so that's why you have somebody from the Bronx, somebody from Queens, like everybody is represented or was called to be a potential juror. So the thing is that the process for the case is going to start over. In terms of jury selection and setting a new court date and that.
Now, I can tell you this right here. Due to the fact that certain things was taken off the table, such as napping and, arson or whatever, the 3 things that the feds took off the table, right? Due to the fact that the feds dropped that right there, that right there can say that they have the right to a motion for another bond hearing, because all of the things that's on the table. Hold on, let me finish. Let me.
They didn't really strike that off the charge.
Man, they wouldn't let me finish YouTube.
Parts off the charge.
You see how they keep doing me.
Arson off.
Y'all see how they
Because
keep
it
doing
wasn't
me
attempted
YouTube.
arson, it was arson. And they took off the yeah, they took those off.
They took off the kidnapping and they took off the arson. So so when people are saying that the prosecution dropped charges, they just tweaked it actually to make it more favorable for them.
What they felt they could prove. What they felt they could prove. They feel, the prosecution feels they prove the charges that stayed. And it's a common thing anyway. It's like whatever charges that she alleged or other people alleged for her, they're bringing into account. But as the case went on, do they feel that they proved those things based on the testimony? No. So they're taking it off. Oftentimes when it's someone got unalived, right? You will see sometimes prosecutors will charge with some, unalive in the first, unalive in the second. They'll do.
Is it a good basketball court?
It's okay.
To see which
It's
one
double
will
rim.
stick, which one that they can prove. Because there's double
It's
jeopardy.
what?
If you only do one and they're found not guilty,
Bent.
you can't bring them back on the charge. So you'll see they
People
put more
dunking on them probably or
charges
pulling on them.
as the case goes on. Do they felt that based on the testimony that they could prove that, or that actually happened when they're
Was the people out there?
everything? No, they took that off. But what they felt that they
Huh?
can prove or did prove, they let stay.
Right. So people
I'll go out there and cook y'all tomorrow.
prosecution dropped charges.
You know I cook on any court. I hate the double rim though. I hate the fact that.
And not really
understanding the legal process. Yeah.
Levi, you do. That don't count. You can't give me a Levi and
You really have to study it. You really have to understand, what's.
you get Levi to get in
fair
his way, and then you go
not
and hit the ball.
necessarily what's at play. It's how the letter of the law is written, and words mean something. And I can tell, and often in some conversations, I find that people are using a word that means something totally different, but that's what it means to them. It's not what the word actually really means. That common thing that the society has said, this is what this word means, but it means something different to them, and they're using it. I'm like, no, honey, that's like
just like Rico, right? Rico means to some people mafia related, and they're sticking to it. That you can't, no matter how much you try to explain to them that that's not the case, they're still like, you're not a mob boss. Well, or he's not being accused of being a mob boss.
That's only because they don't know the real word. It's not Rico. It's a reconnaissance, reconnaissance civitas, whatever. Reconnaissance citizens act. Y'all know what the fuck I'm talking. The longer word. It's the reason why we say Rico right now, because we can't pronounce this motherfucker. That's why I'm saying reconnaissance. What the fuck? All right.
That's the problem, right? And then you have people spewing misinformation. So it's that's why we have to really question everything and really think about everything that we see. Can't believe
Nah, it's the reconnaissance. It used to have a longer word, but they break it down to what you say it was. Racketeering. Okay, racketeering, influence, corrupt organization. There you go. That's what it is. So that's what it is. Right there. They're missing that key component in the RICO, right? Which is influencing, right? So when you are influencing organized crime, you could be part of a RICO. So being the key influencer of all of this. He was the ringleader, right? Right. Their terms, they call it the ringleader. And he wasn't right. The master. And they proved that. Yeah. If he called KK and said, KK, I want 5 escorts in Miami by whatever, she just did it. He said, shush. Lisa, what the hell is you still doing in here, Lisa? You ain't even supposed. You supposed to be 1,000 feet away from my house. I got a restraining order on you. I think I do. You ain't supposed to be on my live. I got a YouTube restraining order on you. Yeah, you supposed to be 1,000 feet away from my stream. Yeah. 1,000 lives away from mine. 1,000 lives away from mine. Your ass supposed to be way over there on the other side of YouTube. But no, y'all tap the screen. Look, we got 61K likes. You got to get that. We got to get that to 100K before we get off of here. I'm about to ask them.
This is really awesome. I learned so much more, and thank you, Energy, for hosting it, because it is important that people, and it's good. Thank you for giving me the chance to get on the platform, because it's good for us to teach each other and have these kind of intellectual.
You already went in there to make sure one was there.
Like my Dukes, it would connect some sense into some people, because some people.
Wait, I just opened that. There's an orange one in the room. In the box.
We'll see. Well, tomorrow's another day.
I hope we do it by tomorrow, because if it goes closer to 4th of July, I am concerned.
Yes.
Like, you know what? I want to go home.
Yeah.
They didn't want
You know, these diddlers are hard-headed. These diddlers, they'll thug it out.
Yeah.
They can come in and
That
get them
diddler
now.
probably don't, you know, his veterinary job, he probably got somebody else filling in for him. He probably don't care.
Man, that man 52. That man 52 years old. 52-year-old veterinarian. Probably ain't got, you know what I'm saying? He probably close to retirement, probably work in a small town of his own. Yeah, he probably got all the time. The other people really got events coming up. You push this any closer to the 4th of July, and they probably ready to camp. Like, man, fuck this shit. I got to get back to my life. I got to, you know what I'm saying? People got vacation around the 4th of July. You know what I'm saying? Trump got a bill. Well, Trump got a bill. Trump got this big ass bill that he trying to pass on the 4th. It's called a big beautiful bill, like the big beautiful bill. This shit's supposed to change everything. So we gotta. I'm ready to move on to a different conversation. Like, let us know what the fuck.
Wasn't that done last night? Wasn't he pushing through both houses?
Was it done last? He said he was trying to get it done before 4th of July. A big beautiful bill. I'm serious. This shit is called the big beautiful bill. Y'all think we joking? They be saying shit.
Yeah, it passed 22 minutes ago. All right, let's see what it's all about. That might be a whole topic.
Damn, this shit just passed 22 minutes ago. Damn, we in trouble. I don't know what this shit entail. Anything that's called the big beautiful bill. Nah, fuck. I'm scared. If that shit called the big beautiful BBB, nah, fuck that. We is not simplifying shit like that. We just not passing shit like that. It's gonna be a big beautiful bill. No, hell no. No.
It's crazy. It's crazy. You know, and the funny thing is, some of the things on that bill actually agree with, which is crazy. Like,
I'm looking it up right now, because one big beautiful act.
I gotta go see what this is. I gotta go see what this is about. This is.
See what this is. There's a lot of stuff. There's a lot of implications, and what I'm saying, what he's trying to do,
he's eliminating taxes on Social Security income, monthly payments. Okay, that's cool. Okay.
What? Hold on. Don't you know he just did away with Medicaid?
He's reducing Medicaid. Yep. There's a lot.
No, he's eliminating Medicaid. Damn near.
Increase cap on salt tax.
What? That bill is packed with a lot of things. I don't want anyone to confuse it with it's just one or the other. Normally, when big bills like this,
Hey, tap the screen and share. Tap the screen and share the live, y'all. Tap the screen and share the live. Everybody in the comment section, tap the screen and share the live. This is why your businesses is changing. This is why corporate is dealing with us different. This is why they're ordering things different. The tariff is going to change. This is why this is going to be a big discussion if y'all are present for it. The tariff is about to change a lot of things. Elon Musk already said that by the second half of this year, it's going to rock us, right? He had to implement this big, beautiful bill to cover up the shit. Our currency, if you look at the currency, oh man, this shit's about to.
Listen, DJ girl, when he say go live in New York City, that may not actually work. I live in New York City. Yeah, no, me too. I live in Brooklyn. And what I'm saying is you're going to see eventually, especially when he signs this into law, you're going to see some influx of people from red states into blue states. And it's going to cause a lot of problems in terms of job market for the people who live in blue states.
Some people try to say
what his administration is moving towards is to let states run their own government. They want to limit big government in terms of federal powers. That was what was so important about that Supreme Court ruling the other day. He's trying to say it's not a one size fits all. Y'all can't sit there and say the whole nation has.
Oh shit, he about to turn us into the individual states of America. Oh shit. Oh shit. That's even worse.
So in one state you can be considered a citizen, and in another state you can't. And to watch the implications if you travel from one state to the other state, and ICE is in the other state, and you're not considered a citizen. This is so deep. It's so deep. It's so deep.
This changes. This is about the this.
Was real. Thank you, my dude. Thank you.
I know you. Thank you. Appreciate you for being here. You have a great one. Yes, y'all make sure y'all drop a follow. Give my guest a follow.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I'll be back tomorrow if you're on. I don't necessarily have to come up, but I'll support.
All right. You have a great one. Appreciate you. All right. So listen, that was a great conversation. You want me to drop you down too? Or you?
Yes, please. I don't see how.
All right. I'm sorry. Sometimes you got to click on your picture to do it. That's why I just click on my own picture to do it. So look, that was a great live. If you enjoyed the live, please make sure you tap the screen, share the live. We got the 60K likes. For the people that are on this page, y'all know what we do after we have good conversations like that. We go play the game. So right now we about to go play the game. You're welcome to join us for that. Hit the follow button. Make sure you become part of the team just by hitting the heart button right here. We gonna play the game. Maybe run a little bit of Call of Duty. This is what we do to, ease our mind, and we good at the shit. You know what I'm saying? So we gonna go talk shit in Call of Duty. Put your notifications on if you like doing that. We are multitask. This is a multitasking page. So we not only have the deep conversations, but we also, game.
Let's watch this in Discord.
Okay. Are you going to set it up? All right. All right. So in the Discord, we're going to be watching for the people that's on YouTube and that's a part of the Atlas family, Sister Wives, all of that. We're going to put it on in the Discord for the passing of the bill that just passed about 22 minutes ago. The big, beautiful bill. We're going to put that in the Discord and then possibly, do a live about it or have a discussion about it later on. And for the people who are, donating, I appreciate that. I just seen that come through. Appreciate that, for the people that's donating. Y'all know what to do to donate. Y'all know how to show love. Appreciate that. Love is love. Namaste, Ashe, salutation, shalom. And if nobody told you that they love you today, let me be the first and not the last to say I love you. Remember, one's image of oneself should be greater than reality. It's been 6.5 hours, so that gives Replay Gang a lot of time to replay it. You know what I mean? If they want to find out what point I was talking to them, they're going to have to watch this whole damn thing. Nah, I'm joking. But y'all know we got the music out, and we're gonna close out with some music and end the live, and then I'm gonna go play the game. because that's what I do. I'm waiting for the sun to go down a little bit, so I'm probably play the game for like 3 hours, and I'm gonna get my ass out there and try to cut a little bit of grass and do a little. I mean, I hope we gave y'all enough time today, you know, just kicking it with y'all. And it's been kind of bored in the YouTube streets. Yeah, y'all been looking bored in the YouTube streets.
Right up, you don't remember
all these babies looking like they don't know how to hold a conversation.
Showing off like you're in a pageant, bragging on about your status.
I know
they know there's a real dark method to your madness.
We got the guilty
all the hate
gag.
you brew inside,
and we had a great panel over on TikTok. You know what I mean? I think over 10,000 people might have came through the live over on TikTok.
Now it's time for me to work with my magic wand. You're no match for me or the power of my tongue. Let me show you how it's done. I can too terrorize you for fun. Demon be gone. You're a narcissist. Can't hide it when it shows. Tied down by your traumas and now they won't let you go. You're a narcissist.
You see that?
Reaction is your aim. I'll just.
You see that? You see it say 28K? 28K people come through there. You see that? 28K people come through there. 557 comments, new followers, 63.3K likes, right? 63.3K likes, right? Now, if I can figure out how to get those 28.8K people that stop through to hit the follow button, then we on to something. We only got 100 something out of that 28K to hit the follow button. So, you know, we listen. These people, we don't get into the bragging about, you know, but you know, we could shake a stage, you know. We could shake a stage. You know what I mean? And we win it. You know, we winning. Wait till we bring some more people to the conversation. That's why they mad at us, because they can't hold conversation like we hold conversation. They can't engage in conversation like we engage in conversation. You know what I mean? They don't have it like that. You know what I mean? We got it like that. You know what I mean? So yeah, so
You're nothing, what you lose at your own game. You're a narcissist. It's always your way. It's your lane. Doesn't matter what I try to say. Declined. You want what's mine. Try to bring me down, try to take me out, but you can't steal my shine. You always want to start a fight. No rules, never can you lose, no clue to why you always gotta be right. Tell me why you're so uptight. If it's all for show, gotta let shit flow, gotta let shit go. Can't dwell on it your whole life. Get back, I don't want your static. Nothing but a drama addict. Those repeated cycles. I have studied all your habits, but the way you stare at me, you savage. Try to pawn your pain on me. Return to sender with that package and trash it. Moving on. Now it's time for me to work. Wave my magic wand. No more dragging me through the dirt. Teach you right from wrong. Run you like a marathon. Once that truth turns to karma, you're done. Demon be gone. You're a narcissist. Can't hide it when it shows. Tied down by your traumas and now they won't let you go. You're a narcissist. A reaction is your
TMZ is live right now.
nothing, what you lose at your own game. You're a narcissist. It's
Unpersuadable opinions on both sides. TMZ is reporting right now. Verdict reached on 4 counts. No verdict on count 1.
So the sex trafficking, he could get life for.
So my guess is if you get a hung jury on RICO and guilt across the board, you're going to see a settlement come pretty quickly.
There's no plea.
There's no plea. He's lost all his leverage.
There's no sentencing. If you get caught guilty on this stuff, there's no sentencing. That's life in federal prison. That's till deceased. Life in federal prison is till deceased. So they're talking about it right now on TMZ. The verdict reached on 4 counts, no verdict on count 1. So they're really having contemplations around this RICO thing, you know? You said let's see it. I can't show what you call them on YouTube. I can't show that on YouTube because then it's gonna be violation.
You know what's interesting?
The page already, you know what I'm saying, trying to get out of deep waters.